A very good morning and welcome back to Silverstone for day 2 of the dynamic events of Formula Student 2026 live from the home of British Motorsport. I'm Giles Cosgrove. Joining me in the commentary box is Jess Ball, and we have got a full day of excitement for you out on track as teams compete in the all-important endurance. They will have to complete 26 laps in total with a driver change, 250 points up for grabs. It will be the be-all and end-all for the drivers and the team's hopes to take Formula Student 2026. 3 teams in the contention for the top spots. Edith Cowan, Bizkaia and Modena all vying for that top spot. They've won here before. They've never competed against each other again. It is one of the tightest competitions we've seen here at Silverstone for Formula Student. Yesterday, we saw sprint. The qualifying was incredibly close indeed. Jess, what were your highlights?
Well, my highlight was Modena's lap. Modena's lap was one of the fastest we have seen at Silverstone in quite a while. The drivers were on it throughout the lap as well, and you could tell when we saw them acceleration that they were going to be very, very quick in sprint. I think personally they're going to be the favourites to win endurance because they were one of the few cars to not have much problems in the sprint yesterday, so I think they're going to be the ones to beat.
They could well be, and here we have more with Modena.
I am here with the 2023 champions, More Modena Racing. Can you please introduce yourselves? What's your role within the team? What's your name?
I'm Filippo Pullano and I'm the team leader.
And I'm Lorenzo Salerno and the head of aerodynamics.
How does it feel coming into the competition, being the 2023 champions, and knowing that the previous 2 years of champions are also here? Never competed against them before. How does that make you feel?
It's quite cool actually, because you love to compete against other university. The spirit of the competition is to earn from everyone and to learn from everyone. So it's fun actually to compete against good teams.
It's amazing to be here in Silverstone. You feel the magic when you enter the circuit. And also being here with these 2 big teams and have a lot of competition is very fun, and also it's amazing for us, for students, to learn from other students, and it's quite the spirit of the competition. So
You've just done acceleration and you're now doing skid pad. How are they going for you? How are you feeling with the car at the moment?
Yeah, it's going good. It's okay for us at the moment. We hope to do the runoff acceleration event later. We don't know the timing of the skid pad because they are running right now, but we hope for a good end.
yeah, the acceleration went well. The time scored was really good. So we are happy with that, and we hope for the skid pad because always we are a little bit better in the acceleration than the skid pad. So this is the most critical event, and yeah, let's see what happens.
So later on today, you've got sprint, and then the big one tomorrow, endurance. How are you feeling about the reliability of your car, and have you had any challenges leading up to it?
Yeah, we try to change our powertrain this year, so we hope to end the endurance event. It's normal to have problems, so let's see what happens. It's okay, and even if sometimes something bad happens, we enjoy the event, we enjoy the circuit, we enjoy the atmosphere of the event. So yes, it will be amazing to finish, maybe win, but we have to bring at home everything from this experience.
Yeah, as Filippo said, we are confident, and we hope for the best for the endurance, but still it's the first race we run with the hybrid system, so we had some testing, and we are confident with that, but anything can happen, so yeah, we'll see, and finger crossed for the endurance.
Well, best of luck to both of you.
Thank you very much to both Sheryl and Modena there for that insight into the team's hopes and dreams here at Silverstone. They're dreaming big, and the results are big for them. We can see on your screens right now the first team taken to the track in the first session for endurance will be the University of Aberdeen. And Jess, what do the teams have to accomplish here on endurance? Because this is the big one.
Yes, 250 points. We've seen many teams not go for endurance and did not do well. So first of all, before they even complete and start endurance, they got to fuel their fuel tank to the fuel level line, which is accompanied in the walls. And unlike the sprint where they have unlimited runs, they only have one run in this endurance event. If they break down, they only have a certain amount of time to get the car restarted, otherwise they retire. A driver change must be made at the midpoint of the run. So the first driver will drive for 11 kilometers, so that will be 13 laps, and then there'll be signal to the driver change area, and then the second driver will run for additional 11 kilometers, aka for 13 laps. So only 3 team members, including the driver, may enter the change area, and they may only bring the tools required to adjust the vehicle. And during this change, the team may perform changes to accompany the driver, operate any switches, and also change tyres. They'll be given 3 minutes. That is important. 3 minutes to change, to make sure the driver swap is pretty much good, and make sure their car is fully restarted. And then the driver will be given a signal to start the engine or the tractive system, and then given 1 minute to restart the car. And then once the car is restarted and ready to drive, then the restart time, is stopped, and they can carry on racing. And then, but if it doesn't happen during that time limit, it's a DNF.
So this is it. So the thing is with these 3 minutes is those 3 minutes are the minimum time that the car can be held there. So if you've got your driver swap done quicker than 3 minutes, and some teams do, and fair play to them for doing so, you will still have to be held static for those 3 minutes before you can get back out on track. You've then got a minute to restart the car post the driver swap, as Jess was saying, and head back out on track for those second 13 laps. Now then, what's worth noting here is that it's not a done deal. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's it, Modena have got it. There we are, problem solved, it's 2023 all over again. Not quite, because not only have they not placed quite as highly as some of their other competitors near the top in the static events, particularly design, which was won last night by Oxford Brookes, but additionally, you've got to remember, the teams are judged and rated on their efficiency through endurance. And the efficiency, the way that is scored, it tends to favour full electric vehicles. The top 2 teams heading into endurance, those that qualified best yesterday, once cones were taken into account, are Modena and Edith Cowan. Both of those are running hybrid vehicle systems. Those do include internal combustion, so that will set them back in terms of efficiency compared to the University of the Basque Country, running 3rd in endurance, who are doing incredibly well in the static events. And I actually, based on the results that we saw yesterday, roughly speaking, by my reckoning here in the commentary box, Jess, I actually think leading overall is the University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia.
Yeah, Bizkaia have done generally very well in all static events. I think the majority of the static events, they got through to the finals, which means additional points for them as well. And it looked very speedy around the track. Once they recovered their technical gremlins, they were absolutely fine. And of course, it's going to favour the electric vehicles, but there's still some other vehicles which I'm expecting to do well, which are EV. Malta as well, they looked very reliable yesterday as well. They hardly had much problems. They were looking quick as well. They did multiple runs yesterday, which looks very, very promising. And Birmingham, they won one of the static events yesterday, so we would expect them to do well here. And of course, they're your endurance champions. But again, Birmingham had some issues yesterday, so we've got to watch out for them. So don't count out Basque Country, because obviously their efficiency, but watch out also for Malta and Birmingham. In particular, Malta for the dynamics, but Birmingham in particular was scoring very well in the static yesterday as well.
Excellent stuff there, Jess. And I would say to that, if you're Edith Cowan and the University de Gulia Sududi de Modena, we're just going to call it Modena and Edith Cowan, they're going to have to put their foot down, because they're going to have to get a quicker time to account for the efficiency bonus that Bizkaia will get for running EV. So all of this means that we're seeing one of the tightest competitions here at Formula Student at Silverstone that we've seen in several years. Now, we do need a competition, and that competition is going to require cars. And we do have the first car, University of Aberdeen. You can see on your screens there if you're watching on the live stream. However, we are missing several other teams, and Henry from the Dynamics Volunteers has just popped by to ask us if we can make an announcement. So I'll say it again, all drivers to your cars and drivers to the pit lane if you are running in the first session of endurance. We've got Aberdeen, we need to see Southampton, Cambridge, Birmingham City University, University of Leeds, Glasgow Caledonian University, GCU, Oxford Brookes University, OBR, University of Surrey, Sheffield Hallam University, University of Exeter, and University of Oxford. All drivers to your cars, cars to your pit lane, please.
And it must be in the order that we just said here, because otherwise they will receive a penalty. The dynamics marshals are very strict with that type of stuff. So if you don't start in that order, you may be allowed to run later, but you will incur a penalty for doing so, like we saw with a few teams last year. And of course, in session 2, we have got that will be at 1 o'clock. So if you're wondering where the fast teams, well, Giles is going to go through who's going to be taking part in the faster session at 1 o'clock.
So at 1 o'clock, we'll be seeing University of Lancashire, University of the West of England, UWE. We'll then see University of Warwick. Very exciting stuff. Really enjoy their car. Staffordshire University, another car to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, we'll also have Technical University of Denmark, DTU, Vermilion. More on those later. We'll have that very shortly for you. University of Birmingham, University of Malta, University of the Basque Country, Biscaya, Edith Cowan University, and of course, Modena. Now, a couple of points to make. In terms of Vermilion, they had their suspension collapse yesterday. It was almost, but not quite, the carbon fibre elements. Now, I was talking to one of the Dynamics volunteers earlier in the week. A lot of teams that we're seeing here at Silverstone this year running carbon fibre suspension elements. And as a result, this Dynamics volunteer looked at me and said, one of them will fail. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. It was almost, but not quite in the case of Vermilion. Basically, the glue that they used to hold in the bearing that then slots onto the chassis came away, and the whole thing collapsed. They've since replaced both elements on the rear end, so the front, rear left and rear right have both been replaced. They've gone through scrutineering to get the car re-scruted. They should be ready to go for their stint in the 1 o'clock session. Turning our attention back to the 10 o'clock session, this is really strange, Jess. I met someone from Birmingham City University who might as well be my little brother, because he's literally called William Cosgrove, the exact same name as my dad. Really strange, really strange. I'm in doubt as to whether Birmingham City University are going to run, which is a shame. They're looking for a specific part, and no one in the paddock seems to have it. It seems to be very rare, very limited in terms of its usage across the Formula Student field. They're really struggling to locate this, so fingers crossed for Birmingham City University, and if you are supporting them at home, I just need to warn you in advance, they're struggling to locate this very key component. So take it with a pinch of salt as to whether they're going to run. And with all due respect, I love them to bits. Good luck to them. But they are struggling, to say the least. Meanwhile, Aberdeen are in the queue. Now, this is interesting. This is very, very interesting.
We've got Leeds that are 5th in the queue.
This is it, yeah. Leeds are right there, second, waiting to go. But actually, as you've just said there, Jess, they're 5th in the schedule.
I have seen Cambridge as cast somewhere in the paddock, so hopefully they could get their cars in. And don't forget, if they have to change their parts significantly, they have to get their cars re-scrutineered. So it's going to be tight to see if some of those cars can make it. But of course, with these slower cars, there were reliability issues yesterday in the sprint. Yes, they set a time, but it wasn't very competitive. So for quite a lot of these teams that you're going to see out there on the circuit currently, very soon, quite a lot of these teams are just want to make endurance, and we are here at Silverstone in a massive heat wave, which is very unprecedented at Silverstone, and that's not going to go well for some teams that may haven't fixed their engine cooling yet. So for most of these teams, they just want to make it for endurance because they're going to get more points, and they'll more than likely finish higher than teams that have not completed endurance. So we're going to keep an eye on that. The heat is going to play a massive factor today, but luckily it's going to be less hot than this afternoon.
So people asking, is the running order posted anywhere? Yes, if you go to the Formula Student Instagram, it's on the Instagram stories. It is there for you if you're interested. Will teams be penalised for running later? Is there a deficit that teams running in the morning session will face compared to the afternoon session? You mentioned faster cars in the afternoon. Is that just off the sprint from yesterday? Yes, not good gaming. It is indeed simply from the sprint yesterday. So they won't get any points deficit from being in the earlier stint. Having said that, if they run out of order, they will get a penalty. So bear that in mind. Ewan Huddleston saying, come on Aberdeen, start the day off strong. Angela saying, have a great run Aberdeen. Lauren saying, any news on what happened with Southampton's front wing yesterday? We're not quite sure. We caught at the end of their stint that actually the front, I think it was the front left wing, was just trailing along the tarmac, and the whole wing was completely out of balance, lopsided, and I didn't really spot it until someone commented on the live stream. And we're not quite sure what's happened since. Now, Southampton are not due to... Well, actually, they're supposed to be running in second, and they're not here yet. So,
We're meant to have
potentially...
3 cars on the circuit. That coming up soon. That's why we're not starting yet, because we can't see
No,
Cambridge
indeed.
and we
And
can't see Southampton.
I wonder, Jess, if some of these teams are having to go through re-scrutineering, because a lot of them
Yes.
came out yesterday. They posted lap times, and then in trying to post even faster times, they ended up DNFing, and I wonder whether perhaps they've got to fix the problem and have the car re-scrutineered, and that is why we haven't seen a lot of the initial runners in endurance.
Which is a shame, because they did so well to try and get here to sprint and endurance yesterday. Some of them, it was their first time on a dynamic event. Like, I think for the majority of these teams, we have not seen them in acceleration. So, yeah, it's gonna be a tall order. Yes, they score a point in dynamics, but not much points.
No, indeed. Meanwhile, Surrey, this was quite interesting. So Surrey ran their car in an event. Oh, hang on a minute. Have we got a car going? No, I seem...
No, that's another.
I know, there is a car.
That's a
Aberdeen are being
vehicle.
brought up to the line immediately. Surrey ran for the first time in 7 years yesterday, and you can tell how much it means to them because the driver lost out on one of the laps because of a red flag and was immediately up to race control to talk to the Dynamics volunteers about why there was no opportunity to rerun again. So you can see how much they care about this. Aberdeen care just as much. There's a big noise off the line. That's a huge start then. And we're underway for endurance at Formula Student 2026. Car 72 setting us off. And that's immediately gone to... That's gone south. That's gone real south for Aberdeen. It was a loud start, Jess.
A bit of a splutter on the engine as well. It didn't look very healthy as they get off the line. And don't forget, they have about a minute or 2 minutes to get the car restarted.
It is restarted. We can hear it from here, and they are back underway. But already looking like there may be problems. That looks a lot more consistent,
And
though,
there's
into
a
the
cone
chicane.
that's got knocked.
They have got a cone then, but at the moment, I think cones are the least of their worries, and staying on the power might be the bigger concern. Through Brutus Maximus they go. Out of Brutus Maximus, it's looking gentle. In fact, it looks like it's stopped. There's a yellow flag. There is indeed a yellow flag on course, and Aberdeen have stopped and started again.
They're carrying on. They're carrying on.
That was good news there for Aberdeen. This is only lap 1 of what will have to be 26 laps in total to complete those 22 kilometres of this 0.87 metre course. And unfortunately for Aberdeen, their power does not seem to be consistent. Meanwhile, coming up to the line, I think Leeds are building their revs as previously.
There's no other teams in the lead, Giles.
That doesn't sound healthy, Jess. I think that
gear?
there's something loose. That exhaust is loose. The exhaust manifold on the back of the Aberdeen car is loose and vibrating dramatically any time the driver gets on the revs, which is a real shame. That's come loose right at the opening lap of their attempt at endurance. Heartbreak for Aberdeen. There may be a solution to this. I hate to say it, because I know how competitive they are, and I know how fast that car can be, but they may just want to run slow. They are in the first session, and if they run slowly, they may be able to bring it home, provided they don't get a meatball flag.
Yes, because there are meatball flags in Formula Student, just like we have in Formula 1. So they're going to be doing 1 lap, but it's not going to be a fast lap. But again, you just want to complete endurance.
Well, they're coming past us in the commentary box, and they are bouncing off the rev limiter. I suspect perhaps they may even be stuck in 1 gear as well. So not only is the exhaust manifold loose on the back of the Aberdeen car, but judging by the sound of it as they passed us here in the commentary box, I wonder whether perhaps they are stuck in a single gear, bouncing off the top end of the rev limiter, and unfortunately aren't able to change up, which would explain the pace as well. And as the comments are coming in, we've got Angela saying, "Come on, Aberdeen, take it easy, slow and steady." Caramel Crispy saying it's not loose, it's just vibrating. Well, that would be why it's vibrating. The revs are incredibly high. They may well be stuck in 1 gear, perhaps, and that would also explain why they're stalling.
They're
I think it might just be a case of stalling because they can't get where they want to be in the gears. I think. Remember, this is all conjecture from where we are, unless someone can confirm from Aberdeen what the issue is.
Their first lap was a 2 minute 17.030.
Angela coming in with tortoise in the hair again today. Do agree. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Ashford, my friend and yours, wonderful person, asking, morning, do we have eyes on Exeter? I haven't seen Exeter this morning, but I know they are due to run towards the end of this first session. I should suspect you'll see them around 11:30 here on track. Currently on track is Aberdeen, struggling with what we suspect is a frozen gearbox. It won't get out of gear and it's stuck in one, bouncing off the rev limiter. Meanwhile, that's going to not help out for Leeds. Leeds were car number 5 and they were out on track immediately as the second car. But this is going to be a bit of an awkward one for Leeds because Aberdeen are lapping very slowly. But having said that, Leeds don't look particularly much faster.
Definitely not, but they weren't looking that fast yesterday, but they just wanted to get a lap in at the sprint. I think for them, just finishing endurance, I think it's even more important. So, yeah, we want to see what their lap could do as they go through the hairpin. It seems to be a lot faster than Aberdeen. And some cars, if they have problems, they're probably just going to be told, just get a lap in, and that's even done.
They've brought Aberdeen in. They have brought Aberdeen in. That's
Safety
after
reasons,
only
it looks like.
2 laps, I suspect. Unfortunately for Aberdeen, it may be over before it started. They may be allowed back out after an inspection, but for now, University of Leeds have got a completely open track, which will allow them to put the power down and get some laps in. The air is already smelling of hot engine, and it's only 22 minutes past 10.
I can't imagine how hot in the cockpit it's going to be, especially as we get into the afternoon sessions as well. So not only they got to manage a hot track, they got to manage a hot suit and a hot car and a hot cockpit. So Leeds is going to be the first representative lap time of the day. As they go up to the line, they complete their first few laps of endurance, which is a good start for them.
First lap completed for the University of Leeds. On to lap 2. Here at Copse Corner, live from Silverstone for Endurance of Formula Student 2026. Giles Cosgrove and Jess Ball here in the commentary box with you as through the chicane on the approach to Brutus Maximus are the University of Leeds. And their latest time is a 1:38.450. So that one, a 1:38 for Leeds. They haven't reappealed. That's a very slow exit from Brutus Maximus into the chicane. I should say slalom, sorry. Now that slalom does get tighter as it progresses, so it really creeps up on the teams, especially on that powerful exit out of Brutus Maximus as they come past us here in the commentary box through the chicane, which tests the vehicle's handling. It's one of the harshest corners on the course. It's great to see how the suspension responds as they come past us on the high-speed section of the course, heading towards what has been dubbed the not-so-straight and the Welsh Wiggle before we arrive at the Bales double apex hairpin. Here we are, through the hairpin they go. Now they've taken that tight line on exit there. Several lines possible, there's a wide line available if you should choose to do so. Through the Mansell Meander and across the line to complete another lap then for the University of Leeds. Lap 2 down, onto lap 3 for driver number 1 for the University of Leeds. A clear track after the University of Aberdeen were pulled in following 2 laps completed. The car looked to be stuck in gear as far as we could tell here in the commentary box. The manifold on the exhaust vibrating significantly as a result of those high revs. We're still looking for several other teams who should have joined us prior to Leeds being out here, but they just weren't in the queue. Southampton, Cambridge and Birmingham City University. We're not quite sure whether Birmingham City are going to be running. They were looking for a key component that they weren't able to find anywhere in the paddock, or whether they were able to borrow it from someone. Usually you can, but in this instance it was so rare that unfortunately they seem to have been left in the lurch. University of Leeds then through that slalom and on to the chicane. Completely untroubled now. They've got the pleasure of a clean and open track. No other traffic on the circuit at the moment. Usually this is a pleasure reserved for those running in the top end of each session. In this instance, in session 1, the top end is occupied by the University of Oxford. But in this instance, the University of Leeds have got a clear track. And through they go into the Mansell Meander. We saw a lot of drama here last year with Exeter. Not the case in this instance for the University of Leeds. Exeter running in the second session, for those wondering. Across the line to complete their 3rd lap is the University of Leeds.
And it looks like that their engine noise sounds a lot better. It looks like driver confidence seems to be helping them here today. And through the slalom, they're looking a lot faster for Leeds. The most important thing about endurance is consistency for some teams. It's not about outright pace. It's can you put consistent laps together at high speed, trying to avoid the traffic that may be slower than you, and be able to get a good lap in. And most importantly, for Leeds, this is going to be good with their fuel efficiency.
It really is. It really is. They don't have to pull in to be overtaken by anybody. They don't get slowed up by slower cars. A clear track. This will pay off for the University of Leeds. All they've got to do is keep lapping. Unfortunately, the University of Aberdeen have been absent for so long. I wonder whether that's going to be a DNF for the University of Aberdeen. Heartbroken for them. They're big friends of us here in the commentary box. They take part in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. McScottish, a favourite of ours, and deeply disappointed for what looks to be an absent Aberdeen. And I suspect they will be qualified as a DNF, which is a real shame. Meanwhile, a meatball flag is coming out for the University of Leeds. The meatball flag is being brought out for the University of Leeds, and I can't tell why, Jess. Is there I just haven't been able to spot anything that could cause that flag.
Well, hopefully we'll find out from our roving reporters very soon. We do see, I think, one car in the queue, Glasgow Caledonian, so they're going to be
Let's have a look
getting
here.
some laps
They're
into.
just to the left of our screens. They're being examined by several different members of Motorsport UK marshals and scrutineers in green. There's a wider shot for you, and some of the volunteers from IMEC Formula Student having a word with the driver. They're looking at the rear of the car, inspecting it quite closely by the looks of things, are the marshals from MS UK alongside those volunteers from the IMEC Formula Student, and they're having a good look, potentially at the exhaust by the looks of things, or certainly that's the area that they're occupying, but they're pointing at something. Unfortunately, their backs are blocking the view. The driver looking on with anxiety, and of course this will be added to their time. Unfortunately, if they get back out there, this will inhibit their time. So for all of that clear track, this is going to inhibit them significantly, which is a real shame. I don't know what's wrong with the Uni of Leeds car. I can't see. We couldn't tell from here in our commentary box.
They were looking fast.
They were looking good. They were looking consistent. We couldn't see an issue. I'll tell you who else I can't see is University of Aberdeen. So I suspect they've been wheeled away. Real heartbreak for the Scots, gutted for them. Meanwhile, the conference around the University of Leeds car continues. Everybody has an opinion. The question is, whose opinion will win out? Will they be allowed to return to circuit, or will this be the second DNF of the day of the two starters? Crying shame for the University of Leeds. I can't work out from here what was causing that. Maybe there are those in the commentary box who may, in the comments I should say, oh dear, stick and taken off the front of Leeds.
Yeah, I saw that. There was one of the. I was noticing that. I was going to point that out. One of the screw stickers was taken off.
I did. That's exactly the opposite of what the University of Leeds will want. And
the question is, which sticker?
Well, this is it. And of course, if you take a sticker off during endurance, it's hardly like they can go and get it fixed and re-screwed it in and back out there, because it's one and done for endurance.
Yeah, it's pretty much, if you DNF, you DNF. The only people that are allowed another chance after the fast lot are the ones that haven't done endurance.
Well, this is it. But the team are back here. And I'm not quite sure. You can see Glasgow Caledonian waiting in the background there. Now, they have turned up on time. They were scheduled to be 6th to run after the University of Leeds. But that is a DNF. That's a DNF for the University of Leeds. Oh, we'd love to know why. And hopefully one of our roving reporters, Sheryl or Monty, can come and get some information for us in the pit lane. We're not quite sure at all why they've been DNF'd, but that looks to be over for the University of Leeds. One of the scrutineering stickers was pulled off. I saw them fiddling with the nose cone. I didn't realise they were pulling a sticker off, Jess.
I'm just trying to think what it could be. Because obviously it's got to be something to do with the statics.
So you can see from the second driver, who hadn't even got behind the wheel of the University of Leeds car, the disappointment written all over his face, and I can really understand that. I can relate significantly. That's heartbreaking for Leeds, what was looking such a consistent run, especially with a clear track after that DNF from Aberdeen. So 2 cars have tried and 2 cars have fallen, Jess.
Yeah, I was getting a bit worried about the first few teams that to make it through endurance, which means points they're not going to score as many, but they're still going to be running probably in high positions. But it also depends how well they've done in the statics. If they've not done well in the statics, they're not going to score highly.
Comments coming in being suggested. Jack has said it looks like they took 2 off, the red one and another one, whilst Caramel Crispies has suggested brake light may not be working or potentially a hole in the exhaust. No idea. That all just sounds like conjecture. I appreciate that that's all we've got at the moment, but we don't have any hard substantial facts right now as to why Leeds have qualified as a DNF. It's a real shame there. That is a real shame, and hopefully we'll get you some more information. We're waiting for GCU to make their go of it, and they've been very much looking forward to it. Currently, the hot seat is unoccupied and will remain so for a little while longer, but you are on camera if you're sat there under the Formula Student gazebo with the hot seat, so do give us a wave. Glasgow Caledonian waiting for their run of endurance. TJ will be over the moon with this, as will Robbie and the rest of the team. They've been working towards this for 4 years now, and bear in mind that this is a team that started out 4 years ago in essentially a storage cupboard. This was where the universities stored their... What are those things called? The forklift. They stored the university forklift in the exact same space that Glasgow Caledonian originally occupied. In 4 years, they've turned it around and got out on track to be here competing with us in endurance. Car 42, numbered after, of course, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the meaning of life, the universe and everything. Formula Student tends to be the case of life, the universe and everything for all the students that compete in it. Now, they've got a GSXR 600 rear-mounted engine producing 65 horsepower. It's a fairly standard unit. It's not been messed around with. Low-cost, basic ICE, classic for Formula Student. ICE meaning internal combustion unit. Now, they've got a rear bulkhead, which reduces the complexity of the power unit chassis integration. So that bulkhead means that they're connecting all the rear connections of the chassis and the suspension all into one block, which is really helpful for simplicity. You've got push rods on the front and rear for ease of access, reworked bike shocks for FS by OEM, the original equipment manufacturer. They're not using aero, they've just got side pods for cooling. I appreciate that, I rate that. You don't need aero to do well in Formula Student until you're really up there with the big guns, and even then it's only a minimal performance increase that you'll get, although I imagine there's a lot of aerodynamicists working in Formula Student right now that would say otherwise, but you've got to get up to fairly high speeds for the aero to become effective. Now, you've got a semi-stressed sump. I think that's really interesting. It's just within the rules. It's in terms of interpretation, which is why alumni from GCU have gone on to work in Formula 1. And away go Glasgow Caledonian. They'll be over the moon with just the fact that they are actually out on track for the first time in 4 years for endurance. Congratulations to the Glaswegians. And away then they go, Jess.
Oh, here they go then for the first time. Could they be the first team to complete endurance? Their main goal in this competition is to compete in the dynamic events overall. So overall, they've exceeded expectations as they head through into the hairpin. And I was worried they would stop there, but they did a hard break there quite nicely, actually, for Glasgow Caledonian. Calm and collected their first lap. Just a bit of a feeler to make sure the car's working. And then so far, touch wood, it's looking okay.
It really is, and all they have to do is just bring it home. 26 laps in total, 13 for driver 1, a driver swap, and then on to driver 2. That driver swap is one of the most nerve-wracking moments you can experience in Formula Student, because of course you've got that 3-minute enforced stoppage time, by which point the engine is cooled slightly, and these engines are not mapped for cool restarts. They're mapped for hot restarts, and as a result, some teams running internal combustion engines, as Glasgow Caledonian are doing, will struggle to restart their car. I have been there with Cardiff several years, and it's nerve-wracking on every single occasion.
We've had many teams last year that, yes, their first run was fine, they looked quick, couldn't get the car restarted.
One lap down for Glasgow Caledonian. One down, 25 to go.
And still a long way to go for some of those teams, but Glasgow Caledonian are making their way through the slalom. Of course, it gets narrow every time they go through the course, through towards the hairpin then, hard braking through that corner just to even get there. Of course, they had the track walk earlier on today. I see quite a few teams going through the track walk. Some bits have changed from the sprint yesterday, but this bit hasn't, as it gets narrower and narrower, the car number 42. Very consistent so far, Giles.
It is looking good, and here is where you want to pay attention to how the car responds to an incredibly harsh chicane. Left and right immediately, and no problems whatsoever. Firmly planted. is the Glasgow Caledonian, and I'm really enjoying the chrome alloys. I rate that on a Formula Student car. This is, not only does it look simple and effective, it just looks nice. It looks tidy, it looks gorgeous. I love it from Glasgow Caledonian. As they head through the Mansell Meander, watch for the exit on here. Several teams struggling with it last year, led to a lot of drama, but no trouble here for GCU. As we've got a question in from Not Good Gaming, are laps completed in endurance worth any points, even with a DNF? Yes, they are. Those they are, Jess. Yeah,
right, okay.
Any laps you complete in endurance will be worth points, because it takes a heck of a lot of time to get there. So any laps you have completed, so Leeds and Aberdeen will still receive points for the laps that they have completed, but of course completing endurance in total is where the big points lie. 250 points up for grabs, and then of course you will also get points for efficiency. That's going to really play into the overall results here, because of course the front two runners are running a hybrid power unit, electric power for Basque Country, Bizkaia. They'll benefit from that, and at the moment I think Bizkaia are just about at the top, but it's very, very tight between them, Modena and Edith Cowan. Right now though, on track for what I believe is their second lap, Jess, or was their third lap? I think it's their third lap, is Glasgow Caledonian University.
It looks faster. It looks faster with driver confidence. I have to say, for Glasgow Caledonian, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now from Glasgow, which is always great. It's always nice to see the Scottish teams representing Formula Student, but I think it seems to me that this could be the only Scottish team that finished Formula Student as it stands. Still waiting to see if we got any more seats. The cone got knocked. That was close.
That was, thank goodness the car is clearly well put together, because on the exit of the final corner, they unfortunately clipped a cone and it launched the car momentarily into the air. The car coming down with a bump. Hopefully that hasn't dislodged anything in the electronics, because those have always been sensitive in these Formula Student cars. Remember, these are prototypes built by students over the course of 12 months, and it's looking at the moment though like we've got a well put together car that can handle the jump, or the drop I should say, from getting a bit of air off those cones. Those cones, very sturdy, and this is what the problem was with Vermilion yesterday. I was talking to them and we were trying to work out exactly what had gone wrong. Had the suspension on the rear right of Vermilion's car collapsed yesterday during sprint, leading to an excursion into the cones, or had an excursion into the cones caused that breakage of the suspension link? It was the latter. They caught the cones, and the cones are made of very thick rubber, and as a result the suspension link broke between the suspension arm and the connector on the Vermilion car, which is why they've spent all evening repairing them. Meanwhile, looking very good are Glasgow Caledonian here, with a lap time on its way as they come through the final corners. They've collected another cone, unfortunately, through the Mansell Meander, and they come through to complete another lap, Jess.
And more crucially, with that cone, they got it, well, off the car, which is very, very great to see. It's around lap 3, lap 4 here for car 42. Still yet to see some other cars in at the queue then. I wonder if they're just fixing some part. And another cone got knocked off for the University of Glasgow. So we're still waiting for the likes of Oxford Brookes. We know they had a few problems yesterday that they were fixing into tonight as well. And we're still, obviously, we've got Surrey, Sheffield, Hallam, Exeter and Oxford that will be in the queue as well. But more crucially, Glasgow is still going. If you want to find out the times yourself, you can go on FS Stats, and that will be overall times that the teams are doing as we speak. So you can see, well, that's excluding cone penalties.
Yeah, those cones are going to be added on, and added on in quite a significant way, as all the love in the world is coming through for GCU. Caramel Crispy says, well done, Glasgow Caledonian. Long way in 4 years. Valerie says, go ECU.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Car 42 on track for endurance. Currently, the only car out on track. We've had 2 DNFs so far. Sorry to signpost your pain, but it's worth updating, unfortunately. Aberdeen and the University of Leeds. We're currently missing Southampton, Cambridge and Birmingham City University. Of those 3, Birmingham City, less of a surprise, having spoken to them in the pit lane yesterday. Big shout out to William Cosgrove. What are the odds of that? Very strange. We are missing Southampton and Cambridge. Not sure where they are. Who should be following Glasgow Caledonian is only Oxford Brookes, which could make life a bit more difficult for Glasgow Caledonian, because we know that in order to actually be vying up there with the big boys, Oxford Brookes are going to have to be really pushing it, and Glasgow Caledonian may well be pushed out of the way as a result, because Glasgow Caledonian, they're lapping at what I suspect is around their apex. But in the case of Oxford Brookes, they were inhibited by inconsistent power during sprint yesterday. That was not representative of how fast their car actually is, and I do wonder, therefore, if it's going to be a bit of a problem for them.
We've got times now. Their best laps are 1:15.15. Their last lap was a 1:24, so they kept it conservative this lap, it seems.
On lap 6 are Glasgow Caledonian, the furthest any team has gone so far in Formula Student 2026 Endurance. Thank you ever so much to the timing team for their assistance in getting the timings up and running here in the commentary box as they come through the final throws of their 6th lap. Do Glasgow Caledonian, waiting in the wings somewhere is Oxford Brookes, who might be about to make life a little more spicy for the team from Glasgow as they come across the line to complete their 6th lap. And the time, Jess, is a 1:17.33, not quite their fastest, but fairly close. The consistency has been found.
And that is important in endurance then. We got one more driver still to go, but just finding their way through this circuit, through into the hairpin, slowly but surely. I think their engine seems to be running very far. I'm liking that. I'm liking the look of their car as well. That's going to build on the foundations ahead of next year. I'm surely they're going to have high expectations for next year, now after they've made endurance this year. So this is very great to see. I do follow their socials as well, and it's great to see the progress over these 4 years for car 42. But I think their progress may be inhibited with, of course, the faster car of Oxford Brookes, who, well, they are a faster car, and if you are in a slower session, well, your time is going to be probably inhibited with slower cars. So that's why the sprint is important yesterday.
And this is exactly it, Jess. And this is the problem that not only Glasgow Caledonia are going to have, having to be potentially blue flagged consistently if Oxford Brookes are lapping at the pace I expect them to be, but they will find frustration in having to wait behind a slower car for those blue overtaking bays that you're seeing dotted around the course. Having said that, Glasgow are looking really consistent here. That's their fastest lap, a 1:14.53, 7 laps down, 8th in progress, 13 for each driver to complete before the end of the course. 22 kilometres in total for endurance. Comments coming in. We're asking, meanwhile, for a shout out for Yusuf from UCL from Bethany. He's been an amazing leader this year, says Bethany. So big shout out to Yusuf. UCL, we do miss you. Both UCL and Glasgow Caledonian receive sponsorship from the Bugatti Trust. And I would just like to shout out Angela and all the team at the Bugatti Museum and the Bugatti Trust for their support of several Formula Student teams here at Silverstone. It's really very much appreciated, and Prescott Hill Climb is a wonderful event. So wonderful, in fact, I'll be commentating there on Saturday next week. So if you fancy a trip up to Glasgow, not Glasgow, that's a very long way away from, of course, crikey Moses. Prescott is not in Glasgow, is it, Jess?
No.
It's
Learn
way
your
down
geography.
south. I have learnt it, I've just forgotten it. But it's there somewhere.
Well, to be fair, I didn't do geography at school, so I don't think I'll be any better, but probably not much worse. But of course, Glasgow, we love the Glasgow regions because obviously they do well in the sim racing series as well with the University of Glasgow. University of Glasgow did well in the static events yesterday, which was very great to see, scoring highly in quite a lot of them. Obviously, we've not seen them out on track yet, but they've done well in static, which is impressive.
But as we all know, Prescott is in Cheltenham, which is in Gloucester, and there's a cone flying out the way there, caught by the rear end of the Glasgow Caledonian car. They've just completed their fastest lap. Their 8th lap was their fastest, 1:14.03. The times are tumbling for Glasgow Caledonian as they find their groove. The first time this team has completed an endurance, competed any dynamic events at all here at Formula Student. 4 years in the making for these guys. I have seen the car run elsewhere, but it's the first time it's been run out on track at Formula Student here at Silverstone on Copse Corner. 8 laps completed, 9th in progress for driver number 1 for GCU. Fastest lap of 1:14.03.
1:14.03, not quite fast enough for the big boys, but that's not what they were. Well, they were expecting to be this pace. This is probably the peak of their performance, which is great. Endurance is not just about, of course, how fast you are. It's how consistent you are. Glasgow just set another lap, and that's a 1:13.6, Giles. That's their fastest lap.
They are lapping with a consistently increasing pace, the Glaswegians, as they lock in and find a groove with this car. They've done approximately 10 to 12 hours testing so far over the course of 3 days. But those 10 to 12 total hours include a static engine test. Now we're cooking. In the queue, we have got of course, Oxford Brookes, we've got Surrey, and we've got Sheffield Hallam.
All in the right order.
They are in the right order.
So that's good,
We
no
are
penalty.
missing, unfortunately, Southampton, as legendary KM says, hope everything's okay with Southampton Uni. We don't know. They were struggling with their front wing yesterday, was traipsing across the tarmac. I suspect they're going to have to go and get that fixed and re-scrutineered. They may have to get the entire car re-scrutineered if they have to get the aero off, which will slow them right down. Sincerely hope they are able to get through and get out on track before the end of the day, irrespective of the penalty they'll receive for running out of order. Glasgow then coming through into the Bale hairpin. And no problems there. Into the Mansell Meander now. Now, several teams last year struggled with this. We saw Wuhan University. There was a tyre wall on the exit of that, and they drove straight into the tyre wall. And, of course, Exeter rather famously span it 180 degrees right into the path of Sheffield Hallam, who aborted and very, very, very carefully managed to avoid a head-on impact. So, fair play to them.
Interestingly enough, they're going to be on circuit together again.
Potentially, yes, actually, because Sheffield Hallam qualified right behind University of Exeter. University of Exeter, we'll have to wait and see what they can do here. Meanwhile, there's the car on track right now. Car 42 from Glasgow Caledonian. Their 11th lap underway, 10 completed. Their latest a 1:14.77. Their fastest a 1:13.67. Just easing off now as the driver change comes into sight for driver number 1. At the end of 13 laps, they'll come in. They'll switch the engine off. They'll be held for a minimum of 3 minutes as they get driver number 1 out and driver number 2 in with the assistance of 2 additional team members. And then they'll be having to restart the car within 1 minute, which is easier said than done when you're running an internal combustion engine. Bear in mind, though, several talented members of GCU involved in getting this car to where it is, as through the final couple of corners they come. Now, this final corner has been a bit difficult for them previously. It launched them into the air earlier when they caught a couple of cones. No such issues on this occasion, and that's a time of 1:14.22. 11 laps completed. On to their 12th, the driver change in sight for Glasgow Caledonian.
And that is more than we've seen from the other teams so far, and that is a benchmark to beat for all the teams here at Cops Corner for the final event of Formula Student here in Silverstone. And of course they had the track walk earlier, and they would have had a rough idea of what the teams would be facing, and they would have probably understand the forecast as we speak as well. And there's a lot of support for Glasgow at the moment, or Glasgow Caledonian, as they've got a few more laps to go before they drive a change.
Here we go through the high-speed section of the course into this rather demanding chicane. It's very tight, and you can see the suspension responding accordingly. You can see how the cars have been set up. Malta dancing through there. You look forward to seeing them later out on track as they go through the second slalom and on to the Welsh Wiggle before the Bales hairpin at the bottom of this course. Now, they can take a wide line through here, but they have chosen that tighter exit. And on to the Mansell Meander. No issues for them through here. Heading towards the final corner. Now, this is a real harsh corner. Full 90-degree right lock. And they cross the line with a time of 1:14.20. Onto the final lap for this driver. And is that Southampton's car in the background? I'm just seeing being wheeled towards the start. That's interesting. That's quite interesting. There's they're on the other side, though. I think Southampton might be being re-scrutineered, as we suspected earlier. Oxford Brookes on the line, Jess. This is going to be all important. And they've lost power immediately off the line. They've got to get that car restarted. They were thumbs up. They were about to get underway. They haven't broken the timing beam, but they are stuck on the line. They were just launched off, and a few inches later came to a halt. They're away again now, though. But that is not the confident start we expect from Oxford Brookes, as Glasgow Caledonians driver number 1 is in the final throes of their final lap for endurance, headed towards the driver swap. Our Glasgow Caledonian, car 42, 4 years in the making. And what can they do as they head through the final hairpin on the course, keeping it nice and gentle?
Oxford Brookes has stopped.
Oxford Brookes have stopped, but we're just going to stay with Glasgow Caledonian for the moment as they finish their first stint. 13 laps complete for Glasgow Caledonian. Into the pits they go. Driver number 1 down. Driver number 2 into the cockpit for Glasgow Caledonian as our attention turns to Oxford Brookes, who are back underway again. But this inconsistent power is really going to spoil any chances of a fast time in endurance, and that's what they're going to need in order to compete up there with Basque Country, Edith Cowan and Modena.
Of course, Oxford Brookes always tend to do very well in the statics, don't they? But not doing quite as well in the dynamics, and that's where the big point are rewarded here at Silverstone. So they just got to keep it up there. They got an entirely new concept of a car this year, so they had to learn to adapt. Of course, the heat may change things. It's the first EV car that's going out there on the circuit, so they'll all be potentially be good for that. And the start, when they broke the timing beam, well, it's going to inhibit them a little bit. So they go up to the line for their lap 1 completed, and it's a 1:38.41, unrepresentative at all for Oxford Brookes. Of course, we'll keep an eye on Glasgow Caledonian as they're losing power a little bit. They're grinding to a halt, is Oxford Brookes, and let's hope they can get the car restarted. They have a minute to do so. The driver is in despair, and a yellow flag is waving.
Power back on, though.
There we go.
There's a problem with that car somewhere in terms of throttle response, and it's killing the car all of a sudden, and I wonder whether it keeps going into limp home mode and it's not into something to do with ready to drive, and
Yes.
that's a real shame for Oxford Brookes. They've just got to get it through and see, because bear in mind they have one design. In spite of the inconsistent performance here, they won the design static event yesterday, so they've got a lot of points in these static events. And as a result,
They're still going to finish quite highly,
Yeah,
but not as high as the other teams that have also done well in static.
This is it. So they've just got to get through and get it done. But the thing is, I know they're going to be disappointed with this because I spoke to them earlier in the week, and it's the first time since they've gone electric that they've got a brand new concept on the car. The car's got significantly smaller compared to last year. They've got 4 in-hub electric motors, but they've got a significant amount of recovery available on the power, meaning they don't need to worry about coasting to maintain the charge in the batteries. What they've got here is 80 kilowatt drive, but 100 kilowatt regen, meaning they can max the power for the whole of endurance. They were hoping to therefore post a very, very quick endurance time. But with this inconsistent power across the board, it drops away, we suspect, due to something regarding the ready-to-drive system.
It's always this bit. It's
Yeah.
always this bit they seem to lose it, but no such trouble there for Oxford Brookes. I think they just got to keep it consistent. That's all they've got to do.
So the front end of the aero is focused on driving as much air as possible into the air cooling ducts that you can see on either side of the car. The entire car is air cooled for the first time. No water cooling being used on this new Oxford Brookes car. And as a result, that front aero is there driving the air into the scoops on either side. The floor is there to suck the car onto the ground through the corners. And they're coming through now to complete what I suspect is going to be their 3rd lap, and it's going to be a time of 1:04.04, their fastest lap from Oxford Brookes. They found their groove, and they've proven that with this regen on the car, they really can max it. 1:04 is very quick for endurance. It's just a case of can they be consistent. It's looking better now.
It's looking better. It's looking like just what we want Oxford Brookes to see, because, of course, when we saw the launch on the Formula Student podcast, and, we got the University of Surrey then on their lap. No sign of Glasgow Caledonian. I'm sure it's been over 3 minutes.
I hadn't spotted that, Jess, but you might well be right. Glasgow Caledonian possibly missing in action as away go Surrey. Now, I've been asked by Baines, can you shout Ollie Baines and the team at Surrey, who have been working lots of long hours to get the car on track. A big shout out to the University of Surrey. Spent a lot of time nosing around with them in the pits.
Good news, GCU are ready for driver 2.
Oh, thank goodness for that. God, Jess, you were giving me a mini heart attack with that. I hadn't spotted the time it got on. But yeah, thank goodness for that. Glasgow Caledonian waiting then to get underway with driver 2. Surrey on your screens right now. The first time in 7 years that Surrey have run a car out on track. Glasgow Caledonian there waiting on the line. Surrey coming past us in the commentary box across the track. Now, they were actually having a long discussion yesterday with the dynamic volunteers from IMECI Formula Student as to their times and why they weren't able to recompete with certain times, because it means so much to them. And there's a yellow flag there because Oxford Brookes have stopped again. So Surrey immediately having to renegotiate, and that's really not gone well for Surrey because the revs have dropped in having to try and get around the stranded Oxford Brookes car, and they need to get the car restarted. It's stalled. That's really awkward for Surrey, and it's really going to slow them down. But they got the power back on, and now they're just going to nurse the car around Oxford Brookes. Oxford Brookes have stopped again. Surrey being directed back onto the course. That won't count as an off-course because, of course, Oxford Brookes are stranded there. And away then goes Surrey to complete their first lap. They're going to be annoyed about that. They're a competitive team. They know this car can be a lot quicker. That's a 146.78, but that is a 146 with yellows. It's a crying shame for their first lap. The first lap, though, underway then for the second driver from Glasgow Caledonian, who I suspect is going to meet this yellow flag as well. And they are slowing right down as the yellow flags are waved in front of them. Oxford Brook still stranded on the exit of the Bales hairpin, and the car has been brought near enough to a halt as the driver discusses with the marshals as to which route to take around the stranded Oxford Brook's car. Drama here at Silverstone, Jess.
Well, that's Formula Student for you. Every year there's drama in endurance, but not quite what you would expect. Oxford Brook's usually a top running team. We usually expect them to see in the faster session. There are still, Surrey has stopped at a different part of the circuit as we got Glasgow Caledonian trying to make their way through Oxford Brook's. But yeah, not the start that Surrey would have wanted. They have stalled the car, and I think Glasgow Caledonian will have to negotiate their car. But driver 2 has gone on to their next lap for Glasgow, and that is a 148.41 due to the yellow flags.
More yellow flags in the way for Glasgow Caledonian. Driver number 2 not having much luck as they head out onto track and immediately are greeted with 2 yellows. Surrey clearly unable to get out of the way in this occasion as well, and I wonder whether perhaps this might be over for Surrey as Glasgow are waved around the stranded Surrey car. Now bear in mind, the teams that are stuck out on track will have a set amount of time to get the car back going again before the marshals touch the car, and the car is classified as a DNF. As a cone gone there on the slalom for GCU.
But that's the least of their worries at the moment.
Absolutely, 2 yellow flags, 2 cars at either end of the course blocking their way round and adding approximately, by my mark, 35 seconds to their fastest pace. A real crying shame for Glasgow, a crying shame as well for the team stranded there. In this case, Oxford Brookes and Surrey. And Jess, have you got eyes on either of those? Are either of them being wheeled away yet?
I'm seeing the marshals on both sides of the Surrey car. I can't see Oxford Brookes just yet, but I can see the marshals, I think, just communicating with the dynamics officials to see what's going to happen. Surrey is trying, bless them.
Glasgow being wheeled around Oxford Brookes again, catching another cone as they try and get back onto the line. On the exit of the final corner, there's another cone gone for Glasgow Caledonian. That final corner directly in front of us in the commentary box is definitely going to be one to watch today as the teams get faster and faster throughout the afternoon. And meanwhile, Surrey are still there.
So is Oxford Brookes.
Being directed by the marshals of Glasgow Caledonian around the Surrey car, slowing right down as they have to under the yellow flags. But how long can Oxford Brookes and Surrey remain out on track before the marshals remove the cars? I do have to wonder if this is over for Oxford Brookes and over for Surrey. I hate to say it on both occasions, both teams looking strong. The first new concept from Oxford Brookes in the years they've since gone to electric vehicles, and in the case of Surrey, the first time they've been on track in 7 years. They've been competing so well, having fought through plenty of issues to get out here. And it's a crying shame on both occasions. Glasgow Caledonian, meanwhile, posting a 128, so at least they're not being held up quite as much. 17th lap in progress, 16th completed, I suspect. In fact, it might be on their 16th lap right now. Yellow flag still out. Scrutineers looking at the Oxford Brookes car alongside team members. Another cone clip there for Glasgow Caledonian. Quite honestly, I wouldn't worry about it. Robbie coming past us in the commentary box, as goes Glasgow as well. Caledonian through them, through turn 1 and 2 of the course. That left-hander out of the circuit, we just call it the corner with no name.
I think I see Surrey moving.
You think you saw Surrey moving, did you?
Yeah, I saw Surrey moving, yes.
Okay, Surrey potentially back.
Actually, no, they're stopping. It was just Glasgow Caledonian.
Oh, okay. There we are. I mean, there are a lot of teams running in blue and yellow this year, which makes it like Bath, Surrey and Glasgow Caledonian all running similar liveries and similar team uniforms, which means it's very difficult for us to tell them apart. But on this occasion, it's a little bit easier because Glasgow's the one moving. Glasgow Caledonian then into the high-speed section of the course. And I suspect that might be all over for Oxford Brookes.
I think I see a marshal touching the car, I think.
There's a big conference around the Oxford Brookes car, the driver having a conversation with the collective volunteers from the IMEC and Motorsport UK. as Glasgow Caledonian head towards that conference. They're not there to submit a paper or post a poster. They are just wanting to get around.
And with Surrey's instance, their marshal is just doing all he can to try and help Surrey get the car restarted. There's only one marshal with Surrey at the moment as we speak. So I think they're just giving them some tips in order to do so.
Meanwhile, through turns 1 and 2, go Glasgow Caledonian. 17 laps complete, 18th in progress. And they're looking very good. 119.14, their latest, Glasgow Caledonian.
I think most of their laps for driver 2 are getting hindered by the stranded car.
Absolutely. They're losing a lot of pace. Joanna asking, do you have any update on the Uni of Manchester Stinger car? Are they through scrutineering? Will they get on track for endurance? I don't know is the answer. I know Manchester had issues. Manchester passed Scroot according to FS Stats. Thank you, Caramel Crispy, for that
well,
one.
they were the first. I do believe they will
Oxford
have to
are
be
out.
Scroot, and
Oxford
Surrey
Brooks
is
are
out.
out.
Surrey's out as well.
Oxford Brooks are out. Surrey are out as well. Glasgow on track. Surrey being wheeled away. Oxford Brooks being wheeled away. The track finally clear for driver number 2 from Glasgow Caledonian. Heartbreak for both the University of Oxford Brooks and of course the University of Surrey. Both teams out. In the case of Surrey, it was over before it began, and Oxford Brooks didn't get that much further. Only 3 laps completed for Oxford Brooks, 1 lap completed for Surrey.
Oh.
Disaster then for both. Heartbreak for them. My condolences, as meanwhile Glasgow Caledonian continue on their way, now uninhibited by yellow flags.
We get to see their true pace from Glasgow Caledonian for driver 2 now. They were probably feeling a bit frustrated, but now they're going to negotiate this corner past the bus stop for the first time in the speed there. And you can see the Oxford Brooks car being pulled away. Absolutely heartbreak for them, but Glasgow Caledonian looks like they're a lot faster. I did see a go being knocked, it looks like, but only a little bit for Glasgow Caledonian. That looks very tidy from driver 2 so far. Definitely embedding into this circuit. For some of these teams, it's the first time that they competed at Silverstone. For many years for Glasgow Caledonian, it's the first time ever. Good history there as well. The cone will be the least of their worries, and it won't be as fast as obviously as we see the other teams. But at least they're running at the moment. They're currently in the lead in endurance.
They are. Let's not jinx it for them just yet. Mind you, here's the team to watch next year. So Glasgow Caledonian had a bit of rotten luck this week, and just as they completed their brake test, they lost stickers because as they completed their brake test, their brake discs went on the wonk and unfortunately had to be repaired and replaced. A big up to University of Glasgow and Strathclyde for lending a hand to Glasgow Caledonian to get them out on track. It did unfortunately mean that they missed skid pad and acceleration yesterday, which is a real shame because looking at the performance of this car, had they competed in all dynamic events, you'd be expecting a significant haul of points. Away will go Sheffield Hallam then. They are off with that big loud throaty noise out of that cherry coloured 28 car. Glasgow Caledonian meanwhile coming back into the view of our cameras, heading back down the course into the high speed section. Here they are then onto the chicane, which really does test the car's suspension and handling. And as I was saying there, I suspect if this is what they can do on just the Saturday afternoon and the Sunday with Glasgow Caledonian, imagine what they can do with the full dynamic events. There's a team to watch next year, Jess.
I agree. And with teams, it's stages of a Formula Student team, isn't it? Like you have one goal to start with. Yeah, just do statics and go for a few scrutineering, and then the next year then you build up to go through all scrutineering and maybe do endurance on the Sunday. For Glasgow Caledonian, I think the goal is to probably try and get through the scrutineering a lot earlier next year. They almost got through on the Friday, but let's hope they do that next. I would like to see them in full dynamic events today, but we've got Sheffield Hallam in the middle of their next lap. Seems to be very tidy for them. They were the first last year to complete endurance as well.
Run, Glasgow, run. Now, the Glaswegian team realising that they could be on for finishing endurance, and they've rocked up in a big way. So big up to the Glaswegians. Meanwhile, out on track, Sheffield Hallam have crossed the line to complete their first lap with a 1:14.87. On to lap 2 now. Glasgow Caledonian, meanwhile, 21 laps complete, 26 needed for the team from Glasgow. Their latest a 1:14.95, their fastest a 1:13.67. That's not a pun, that genuinely is the time. Don't even get me started. More to the point though, they are back lapping at the consistent pace we know they can be. Their time in endurance really would have been limited by those rather long yellow flags, Jess.
Which is a bit frustrating. The yellow flags, they are important in racing, but they're there for a long period of time. It's like in F1. It can hurt your laps as much as possible. As Sheffield Hallam looked very good through the slalom there, as Glasgow Caledonian complete their next lap. We're seeing more people from Glasgow Caledonian in the Cops Bank. And what I like about the Glaswegian teams in general and Scottish is they all support each other. When we were at the awards ceremony, every time a Scottish team go up to get a trophy or something, every team in Scotland are supporting each other. I like the camaraderie with the Scottish teams here today.
Scotland.
I think we'll see more of that tonight, I think.
I suspect we will. Half Glaswegian myself, so a little bit of home pride there for me myself. Meanwhile then, as a yellow flag out, oh dear, why is there a yellow flag out and where have Glasgow Caledonian gone? Hang on a minute, have we jumped the gun here? Where are Caledonian? We've got several camera feeds set up, and this is at Brutus Maximus. Well, Sheffield Hallam have stopped, but that yellow flag was up before they got there. And is that Sheffield Hallam, or is that
That's Sheffield Hallam. That's Sheffield Hallam.
That's Sheffield Hallam. Oxford Brooks. It's not Sheffield Hallam, and the car in front, there's only 2 cars on track. Jess, I really don't want to say these words.
Oh.
I think that's Glasgow Caledonian. They were the car in front of Sheffield Hallam. And the yellow flag came out before Sheffield Hallam reached the hairpin at the top of the course, Brutus Maximus. And has the brutality been maximised? I think that there is the nose cone of the Glasgow Caledonian car. Things were looking so unbelievably promising for the Glaswegians. We were beginning to get prematurely excited in the commentary box. 22 laps completed, but there it is, just poking out from the tyre wall, the static Glaswegian car. And it could be heartbreak for Scotland when things were looking so good.
I think we should not say, we shouldn't have said too much, Giles.
I think we may have spoken too soon.
Yes.
This is... So, Sheffield Hallam having to wait with the yellow flag. Glasgow Caledonian back underway. There's a moving roll hoop behind the tyre wall, and they're away once more. They are away again. There may have been a cone caught or two in that slalom, but at this point, just bring it home. There's
it looks like a cone got stuck.
Potentially then a cone stuck under the wheel of the Glasgow car. Thank goodness it's just that. We hope that's just conjecture from us.
Let's not say anything until we get to
conjecture from just us in the commentary box. Hang on a minute then. Who's this?
That's Sheffield Hallam.
Sheffield Hallam are out. What?
No.
I thought that... Hang on a minute.
They stopped as well.
So if they... I was under the impression, Jess, Glasgow Caledonian were ahead on track of Sheffield Hallam.
Yeah. Glasgow stopped first with the cone start, and then Sheffield Hallam stopped just before that.
And then... Oh, crikey Moses.
And they couldn't get the car restarted.
So the yellow flag was for Glasgow Caledonian, but it didn't really need the yellow flag because the only car following had already stopped.
Yes.
I can't keep up with all this. This is mental.
That's why you got me.
Thank you, Jess. 23 laps completed then for Glasgow Caledonian. Drama of all dramas here at Silverstone. The Glaswegians the closest to completing endurance. Ciao Bella, it seems, for the stranded car from Sheffield Hallam. I don't think they'd even completed one. They completed 2 laps. They're
going to get points
in the progress of their third, but disaster for Sheffield Hallam as Glasgow continue on their way. There was a momentary stop. Hearts were in mouths both here at Silverstone and across Scotland, particularly in Glasgow, as through the chicane they go and onto the high-speed section of the course. It is, of course, that second slalom, only 2 cones, but it will unsettle the drivers into the not quite straight and the Welsh wiggle before the Bales hairpin. And I am on the edge of my seat. In fact, I'm not even sat down. This is drama right here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. You can almost taste it for Glasgow Caledonian. 23 laps completed and 24th coming over the line right now. The time is going to be 1:16.86. They're back at their best. The team cheering. They've got, by our reckoning, 2 laps to complete here at Silverstone. I believe it's 2, Robbie. I believe it's 2. The team from Glasgow asking us here in the commentary box how many they've got to complete. We've got a timing screen here. They don't know. There you go. That's what we're here for. They're on their 25th lap now. 26 to complete endurance for Glasgow Caledonian. The team on tenterhooks as we are here in the commentary box. You can smell it in the air. We might be about to see the first team completing endurance at Formula Student 2026, and it will go all the way up to Scotland. They've had a wonderful year of sport. They qualified for the World Cup, and they might be about to be the first team to finish endurance at Formula Student 2026.
And it's just an amazing achievement in itself. But we're not going to get ahead of ourselves just yet, as we're just waiting with every breath at the moment. We just want to see every team complete endurance as they go through the mantle up to the final corner. We've got one more lap to go. One more lap to go for Glasgow Caledonian. Can they do it?
Oh, hang on a minute, Jess, because not only have they got one final lap, but they were only 6/10 slower than their fastest. They may be going for it all. They may leave it all hanging out on the track with their final lap. Could this be the fastest lap from Glasgow Caledonian through the chicane on the approach to Brutus Maximus? This was where they stopped for one reason or another, and they're slowing down just a moment. They've got to lose that power. It's an incredibly tight entrance to the hairpin, hence the Brutus of Brutus Maximus. They can max it on exit. Through the slalom now they go. No troubles there. Onto the high-speed section of the course. Watch how the car performs and rolls through the corners, particularly this up-and-coming chicane on the left-hand side. Here it is. Through the chicane on the left, no problem. The car is planted solidly on the track, around the overtaking bay, onto the not quite straight and the Welsh wiggle, and not to mention, of course, the two-cone slalom that they're going through right now. No issues for them whatsoever there. The team already beginning to cheer. The final throws of the track, throwing it at them. They're nearly there. Through the hairpin they go. Only the Mansell Meander to contend with, and the final corner. Glasgow Caledonian are about to finish endurance for the first time in 4 years. Here comes the final corner. Here comes... I've just been getting a bit premature there. I've done that really well, haven't I? That's really mortifying. They've got one more lap left.
I thought it was 13.
No, in fact, it turns out they're on their 26th lap. The driver changed to contend with. It's got to say 26 on the board before they get there. 26 now. This is the final lap.
We were hyping too much.
The hype is real here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026 as Glasgow Caledonian have one more lap to complete endurance. They're into the final throws now, through the slalom once more. There's a cone just tipped over off the rear end there, through into the high-speed section of the course. Onto that chicane they go. They've done it all before. They just need to do it one more time. Glasgow ready and waiting in the pits to cheer the team home. Car 42, 4 years in the making, their first time out on track at Silverstone. This is the team that started out in a storage cupboard and are now about to be the first team to complete endurance at Formula Student 2026. The team are cheering, the checkered flag is waiting. Through the Mansell Meander they go, onto the final corner. There's the checkered flag, and there it is for Glasgow, crossing the line with a 1:15.60, a total time of 40.13.96. Glasgow take it home, and they are over the moon. TJ is over the moon. Robbie can't believe it. This is what it's all about here at Formula Student, as away then go the University of Oxford.
Question is, where's Exeter? Because Exeter was ahead of them in the queue.
Absolutely brilliant stuff for Glasgow Caledonian University, the first team at Formula Student 2026 to complete endurance. I may have added to the drama. I was one lap ahead of myself. I can only apologise. Through the slalom they go. Do the University of Oxford, the fastest team in this session. Several teams missing. The University of Exeter, Sheffield Hallam out, University of Surrey out, Oxford Brookes out, Glasgow Caledonian completed, University of Leeds out, Birmingham City did not make an appearance, nor did Cambridge or Southampton, and University of Aberdeen, unfortunately, another DNF. Glasgow Caledonian, bear in mind, will have to re-scrut their car having completed endurance. Our roving reporters here. Monty, what have you got?
Good morning, guys. Hello, everyone, and a happy
Hello.
Sunday. I can see a black and green car lining up. That might be Exeter. I haven't got my proper glasses on, so I can't read the
They
number
were
on
in
there,
the queue,
so
Monty.
that could possibly be Exeter then down there, about to be pushed down. It's either that or there's another team with blue, with black and green on there.
Oxford were meant to be the last car to take part in this session.
According to the running order, Jess, yes. But having said that, the session is not due to finish for another hour. So I imagine we'll get teams that are potentially running out of order.
Plenty of time. Now, meanwhile, whilst we've got cars on the track, I have been having a wander up and down the pits with Sheryl, catching up with a few of the teams. Would you like some tidbits?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right, okay. So we were speaking to Brooks before they went out on track. Huge commiserations, guys. We are absolutely gutted for you guys. We've been speaking to Warwick. They had a great day, as we saw yesterday. They were definitely the dark horses in acceleration. For them, it's quite simple. They're going to be going around, lapping nice and consistently, and hopefully we will see them at the finish. Vermilion. So we saw that their suspension broke right at the end of sprints yesterday. There is a wonderful picture now on Formula Students' social media of the moment the suspension broke. So that's going to be published very soon. So keep an eye on that one, guys, because it is a work of art from the photographers. The car is repaired, however, so we will be seeing them on the track later on. Biscaya, they want to continue their good run of form. They've had a great day yesterday in both statics and, of course, in dynamics. So for them, business as usual. Weren't able to get hold of Edith Cowan. However, we did catch up with Modena, and I have a bet in place for them now.
Oh, now, what have you got?
So, for them, it's quite simple. Great momentum, great speed. They know they have a quick car, but pace isn't about endurance. They just want to get to the finish and ensure that they score as many points as possible. They are, as they say, taking Michael Schumacher's philosophy here, in that where you need to finish first, otherwise it doesn't really matter. So, the bet that I have with them is if they do not finish the endurance today, I am to go to their pits later on with a packet of spaghetti and snap it in half in front of the whole team.
Okay.
What?
You heard it here first. There we are. That's just Monty for you. Thank you very much, Monty. We're going to send him back out there to get us more information. More information for you right now. Oxford, 2 laps complete, third in progress. Their fastest and most recent, a 1:13.63. Meanwhile, talking of that breakage of Vermilion's, Oxford have just stopped. Oxford have just stopped on the exit of the Bales hairpin. And that is heartbreaking for the team from Oxford, who looked to me to be making their best impression on course here at Silverstone in the team's history. And I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to get going again, Jess. I can't tell what colour the light is on the roll hoop. It's so bright today that it's not showing what colour that is. Meanwhile, if you're over outside scrutineering, give us a wave because you're on camera. In fact, if you're on our side of the course. Oxford running over to the corner to try and work out what's gone wrong with their team's car. Here they are then, car 96, and they are stopped on track. Now, we've seen this before. Can they get going again? But you can see on your screens there, the marshals putting on those high voltage gloves, the rubber gloves that they need to be able to touch the car. Exeter are on their way because I can see the media officer for Exeter in front of us in the commentary box, and they are lined up on the start line. Monty, have you got something for us?
Yeah, just a quick one. So as you can see, Exeter on the start line, they're trying to get the car going. As we heard yesterday, they had oil pressure issues. They were running at about 1/8 of the pressure they should have been. Hopefully it has been resolved, but I think time will tell now. Proof is in the pudding with them on the track, if they can get there.
Thanks, Monty.
Good luck to Exeter. All or nothing for this team. We know that. Oxford are stuck on track on the exit of the final hairpin. Meanwhile, I want to give a big shout out to Formula Student UK memes, particularly George and Ross. Big shout out to those guys. And especially for the meme that they did for Vermilion. So when Vermilion suspension broke, they were very quick off the mark, and they made a meme of the Terminator hunting down a kid hiding under a table. And in this instance, it was, I think it was cones and the Vermilion suspension breaking. Vermilion suspension breaking being the Terminator, and the kid hiding under the table being the cones. You can find that on the FS UK memes page. Big shout out to George and Ross, who are in the grandstands. They get the sense of humour perfectly for Formula Student, and it's very much appreciated what they do. They do it in their free time, and it's always a giggle. What's less of a giggle is what's just happened to the University of Oxford. The yellow flags are out, and I suspect they may not be able to get underway. That's not looking good for the team from one of the oldest universities in the world, as the marshal's on his radio, and one of the team members is going over with a multimeter. That's interesting. That's not what I would expect. The gloves are on, The multimeter is present, so I think that, are they checking that the car is grounded and whether the car can be touched with the voltmeter setting on the multimeter here? I think that might be the case. Checking the voltage just to ensure that the car can be safe to touch before they remove it, because I don't think that light, the T-cell light on the roll hoop, I can't see it from here. It might well be the nature of the screens that we've got in the commentary box as opposed to the light itself, but we can't tell what light is showing on the roll hoop. Meanwhile, Exeter are on the line, but they're not underway. Now, are they not underway because the car won't work, or are they not underway?
Or are they waiting
They're
for
being
Oxford
wheeled
to get-
backwards before they've even started on the University of Exeter. They haven't even got going, and they are being wheeled out of the way. And meanwhile, University of Oxford are sat on the exit of the Bales hairpin. The multimeter's been packed away and handed back to either the scrutineers or one of the other team members by the team member in the high-vis bib, number 96, car 96, stuck on track. Not Good Gaming asking, has Monty got any more on the Brooks issue, please? What happened? Monty, if you can hear us, if you could go and ask Oxford Brooks what happened, and they'd be
Oxford
willing
are
to know.
out.
But yes, as you say there, Jess, Oxford University, University of Oxford, they're out.
Well, this is not a good sign, is it? Out of all in the first session, only one team have managed to complete endurance. That is a bit frustrating if you're any of the Oxford teams. Of course, we've only had one team that has finished endurance. We would like to hear from them very soon, Glasgow Caledonian. And of course, they could occupy the hot seat because they're the only team to complete endurance. So Glasgow, driver 1 or driver 2, or both, make sure you get in the hot seat, because that's going to be yours for pretty much until about 1-ish, but you never know. You could be staying there for the majority of it. So if you're Glasgow Caledonian, pretty much get the whole of your team through that once you've gone through re-scrutineering, of course. So Glasgow Caledonian, your place in the hot seat is yours once you've got through re-scrutineering.
Meanwhile, there are some of the casualties of the day. Neither University of Oxford or Oxford Brooks able to finish. Meanwhile, update from Exeter. The car will start. It's then brought up to the line, but it won't idle on the line. So as a result, they can't just get it to sit in idle, and you have to start in idle. You can't do a rolling start on endurance. So unfortunately, they've got, by my watch, 54 minutes to get that fixed before the end of the session. And unfortunately, we've seen pretty much every car we were expecting, bar some, and there are rumours as to where those are. So the University of Aberdeen, a DNF. The University of Southampton did not start. University of Cambridge did not start. Birmingham City University did not start. The University of Leeds did not finish. Glasgow Caledonian University, they have finished with a time of 40.13.96. That was inhibited by several yellow flags during their second stint, but they brought it over the line. There was another stoppage at the Brutus Maximus hairpin. I'd like to know what happened there at one point or another later in the day. Oxford Brookes University, a DNF. University of Surrey, a DNF. Sheffield Hallam, DNF. University of Exeter, busy fighting their way through to even try and start. And the University of Oxford, another DNF. Significant casualties in the first session of endurance here at Formula Student 2026. In fact, probably the most brutal session we've commentated on, Jess.
Yeah, we've seen more teams go through endurance at this point right now, which just goes to show how hard endurance is. I wonder if it's due to the heat potentially with getting the cars fired up. We don't know, but that's going to hinder them. But at least for most teams, with the exception of Exeter, have completed laps, so points on the board will be for those teams.
So you can see there, the team from 96 having a conversation. They're gutted clearly, and you can see cars just littering the course. The roll hoop of University of Oxford's cars there, and of course the large rear wing peeking out over the Armco. There they are, both cars in fact, stranded. Both Oxford universities unable to complete endurance, and I suspect this will put Oxford Brookes out of the running, Jess, in the overall standings for Formula Student 2026. And unless Staffordshire can do something very, very special, it's going abroad again. Whether it will go to Bizkaia, Edith Cowan or Modena remains to be seen. So stay tuned for what is going to be an incredibly exciting and incredibly close afternoon of Formula Student here at Silverstone.
Who's your early pick? Is it still Bizkaia or is it Modena?
I wouldn't like to say. I really don't wish to count Edith Cowan out. They got into the design final. They didn't win it, but they were in the design final. And I didn't...
Well, I think they win the cost as well.
This is it. And as I was talking earlier to Matilda Matilda, I can never pronounce it. I know she's Danish, bless her heart, but I think she'll forgive me on this one. Matilda, I was talking to from Vermilion earlier in the week, and I said the cars have reached the apex of their development in each respective case for those at the top, and I include Vermilion in that. I wouldn't count them out either. They didn't run and didn't fix their car at the end of sprint because they needed to get over to the design final. They realised that the points were more valuable in the design final. So they were talking to me, and I said at the beginning of the week, it's going to come down to the static competitions, and they are in complete agreement, and I still stand by that. I think what's going to separate these teams are the static results just as much as the on-track action, because these top-end cars, Vermilion, Basque Country, Edith Cowan and Modena, these are all teams that are really evenly matched on track in terms of their vehicle performance. So it will come down to the statics. Stay tuned then for more action here as Exeter look to try and get their car running idle so they're able to start endurance. But for now, I believe we've got a VT.
Manchester Stinger, they were the first through scrutineering, which is absolutely incredible. Big flex. How did that make you and the team feel?
We are so pleased. This has been an absolute mega competition for us. 5 years in the making since COVID. The team lost a whole load of knowledge, and it was a real challenge to build the team back up again, to come back stronger. At our previous competition, we were competing with an EV vehicle, which comes with all sorts of challenges. And before that, we only passed scrutineering on Sunday. So to come here, to pass scrutineering so quickly and to get out on track and competing in dynamics events, it really is a great way for me to be ending my time with the team, and I'm really proud of everyone.
How was it actually making it to track and then getting to do the dynamic events, and how have they been going for you? Because I believe you've done acceleration and skid pads so far.
Oh yeah. So it's a complete step into the unknown for us. As I say, none of the team who are here this year have ever been involved in dynamic events before. So very much a step out of what we know. But the team here have been fantastic in supporting us, really trying to get through those events. We're actually really pleased with the performance we've been able to put up for them. Our goal was to get them done, and we've been able to build even further on that sense. Absolutely made up.
Well, congratulations.
Very much.
I hope the rest of the dynamic events go really well. How are you feeling about sprint this afternoon, and then the big one, endurance? That's the scary one.
It is indeed. I mean, what we hope is that we've built a robust enough car that tomorrow we're going to be able to be out on that endurance track and get through it all. That's what we came here to do, and I really have faith now that we'll be able to achieve that.
Well, big hopes for all of you. Thank you for talking with me today.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of the event, and have a great day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much to Manchester Stinger and, of course, to Sheryl for their insight there. As you can see, the University of Oxford's car being wheeled away. The morning session for endurance then has come to a close. Exeter would have had a out-of-order penalty anyway. They were running out of order. They were running behind the University of Oxford, even though they were supposed to start ahead of them. So they would have had that penalty anyway. So they've been told to go away to the pits, have a tinker, and then come back in session 3, which will take place after the fast cars from 1 o'clock. So they've already got that points deficit anyway, so they may as well try and get the car working so they can maximise how far they can run. So that's going to, you'll see Exeter in session 3. But Jess, shall we go through the cars that we've seen try and, in most occasions, fail to get through endurance?
Should we have a rundown then? So we haven't seen Southampton, Cambridge or Birmingham City. They are a do not start. But if they are in session 3 later, they will get an out of order penalty. So we may see them on track later if they get their car parts fixed. But for everybody else, here are the teams: Aberdeen, DNF; Leeds, DNF; Oxford Brookes, DNF; Surrey, DNF; Sheffield Hallam, DNF; Oxford, DNF; Exeter, a do not start.
Well, they actually, no, this is it. They could have been given a do not start, but
technically they have not
started.
Started. So they're to be confirmed. But the only team that have completed endurance, Glasgow Caledonian, with a time of a 40.13. And the teams that we're going to see at 1 o'clock.
Let's go through them, shall we?
Yes.
Here we go. Kicking us off for the fast car session at 1 o'clock. we will have the University of Lancashire. Following them, car 121, University of the West of England, UWE. Thereafter, we'll have the University of Warwick. Very exciting car indeed. Staffordshire, car number 4, will be following them. And then we'll have the Technical University of Denmark, DTU, Vermilion, familiar to all of us. University of Birmingham will be then following those guys from Denmark. Malta will then follow up. Following that, it will be the University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia. Last year's winners, Edith Cowan, will take to the track following those guys. And then out on track will be the winners of 2023, Modena, Edith Cowan 2024, and Basque Country 2025.
Is that in that order? Is that in that order? 25, 24, 23?
It is indeed in that order. All 3 cars likely to be out on track at the exact same time, and thereafter you'll have session 3. So after the above teams in both sessions 1 and 2 have competed, any additional teams that have passed scrutineering but have not started endurance may compete. This will be limited to 5 teams, and those teams wishing to join this session must be at the start gate at 1:30. You've got 2 hours to get your cars prepped and into the queue to run in the 3rd session of endurance. 5 teams only, so please bear that in mind. But suffice to say, from 1 o'clock here at Copse Corner, we're about to see one of the ultimate shootouts we've ever done at Formula Student. The winners of the last 3 years competing on track at the exact same time. We've seen the Bizkaia dominate last year. Edith Cowan University were monumental 2 years ago. And Modena, wow, the drama of them in endurance last year, 3 years ago I should say, they competed in endurance. They got a black flag for overly aggressive driving and still managed to win endurance and win the overall Formula Student 2023. That Italian driving style just on a different level. But don't count out Edith Cowan. That Australian rallying style really playing into that car's setup. And Bizkaia, they're going to benefit from not only that fast Spanish driving, but the additional points they'll get for efficiency running that electric power unit. Malta, brilliant car, dances through like a ballet dancer through the corners.
Reliable.
And Vermilion as well. I wouldn't count them out either, because when they were lapping, they only got 1 clean lap in before their suspension collapsed, but it was a blistering lap to say the least.
But don't forget they had cones knocked
Which
as
is
well,
exact-
which they were 2nd or 3rd,
Yeah,
and then they got
precisely.
demoted to 5th place. So don't count any of those teams out. So make sure you join us at 1 o'clock. I'm very, very excited. We can't count anybody out.
No.
Because I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to jinx anybody, but Staffordshire, Birmingham, Warwick, and UWE and Lancashire, the faster British teams in the lineup, and then we've got an entirety global lineup of Europeans and of course Australia as well, with some fast drivers coming up. I can't wait. I'm sure you can't wait either.
Do stay with us then for Formula Student 2026. We'll be back very, very soon for the 2nd session of endurance at 1 o'clock. Stay where you are. Don't move. Giles and Jess with Monty and Sheryl back for more with you very, very soon.
Not what I left behind. Another borderline.
And this has been Formula Student 2019.
Wow, what an incredible few days it's been here at Silverstone for Formula Student. It really has been incredible to see just how much effort the teams have gone to be crowned the Formula Student of 2019. We've seen tears of joy, we've seen tears of desperation, but they have poured blood, sweat and tears into the efforts. And shortly this evening, we will find out from the judges who is going to be crowned the champion of Formula Student 2019. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for watching. We've loved having you involved in this whole entire weekend, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
In central China, a man has died following an outbreak of an unknown pneumonia-like virus.
The number of cases of COVID-19 outside China has increased 13-fold.
The coronavirus is the biggest threat this country has faced for decades, and that's why we've been asking people to stay at home during this pandemic.
And now confirmation, the Shanghai race due in April is off, postponed indefinitely.
In 2020, the world's changed overnight. Lockdowns hit, garages closed, and the traditional Formula Student grid fell silent. The passion for engineering didn't stop. Out of that crisis, an idea was born to take the competition into the digital space. IMECI Chief Judge Dan Jones conceived the original spark.
It was pretty bleak times in the early days of the pandemic. The problem we were trying to solve was, so with the statics, we had the chance for the teams to present their hard work for the design, the business, and for the cost. We were looking to give the teams the chance to drive against each other on track in a competitive environment, but still do that in a fun way that was in the spirit of Formula Student.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day one of the Virtual Dynamics competitions here for a slightly different Formula Student, but it is Formula Student 2020. My name's Andrew Mather.
So we conceived in the end what was a two-day event. The first day was heats, where some races you started first or second, some races you started third or fourth, and you just, over the course of the day, you either had to come from the back or you were lucky to start from the front. And then you have an aggregated qualifying position at the end of the day. We then had a finals day. I think we had a D, a C, a B and an A final. And the top two finishes from each final then managed to go up to the back of the grid for the next final. It gave all of us who were working on it something to focus on whilst we were otherwise furloughed. And it gave the teams some teams clearly took it really seriously. Some teams just took it for a bit of fun, but it was all in the very spirit of Formula Student, and it was fantastic to do that. And then we rounded it out with a virtual award ceremony for the 2020 winners of virtual Formula Student after that. So in 2021, we were slowly coming out of the lockdowns and all the restrictions. And we got back to running a live event, but it was a hybrid event where we only had people on site who needed to be. But even after the first virtual event in 2020, there was so much hard work that had gone into them and they'd been so successful that it would be a shame to make all that hard work go to waste. So Monty had come along as a ringer, as a driver for the judges racing against each other during 2020. He whooped my ass on all of the circuits going around, and so not long after 2020, I think we had a WhatsApp call and said, what can we turn it into? Monty came on board as event captain, and then between myself and him for the first year, we mapped out an idea for a virtual series over multiple rounds, drafted a set of rules. The first year, through some mutual contacts, we had a league series running multiple rounds roughly once a month on a range of different circuits and car combinations. And that culminated in a live final that ran at a small sim racing centre that's on the Silverstone Technology Park, so VRRC, which is the virtual racing club. It's fantastic to have, after having the league race over the previous months, to bring everybody together and have that as a live final. So I think that was the first year of that must have been 2022, the first year of doing that all in person after 2020 and 2021. And then it was Southampton won that year, and Michael Preston from Southampton was one of the key drivers, and he won the Autosport award for Young Engineer of the Year, which was related to the work he was doing with Williams esports. And so through that contact we were introduced to Williams, and from that point onwards we've been a partner with Williams, and every year we've had our live final at their fantastic facility at the F1 Factory Grove in Oxfordshire. And it's grown organically that we now have 70 odd teams from all around the world racing against each other every few weeks, with a fantastic community on Discord. And, the banter and the camaraderie between the teams is fantastic.
So, good morning and welcome to the live final of the iMechie Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2023.
I'm standing in for him tonight. I'm Jess Ball.
So you've been the one-man show for Portsmouth EV. You've had to start at the back of the grid for every race. You've won the race every time. You're going to do the same here?
I don't believe so.
Oxford University all of a sudden have come out like a bat out of hell, flashing their lights at Glasgow. Glasgow move over. Oxford barreling down the start-finish straight. Cue the meatloaf.
You're going to go free wide into Paul Frere as well. They're keeping it very, very clean. Fair play to... Oh, no, they're not. I spoke too soon. Southampton is going to try and defend like a book right now. Is Surrey going to go around the outside in towards the next corner? No. Surrey stayed in second.
Absolutely cracking Fraser, defending like a book, Jess. Love that. Side by side, Surrey.
Defending like a lion, sorry. Oh, my God.
A bolt.
Not a lot of runoff road. There's actually a lake
No.
right in the middle of it with no crash barrier either. So if someone's going to spin off, they're going for a swim tonight, Giles.
There is a real coming together there, and it's sunk!
That's it. That's Strathclyde into the water.
But it depends where they are on track. What's happened to Hong Kong Polytechnic? They're off the circuit, Giles. It's this way, mate. You're on the wrong side of the circuit, love.
And it's go, go, go! And it's a fantastic start from one of the drivers in the middle of the field there.
There's only one Adam Shamsul driving along, singing a song, walking in a Shamsul wonderland.
Message you on Discord later.
It's not over yet, as we're seeing Southampton. And they've all got to Glasgow.
Yes, I don't believe what I'm seeing. Single wide. Hertfordshire on College Dublin. They've got the racing line, and there seems to be an inevitable collision that we could just see coming a mile off. And Manchester are off. And they can't seem to get started.
Right.
They're trying to don't reverse onto track now. You're going to get into the... Monty, the line between stupidity and bravery is incredibly thin. What side have Trinity St David come down on?
Nice throw. Into the first turn. UWE at the lead, but it's Trinity St David on the inside. UWE very early on the brakes. Oh God, and they've all gone flying off at the first corner. Fantastic! Oh no, 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 no. Right, down into the hairpin they come, and they're on the grass rear side. Oh jeez! And it's happened again, and every single one of them have gone flying on.
Nothing is separating them, but I think if Glasgow just had one more lap, he could have done it. There could have been a photo finish. Glasgow's got to make the move on at this moment.
He's got it, surely!
Surely not. I think Vigo just got it. Is it going to be enough for Glasgow to take the win?
This is so close, and Vigo take it!
0.037, you
Come on! That was amazing!
Ow!
But it has allowed Sheffield Hallam to join in now, and this two-way battle for ninth has become a four-way. Beautiful.
You want to watch what you say there, Monty.
Southampton's got the lead.
Southampton have got the lead. Jeremiah's got the stake. Meanwhile, Jeremiah says, I'm literally having a steak dinner in London right now. Forget your steak dinner. This is far more exciting as they go wheel to wheel.
Thought we had a plan perfectly in place until Giles decided to give us a text and was like, no, actually, I want to go and watch Wales beat England first, and then I'll come join you guys a few minutes late, if that's okay.
Giles!
Speaking of which, I can hear his voice. You guys can't yet. He's just turned up on Discord. His face has now appeared.
There we go.
And we can now hear a Giles as well.
And that is Strathclyde's B team up into 6th. The Joker really paying off for them. Southampton and Bolton relegated behind them, and they've made contact. They didn't stay clean at all. And that is Southampton going away with it. You want to fight like that, fellas? I'm going to say bye-bye. And Southampton have gone away, leaving Strathclyde behind.
Are you aware of this? Now, what you're seeing here are some very aggressive curb tactics happening. And importantly, you'll note that the game is not flagging it as a cut. It's a huge thank you to the University of Southampton, because from all the different solutions we tried, this was by far the most effective one. To put a giant cone on the apex.
Oh, that is brilliant.
What we quickly recognised was, as well as having a platform for teams to race against each other, we also had the opportunity to give them the chance to demonstrate their engineering prowess. What we do is the races you could recreate with the Sim Racing League, but there are, I think we're unique. There may be some other the Formula Student events who do similar, but in the percentage of world terms, it's you have the racing element, but you also have the engineering rationale and the understanding, but also the assessment and the feedback for people to develop and learn and do better. The Formula Student Live event is fantastic. It's been going for nearly 30 years now. But the Sim Race series, what that gives is it's keeping up with where the world is today, where simulation is a natural adjunct to the whole physical development cycle.
So I'm James Tatham, the Engineering Challenge lead. And the Engineering Challenge we introduced in the second year of the Sim Racing series. And it's really the USP for the series, where it turns gamers into engineers, where it uses the maths, the physics from Assetto Corsa, which actually uses the same parameters you would find in a real racing car. And the students can use the data that comes from the car in the simulator, taking it using Motec software, which is an industry standard software that race engineers will use, to gather all that data, and then they analyze it, they study the data, and they have to combine that into a report that is actually understandable and readable for us as engineers. We judge them on many things in their challenge. It's not just how they present their data or how they analyze the data. It's actually looking at many, many things. So we break it up into 4 main areas, where we have the engineering approach, which is 15 points, which is a look at their data analysis, how they're actually pulling the data, how are they analyzing that? Are they looking at it at face value, or are they then taking that to another step further and really understanding what's happening with the dynamics of the car? Are they then relating that to the core principles? And that's where we look at their rationale and the justification, where we're seeing, okay, can they take that back to core principles and link that with reality? Because the simulator isn't real, it's a simulation of maths and physics. And so are there differences there that you would see compared to real life? Then we also have communication, which is obviously incredibly important. When you're presenting your data in an engineering meeting in the real world, it's really important that you can convey that message of the analysis that you've done really well to maybe the chief engineer, maybe in the case of motorsport, be the drivers, and other team personnel. That's really important. We have a great selection of judges that are judging the each round, ranging from mechanical engineers to electronic engineers and they all have a really good breadth of experience in motorsport, aerospace, and other high-tech sectors. So these engineers really know what they're talking about. And actually, they're not all coming from a motorsport perspective, they're coming from an engineering perspective. So they want to train up young engineers, and we're trying to educate them by giving them this great experience to how to present data in an engineering meeting or a presentation.
You get the chance to accelerate the learning and also give the teams to experiment across a broader environment. You can take more risks when it's in the virtual environment, because if it goes wrong, you just change a few of the ones and zeros and you go again.
And so what are the students actually getting out of this? Well, this is their opportunity to get some real world experience, but they can do it from the comfort of their own room or their student house, or maybe it's their university lab. But they don't have to then go to a racetrack and do this. That costs a lot of money to travel. And then if they're working with a racing team, that's dependent on so many factors that make it very difficult as a student to do.
That spread of skills of how do you write a sensible test plan in the first place? How do you execute the test plan and then respond to things that don't go as expected whilst you're completing the test plan? And then how do you analyse the data afterwards, summarise the results, and present the conclusions and the next steps? And they're all massively valuable, really, really important skills for people as they go out into industry. But for engineering nerds who love looking at the squiggly lines and getting right deep into the data and understanding why did that happen? Why did the tire temperature peak on these corners, or why did I let you lose grip consistently over the stint? They're all skills that you're practicing virtually that are completely applicable in the real world.
It also means that there's not really a barrier to entry here. They can do this without the worry of all the travel, the cost involved, and in their own time when suits them best, in between their studies, of course, and also working on their Formula Student project. So it takes the simulator model, and they have to analyze the data coming off of that. And the data is vast. It's actually probably more than you would find in real life. They can measure ride heights, tire pressures, steering angles, brake pressures, throttle response, but they can also measure the aerodynamics. They can measure the downforce. They can see how the suspension is compressing. They can do histogram plots of the dampers. And they can also look at so many of the variables in the tires that would normally cost a lot of money just in buying the sensors in the first place, let alone calibrating them and getting them all set up so they're actually reading correct.
And the beauty in Assetto Corsa that we use is that it will output telemetry that you can read into Motec, which is a data analysis tool commonly used in motorsport. And you could take the same output and feed it into other things that you use, like Atlas or others in motorsport. Although it's virtual signals that are coming out, that's exactly the same squiggly lines in the data that you'll be seeing when you're, as a race engineer or a performance engineer working out there in motorsport. And they are 100% transferable skills to people being race engineers, development engineers, out in industry, either in mainstream automotive or in motorsport. And we have several great examples of alumni from the sim racing series who have gone on and have secured jobs in working for road car companies or for professional motorsport, both off the strength of their degree. They're bright students, but what the sim racing series has given them is a differentiator. They're able to go, here's my portfolio, here's the simulations, here's the MATLAB scripts I did to analyze the data to come up with better setups or a strategy for the race. I can think of at least 4 or 5, if not more, people who have gone on to get jobs in industry, and a big part of that has been them evidencing the work they've done to prepare the reports for the engineering challenge.
So the moment I'm most proud of is winning the Engineering Challenge trophy back to back, and in doing so we managed to win every single round of the Engineering
challenges. It was a really good experience, and being able to learn a lot with a lot of different people, and learn about how to set up a vehicle, and most importantly how to write reports and convey information well, because the challenges have to be read by the markers within 5 to 10 minutes. I joined the series a few months before I managed to secure my placement at Red Bull Racing, where I was working with the Red Bull Academy drivers. So back in 23 and 24 I was working with Isaac Hadjar and Arvid Lindblad, and the series, especially the engineering challenges, helped loads in terms of being familiar with how to analyse data. So I was really able to hit the ground running there, and I've just finished my degree now, and I'm going to go back to Red Bull, this time to Red Bull Powertrains as a test and development engineer.
I think my proudest moment is the final win in my third season. It meant that we managed to win a race in every single season we competed in, and it's a sense of pride to represent the university and the team, and always being at the top of the table. It gave me a platform to share my passion with friends and family, and it managed to get me major involvement with the Formula Student team very early on into my time with them, and that has then transitioned to me getting different positions within the team, and then eventually led to me getting a position at Mercedes, as it was a main talking point in my interviews.
The first season for us was definitely a learning curve. If I had to use 3 words to describe it, it would be chaos, fun, and ultimately learning. So the Formula Student Series to me has had a real good professional impact in the fact of training me to become a better engineer as a whole. Even the soft skills down to communication, the telemetry analysis, the fault finding, all those kind of processes that we need to have as a young aspiring engineer. As for what it's done for me now in my actual journey, as you can see, I'm still involved at the University of Greater Manchester. I now work part-time as a lecturer here, and I'm very much enjoying the experience, and ultimately now trying to get the next generation involved in the Formula Student and the Formula Sim series, so what's not to love?
The moment that I'm most proud of would definitely have to be winning the championship in my first year, and doing that whilst being the main contributor to that championship by being our best driver and also doing all of the engineering challenges by myself. So to be able to play a massive part in our win was, yeah, absolutely euphoric for me. The sim racing series has actually turned out to be pretty relevant for me, especially when it came to getting my placement. In both my interviews, the engineering challenges were a big talking point, and I think they're definitely something that made me stand out from all the other candidates that were applying for my role. So I think it definitely has a massive helping hand in me getting my placement and being where I am now.
So he helped to show that pathway that we were really opening at the time, but that the knowledge that he'd got working in the sim and the way that he'd been able to impress other engineers that we had that were real life motorsport engineers that were really just volunteering a bit of their spare time to work with us. How they were so impressed with his understanding and his ability. That's what opened the door for him to get his first trackside, real world engineering job. And we thought if that works for one person, maybe that can be an opportunity that can be open to everybody. We just need a route to find more students, to give them a competitive environment to showcase their skills, their capability, and to develop a little bit of a pathway for them to give them that opportunity to step up. So hence, when the conversation started about the sim series at Formula Student, it just brought those two worlds together perfectly.
But it's an opportunity to, I would say, get involved in motorsport through an alternative channel. One of the biggest barriers I think a lot of people find in motorsport is how do you get in, how do you get your foot through the door. It's always who you know, not necessarily what you know, which gets you in. So to give students an opportunity to show their worth from the comfort of their bedroom and to be able to profile themselves that way, that ticks all the boxes from an inclusion point of view as far as I'm concerned, and it gets more people who know their stuff and should belong within the industry an opportunity to get involved.
I work in professional motorsport, and the standard of the reports is world class. It's a professional motorsport level of both the depth and the clarity of the understanding, but they are really getting into the first principles engineering understanding. There's it's very, very rich data. There's so much to go at, but they're finding the key items and then evidencing and coming up with the conclusions and recommendations. That's exactly how we conceived it. Is think of it as if you're writing a report with an executive summary for your boss or for your boss's boss to see, so they can understand that yes, you've done a thorough job of what you're doing, but what are the key outcomes? What are the key development directions that we need to go down? And frankly, the best teams, we were blown away by the standard and the effort that went into the reports that were submitted for the engineering challenge. So even in motorsport, so much work is done now virtually in simulation. And so I've been heavily involved in the development of the 2026 power units. Work on that started 2022, 2023. And before you even starting to run hardware on the dyno, you've got a good idea where the product is going to land. And so you can put those parameters into simulations that are just running pure simulation, but you can also start to run with the driver in the DIL, so the driver in the loop simulator, and that'll be the first estimates of what you think the car performance is going to be from the tires, from the aerodynamics, from the power unit performance, and that guides and informs the direction that you go in your development, and also what you lobby for the direction for the rules as they get firmed up. I think overall, I mean, I've volunteered now at Formula Student for 20 plus years, and for me it's always been about giving back. Formula Student has opened doors for me, it's advanced my career, it's genuinely been life-changing. I wouldn't have achieved or done the things both professionally and personally I've done without my involvement with Formula Student. And to see the examples from the sim race series where people have gone on to land their jobs at placements or graduate schemes or permanent jobs, and that's been with the strength of here's my portfolio with what I've done within the sim race series, and that's been a big part of how they've taken that first step on what is a very, very competitive ladder. Then I think that's probably the thing I'm proudest of. I've said in answer to one of my other questions, I'm aware of 4, 5, maybe 6 people, and I'm sure there's plenty more where it's been supportive of people achieving their dreams, and that's priceless.
The lights go out and we are underway for 35 minutes.
5 years, a global community built from scratch. An international championship like this only hits the grid thanks to an incredible community. Our tireless team of volunteer committee members running servers late into the night, and our unwavering partners at Williams Sim Racing. The foundation is laid and the standard has officially been set. The virtual grid is waiting. What do you want to get out of it?
Lights out and away we go. Southampton with an absolutely cracking start. Bath not fast off the line at all.
So I would say that this championship is a little bit different from regular sim racing championships where there's a lot of focus on engineering. So there's a lot that you can learn, and it's the perfect supplement to your other Formula Student activities to really maximise learning and pursue a career in engineering.
This is fantastic stuff. Wheel to wheel there between Southampton and Glasgow already. It's happened immediately.
The community has given me a massive platform which I can have some incredible experiences with, and I've had some very memorable moments with my team, and I've met some amazing people, done some amazing things, and it's led to me pursuing a career which I've wanted to do my entire life. So for that, I'm forever thankful for the community and all they've done for me.
That together, York A take back the lead from Vigo. Vigo on the inside though, can they go? And that's really bad news for a lot of the teams. That's a huge crash at the back.
Community for me comes in 2 stems. I'll first of all talk about the university ourselves. It's created a real good sort of community atmosphere, a friendly atmosphere of people that you wouldn't necessarily think are together, a multitude of different years or getting involved in one particular project. As for the whole community itself, in terms of the Formula Sim series, I really loved the experience and the passion and the drive of everyone. That reality is we all love the same thing. We all are passionate about sim racing, we're passionate about racing as a whole as well, so able to sort of drive that, but also the competitive drive. The ability to push ourselves to the next level has really helped us to get involved. And ultimately meant that we all want the best thing, which is ultimately to win, but also to create some friends along the way.
Something pretty important to note when joining the series for the first time is to not be too intimidated by the amount of effort that some teams seem to put into the series. You can do very well just by being very pragmatic. I think we're, as a team, Queen Mary former student, are a prime example of this, and if we've won a championship with that sort of approach, there's no reason why other teams can't do the same.
But so those 50 milliseconds, they mean that Southampton are the winner of round 8 and really confirming, they'd already sealed the championship based on their performances through on the previous rounds, and a round 8 here, victory parade. So congratulations, very well done.
University of Glasgow are going to take the checkered flag. And there it is! University of Glasgow crossed the line. And I really do think that they have got the championship in the bag. Ibrahim Khan, the unstoppable force that he is, meets the immovable object of the championship, and he takes it. Winners of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024 for the second year in a row. It goes to Scotland. Glasgow. It was a fair play to them, but right now all eyes are on the black and orange of the team from London. Here comes Queen Mary Formula Student to take the Sim Racing Championship.
Absolutely amazing from Queen Mary in their second season. They must be delighted.
The community of the Sim Racing Series is, something else. Everyone is so friendly, so helpful. We've all, of course, got the common interest of sim racing, but I think something that definitely sets it apart from the rest of Formula Student is that everyone from other teams only really tend to interact with each other during competition week at Silverstone, whereas the community for the sim racing series sort of gives you the platform to do that all throughout the year. And of course, we don't only talk about Formula Student, we also talk about other fun stuff as well, and it feels a real privilege to be a part of it, and I can't wait to continue being a part of it for the next few years.
keep on moving on. I think I'm better off alone. Over the borderline. Something you wanted, and there's no doubt you might be wrong. Walked away from something you left behind. Another borderline. You'll never know. These battles I'm fighting, no matter where I go. Home's inside my mind, not what I left behind. Another borderline.
And welcome back to Formula Student 2026 live from Silverstone for the second session of Endurance. Out on track already, plenty of cars queuing up to take on one of the hardest challenges in the Formula Student calendar. We've got 13 laps per driver, 2 different drivers, a driver change between them, 26 laps in total, separating these teams from Formula Student Glory. I'll talk you through who is in the queue and who will be first up in this second session. We've got University of Lancashire, University of the West of England, University of Warwick, Staffordshire University, Technical University of Denmark, Vermilion, University of Birmingham, University of Malta, University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia, Edith Cowan University, and of course Modena competing in this session. And you can see right the way through from University of Lancashire all the way to Vermilion on your screens right now. Now, earlier on this afternoon, whilst we were having our lunch, Jess and I went on a pit walk, and there are plenty of other teams in the queue, Jess.
Yes, including 3 teams that we didn't see this morning that were meant to be in the first session, but they are going to get an out of order penalty, but they're still allowed to run in session 3 because they didn't even start endurance. So the ones in the queue that we saw that were meant to run in the first session, now they're going to be running in session 3, where Southampton, they're first in the queue. We've got Cambridge, and most importantly, BCU. Whatever issue that they have got, they managed to have fixed. Those are the 3 teams we're going to see this afternoon. But there were plenty of other teams that we saw on our pit wall that are past scrutineering this morning. 2 of them we're really excited to see. Another Scottish team, the University of Strathclyde, they're in the queue as well, which is very, very exciting. And the one that I'm very particularly excited to see is Nottingham, because they've gone through quite a few stages over the last few years. Fully past scrutiny this morning. I was chatting to one of the drivers in the pit wall as he was getting prepped to get in the car very soon for session 3 later on. And he said Nottingham's goal, just to finish.
Completely understandable, because after all, in session 3, you do also get points for endurance. And remember, there was 250 points up for grabs on endurance alone, not to mention the additional points you get for your efficiency score thereafter. I've had word whilst walking up and down the pits that Glasgow Caledonian have passed post-scrute, so they are guaranteed finishes, official finishes. The time that we had without cones added here in the commentary box was 40.13.96, the only time we've had on the board so far to complete endurance. It was a graveyard out there in session 1, and other teams that I caught my eye whilst we were walking up and down, Swansea are in the queue, hoping to have a go of it as well, and Birmingham City University have manufactured themselves the part that they were missing in the garage. I love that, a proper DIY job. Respect to all the team for coming together with that one, and hopefully we'll be able to see them. I had word from the Dynamics volunteers that I think they're hoping that they might be able to get more than 5 teams through in session 3. It will depend on how many teams complete endurance in this second session. It takes place between 1 o'clock and 2:30. I would also like to say, Glasgow Caledonian, wherever you are,
get in the hot seat.
Absolutely, Jess. Glasgow Caledonian to the hot seat, please. Glasgow
You've done your post scrutineering. We want the, obviously if you're not busy packing up, of course, get most of your team in that hot seat, please, because it's going to be yours for quite a bit, and make the most of it. So if you're Glasgow Caledonia in the paddock, make your way over to Cops Corner, Cops Bank. The hot seat is there.
It is indeed. Now, bear in mind, we've had some updates from the Dynamics team as to the location of what happened to certain drivers earlier on. So, you'd have noticed that myself and Jess were particularly confused about Leeds, weren't we? So,
yes.
Leeds were doing very well, and they suddenly got meatball flagged. We weren't quite sure why. I've been sent a photograph and an explanation by one of the Dynamics volunteers. Leeds exhaust exploded and set fire to the part of the wiring harness,
which meant their stickers got removed.
Precisely. So that was them. There's a significant hole, in fact, a gaping hole in the side of their exhaust manifold, and that was all over then for Leeds. Set fire to part of the wiring harness as well. Meanwhile, talking of electrical failings, sadly, the battery connectors on Oxford Brook's car welded themselves together, according to the volunteers, and that resulted in an electrical failure. Will University of Lancashire have better luck? They're on the line now then, as we're about to get underway for the second session of Endurance here at Formula Student 2026. Car 46 on the line, University of Lancashire. What can we expect here, Jess? Do you reckon we're going to get to see another team finish?
I think they were very good, weren't they? They were struggling a bit in acceleration to get the car started, but in sprint, they were. I was feeling a lot hopeful for them. They set a good lap time, which put them in the top 10. So, touch wood, crossing my fingers, we could see that team get through. But they got to make it through 26 laps, full of action. You can see the car revving, and they're underway. The second session is a go, and they're going a bit slowly. We might have spoken too soon.
It was a bit of a hop off the line, bounced off the revs, and it took a little while for them to get going. And the pace isn't what we're used to from the University of Lancashire. Having said that,
could there be a new driver?
Could well be a new driver indeed, getting to grips with the car and the track combination. And additionally, mechanical sympathy may be at play here, because remember, the further they go in endurance, the more points they're likely to get. So fingers crossed for them from the University of Lancashire. Still to come, of course, UWE, Warwick, Vermilion, Staffordshire, all waiting in the wings. Cambridge have also made a reappearance. They will have to run out of order, but they are waiting to have a go of it. They had some minor issues earlier on, which meant they couldn't run in their allotted slot. You can tell that the Cambridge team have been media trained. I asked them what exact problems they were. They said just a minor few things. They weren't willing to divulge any further.
Yeah, I think there's certain teams that want to keep things tight-lipped until they actually have successful things happening in endurance, because we tend to jinx things in the commentary box, and sometimes it does not go well, which almost happened to Glasgow Caledonian earlier.
Didn't adjust. I still haven't quite worked out, Jess. I don't know whether you heard as to why they stopped on the hairpin a few laps before the end. That put the hearts in the mouths up and down Scotland and here at Silverstone as well.
I was tempted to go into their garages and find out, but they were literally in post-scrutineering, so we couldn't see them.
Coming through the Mansell Meander now. I went for a ride earlier on with Monty and David in the Micra around this track, and it does throw you around, and it's great fun to drive. And coming across the line then for their first time, and that is Central Lancashire with a 1:48.42, 1 lap complete, second in progress, Jess. Do you reckon we're going to see a faster result as they increase the time out on track?
I think they're starting to increase their speed just a little bit. We saw that with Cambridge yesterday, didn't we? Where in the first few sprint laps they were a lot slower. I think we're seeing the same with Lancashire at the moment. You can see on FS Stats which driver it is. It doesn't say the name, it says like driver A, B or C as well. We will be keeping an eye on most entertaining driver. So we got some information on who's going to be driving for Edith Cowan. So first driver is Sebastian, will be the team leader. They won the most impressive driver award last year from the Dynamics Marshals, and Kian Butler will be driving the second. But that will be to come later. They're going to be second last in session 2.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. It's going to be very, very close between those top three. The top 3 teams here at Formula Student, all previous champions, never have been competing against each other at Silverstone, and certainly have never been on track at the same time. But that's exactly what we can expect from Biscaya, ECU and Modena. So do stay with us. Going to be very, very exciting indeed. We also do need to say thank you to ECU, who have gifted myself and Jess a rather large box of Tim Tams.
Yeah, they did it a couple of years ago when they were last competing in 2024, and we do appreciate it. We really do. So thank you so much. I'm definitely going to make the most of it. So through this next section, we'll see if they can go faster than 1:48.42. So up to the line. It's not updating on our time. Oh yeah, 1:40.35. They've gone quicker.
Just the driver getting bedded in then, by the looks of things, for the University of Lancashire as they head through the bus stop. Now, you do really have to jam on the brakes there. And here's another section. This chicane here is absolutely brutal. You can really feel it pulling in. And then, of course, as you accelerate away, there's a bend to the right, and you really do want to put your foot down. But you've got to remember, you're approaching Brutus Maximus, and you can feel the G pushing you into your seat as you break through that one. But it's got a wide exit, so you could get the tail out should you so wish. Coming through the slalom with no problems then are the University of Lancashire. UWE will be next out on track, and hopefully we'll be able to get a word from Lee Traherne from them later on in their session. Right now, though, on the track and on your screens is the University of Lancashire as they head through this brutal chicane. I love these chicanes here because this is really testing the car's handling, and you can see how planted the cars are, where they roll, where they dive. Excellent stuff. an opportunity to check out how the car has been set up as they come through the faster section of the course and in through that second slalom and on to the Welsh Wiggle prior to this hairpin, which has seen so many teams come to a halt, Jess. I'm not sure what it is about this corner that's causing so many teams problems, because it's a fairly simple hairpin.
And don't forget, it was the other hairpin as well in the first half of the lap where we saw a few people grind to a halt as well. So it might just be the hard braking zones that we're seeing from the cars, which is why they were seen to be struggling. But Central Lancashire have done their third lap then. They've gone considerably quicker again. So the driver embedded in is a 1:34.29, and you could tell they're going faster and faster, aren't they?
Well, that's already the currently, according to our timing screens here in the commentary box, that's already the 4th longest distance covered by a team here for endurance, which just goes to show how brutal that first session was, Jess.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed, of course. For those of you that weren't here in the first session, we'll give you a little bit of a recap whilst we got Lancashire on circuit. Of course, we've had a few DNFs: Aberdeen, Leeds, Oxford Brookes, Surrey, Sheffield Hallam and Oxford. They made it onto the track. They did some laps. Unfortunately, all their cars grinded to a halt, and they couldn't get the car restarted in time. Meanwhile, the second car in this session is going to start endurance, and that is car 121, the University of the West of England, UWE.
Well, this is going to be quite interesting because University of Lancashire are lapping at a fairly conservative pace, possibly preserving performance in the car and letting the driver get used to the car and the circuit. Bear in mind those times have been tumbling for Lancashire, but we know that UWE are a damn sight quicker. Having said that, they seem to be taking a similar approach and bedding in on this first lap, taking it gently as the driver gets used to the course and the car. How's my driving, says the rear wing. And if I look into my notes momentarily, I'll actually be able to bring you the phone number that you can call to leave them a voice message or a text. It's all fun and games. They've got a Nokia brick connected to the phone number on the back of their rear wing there. 0777 5109 545. I'll say it again for you. 0777 5109 545.
And if you're international, put the +44. And I do believe, Giles, we have someone that we wanted in the comms box. Should we bring him in?
Absolutely. Here we go then. Lee, so what's the approach being taken here with this opening lap from UWE? I was expecting a little bit more pace, I won't lie.
Hello, and thank you very much. It's a nice little box, this. It's lovely. So at the moment, the drivers are just taking it steady at the moment. We had a few little gremlins yesterday. We had a bit of a misfire on the engine. So I think he's just finding his feet a little bit. We made an adjustment to the suspension as well yesterday. The car was ground out slightly, so we adjusted some of the rocker ratio stuff yesterday to make sure that this car performs okay and doesn't sort of give us any grief. But yeah, they got a target time, and that target time is about 1:10 per lap.
Well, let's have a look on the timing screens. Currently the first lap, 1:31.57.
Yeah, so let's hope it jumps up from that. It should do. So I think the team are on the banking, basically telling them to go faster or slower. So we'll go from there.
Away goes Central Lancashire then. Having completed another of their laps, and that is a 1:26.41, their fastest lap then. 5 laps completed, 6th in progress for the University of Lancashire. UWE out on track for their second lap. Now, who's driving at the moment, and who have we got to look forward to for the second stint, Lee?
So I think Willem is driving at the moment. In testing, he proved to be a very, very reliable driver. He was very calm and collective and quite consistent with his time. So I expect him to be more cautious at the moment, I think, than the second driver. So George is in on the second stint. George is probably a little bit more hairy than Willem, but both equally tidy drivers. So let's hope Willem sort of picks up the pace a bit by now, because car sounds okay. It seems to be going okay.
Lap time is dropping by 10 seconds, so there should be on the pace fairly soon.
Yeah, he should pick up slightly.
1:23 there.
So hopefully the team can tell him to go a bit quicker. So UWE team on the banking, could you tell them to go a bit quicker? Thank you very much.
UWE then lapping with a 1:23.61, their fastest, 2 laps down, 3rd in progress. Central Lancashire 6th in progress, their fastest and their latest, a 1:26.41. Central Lancashire now have covered the second farthest distance of any team as they cross the line to complete their second lap. Their 6th lap, and that is a 1:23.67. Again, their fastest. They really are bedding in, and I imagine UWE are doing much the same.
Yeah, so again, it's nice to see that the Surrey car is doing really well outside here. It's unfortunate to see like a lot of cars not making it around consistently this morning. So we're just hoping, well, we are like fingers crossed hoping that this car goes to the finish.
I think the team are actually quite surprised by how well they've been doing, from what I can gather from them.
Yeah, again, it's been a bit of a late build, so we were just unsure of the package. So it was tested a couple of times, and we had a few little worries in camp, obviously making sure that the car is legal. But obviously it passed straight away, which is really, really good.
Yeah, it did, which is great to see. They've just completed another lap, have Yui. That's the third down, fourth in progress, a 1:14.78. So hitting that 1:10 target, as you were just saying there, Lee. Seventh in progress for Central Lancashire. Warwick out on track. Warwick have hit on the timing board. I think Warwick must be coming up soon. Central Lancashire, 1:23.67, their latest. Seventh in progress right now. And coming across the line, in fact, are Lancashire. And over the line they come with a time of 1:24.04. 7 laps completed, 8th in progress.
Yeah, it's good. It's improving, isn't it? That's the main thing.
Absolutely. Yui, meanwhile, they've clocked in 3 laps so far. Their 4th is about to come to a close, and the time will be up on the board as they come through the final laps. Warwick head out on track with their first run. A very, very tidy car. I really do love the concept of that Warwick car. It's nice and simple, elegant, and quick, which is everything you need a Formula Student car to be, as Yui come across the line to complete their 4th lap with a 1:12.13. It's exactly as you were saying, Lee.
Bang on. That's all he's got to do, hopefully. And they've worked out the points total from this. So they're aiming for a certain points total, which is hopefully going to give them that top 10 finish. And I think that's all they're hoping for at the moment, you know. I think the clutch is slipping slightly as well, so they're not confident to push it that hard. But fundamentally, it should get to the end. It's not overheating. It doesn't do anything wrong, so it should get to the end.
I think it is cooler today than it was yesterday, certainly.
Yes, absolutely. But this Warwick car, as you were saying, it's a nice development from the previous cars we've seen.
Absolutely. As it comes through the final throws of its first lap, Warwick coming through. Oh, hang on a minute. Lancashire. That's the first overtake we've had in endurance, and there it is, nicely done from both teams there. Lancashire back underway, hopefully, as away go Warwick across the line with a time of 1:46.23, and that is Lancashire back underway as across the line they come. That will be a slightly slower lap as a result of the blue flag. They pulled into the overtaking bay and got going once more. 1:35.89 for Lancashire, 8 laps completed, 9th in progress. Meanwhile, Yui are still out there, of course. They are coming across the line, and their time is going to be a 1:25.29, 5 laps down. 6th in progress for driver number 1. Now, Jess has been having a conversation with GCU. Jess, what have you got for us?
Well, good news. They're on their way to the hot seat, so that is good news. There were a few. They weren't even sure at one point as to why they stopped. They only realised they stopped once the car got going again, which was quite funny. But it looked like for them, the BSPD got trapped.
Oh.
So that's what happened. But they just passed post-scoot. They're having a little bit of a break now. All their team are now in the hot seat. So for their sake, they're going to hope they stay there. But a position they're not expected to be in. Well done, Glasgow Caledonian. Really, really lovely people, and it was lovely to speak to them.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Big up to Robbie and all the team from GCU, currently in the hot seat with a 40.13.96. The only team so far to have completed endurance. Lancashire on the hunt for the same. They come across the line with a time of 1:21.72. 9 laps down, 10th in progress. And that's exactly what they need to do, keeping it consistent. Yui also looking fairly consistent. This time a 1:16.346 down, 7th in progress. Out also on track is Warwick, their latest lap of 1:08 on their second. They are coming across the line then, Warwick. Their third lap is in progress. Again, this is looking a lot stronger than the first session, Jess.
Yeah, the second session are the faster guys, so you would expect it to be quick. I've got an interesting story about Warwick, actually, about the acceleration.
Hit me.
Both of their drivers were female, which is a really good thing that we're getting more females in Formula Student UK to actually race on the track. They've got an initiative going on, driven by her, which is an initiative to try and get more women into Formula Student. And it is nice that they're leading that example.
Warwick went off track there. We didn't quite capture it. We got them coming back on. I heard a lot of tyre squeal. I thought it was coming from Lancashire. It may have been Warwick losing it and heading off track as Lancashire come across the line with a time then of 1:20.29, their fastest. That would have been their tyre score. They're beginning to push it, Lancashire. 13 laps for each driver. Their 11th lap in progress now for Lancashire. Yui heading towards us in the commentary box now, coming through the final corners to complete what is going to be their 7th lap, and it's going to be a time of 1:28.22. Not quite sure what happened with Warwick. All we saw was them heading back onto the course, Jess.
I believe they will get a bit of a penalty then if the off-track is their fault and not caused by a car going off. But the benefit of this session, this is likely the teams that have had hardly much reliability issues, which means, fingers crossed, we're not going to get much yellow flags. Which
on that subject, though, there is a yellow flag waving. And I think it may be a cone replacement. I think it's just a cone replacement.
Yeah, I was getting a bit worried because I can see all cars on the track at the moment. I do see Lancashire, I see Warwick, I see Yui.
Good stuff.
And I see Staffordshire.
Yeah, we really do see Staffordshire. Not only do you see Staffordshire, you hear Staffordshire. And off they go across the line. Meanwhile, Lancashire coming in with another lap to complete. But there is an incredibly fast car. Car number 4. They've qualified down here towards the back end of this quick session simply because of cone penalties. It's a lot faster than the times would suggest as Lancashire crossed the line to complete their 11th lap with a 1:18.99. 12th in progress now. Warwick headed through, past us in the commentary boxes, through goes Staffordshire into the twisty section of the course. Here comes that chicane, really testing the handling of the car, but it is absolutely planted like a knife in butter. Excellent stuff there from Staffordshire as they head through into the second slalom. Meanwhile, coming across the line has been Yui, who have just completed their 8th lap of 1:17.30, and Warwick have come over the line with a 1:07.00, their fastest, a 1:04.44. Staffordshire over the line to complete their first lap with a time of 1:01.66.
Wow, that's more like it for endurance. Staffordshire know how to go quick, and that was a good time right off the gate.
It really was, Jess, and I also think it was clean. I couldn't see any cones, but then again, there's a lot going on, so you may be able to keep an eye better than we can. Once more onto the breach, says Staffordshire on the back of their rear wing, and that's a cracking shot because you've got 3 cars all lapping at once there. You've got
we haven't seen that in ages.
We really haven't. Yui, Warwick, and of course Staffordshire. Meanwhile, coming across the line is Lancashire. Now this will be to complete their 12th lap with a time of 1:17.66.
One
they
lap to go, and
over
driver
the moon
change.
with that. I think Staffordshire have just overtaken Yui, which is not much of a surprise, to be honest, given that that was a 1:01 from Staffordshire right out of the gate. If I was Warwick, you're lapping quickly, Warwick. You might want to put your foot down if you want to stay ahead, or just be prepared for the blue zone. Right now, eyes on Lancashire as driver number 1 is on their final lap. Warwick under pressure from a charging Staffordshire. Plenty of cheering going on here on the hill at Copse as coming towards us in the view of the camera there is Warwick. There, meanwhile, is Lancashire. As Lancashire head towards the back end of the course into the fast speed section. They're going to come through this chicane on the left here, untroubled so far by anybody else trying to overtake, which will mean that they've got a clear run potentially, but you can see Staffordshire in the background there. Hopefully for Lancashire, they won't have to head into the blue overtaking bay. They can get to the checkered flag. The checkered flag, in fact, is out in preparation for Lancashire as they come through the final corner. And there is the checkered flag waiting for driver number 1. Lancashire about to complete then their first stint. Excellent stuff for car 46. There's the checkered flag. That's it done. The stopwatch now is on for us here in the commentary box. A minimum of 3 minutes. Staffordshire on their way then, completing another lap. That will be lap
59.
Lap number 4 in progress. Lap number 3 is just said. Yes, 59.4 for Staffordshire. Uwe completing lap number 9 with a 139.95. And Lancashire into the pits. Their last lap, a 120.30. Warwick, meanwhile, lap number 8 underway, 7 completed, with a 106.72, their latest.
Yes, indeed, and we still got the fast teams to go, and Staffordshire's definitely proven that. Uwe got not that long until they got the driver change, and we can see Uwe's getting a bit more confident. Uwe's time just now was a 116.68, still a bit slower, but they're still hanging in there, is Uwe.
University of West of England then on to their 11th lap. Driver change not a million miles away. Staffordshire, meanwhile, having broken the 60-second barrier here on endurance, and they're twisting through the final corner. The team going wild. They're very pleased with the performance from this driver, and why wouldn't you be? Because it's an absolute stonker of an endurance run. Warwick coming through then. Here is Staffordshire into the bus stop and through the chicane now onto the approach. They've got the cone there. That's a cone very much dismissed there by the rear wheel of Staffordshire. It wouldn't be Staffordshire without several cones as they come out of the hairpin and onto the slalom. There's Uwe coming out of shot there. They are currently on what I believe to be their 11th lap, so not far for them to go before their driver swap as they head into the Bales hairpin at the bottom of the course. Through that they go.
Our run order keeps flying away in the commentary box, but we do have Vermilion in the queue next, so they'll be going out very, very soon. But Uwe then up to the line with their 11th lap completed, which is going to be a 1:13.67. That's more like it from Uwe at the moment. Staffordshire coming across the line to complete their next lap. This looks like a fast one from Staffordshire, and it's their best lap.
It is indeed 59.05. Staffordshire lapping below the 60 consistently, and the team very, very pleased with that. We can hear it here at Copse as through the hairpin of Brutus Maximus goes Uwe. Now I would stay with this angle if we can, because I want to see where the gap is. There's the gap to Staffordshire. Uwe potentially may have to consider the overtaking bay towards the Mansell Meander at the end of the course. I don't think they're going to need this overtaking bay right ahead. No, they are. They are. Staffordshire are that quick that Uwe are going to have to pull in and be overtaken. They've done so successfully and cleanly. Staffordshire cheering away, others cheering away as well. Warwick getting a lot of love naturally as they complete their 9th lap, 10th in progress, 106.58 their 9th time. Uwe coming up to complete their 12th lap. Only one more lap for driver number 1 from the University of the West of England. A 1:13.67 is their latest. What is their next lap going to be then? We're going to find out shortly, but Staffordshire cross ahead of them. They've overtaken them, and Staffordshire cross the line with a 1:00.15. Uwe over the line with a 1:17.03.
Don't forget they had to slow down due to the overtaking bay.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 minutes is up though for Lancashire, so they can head out on track at any point now. But that, for a moment, there was a momentary loss of power there for Uwe. Now we know that they are struggling possibly with their clutch. The clutch is a bit worn, and they're struggling with it. That maybe it wasn't getting up into gear. Warwick on the approach then to Uwe, and we know that Warwick is incredibly quick. It's a very light car with an electric motor in the back, so instantaneous torque. Warwick have completed their latest lap, lap number 10, with a 1:05.00, 11th in progress. As across the Lancashire are back out. Very well done to them. Only 51 seconds post the 3 minutes. So
whoa. Technically they got the minute restart, so
exactly.
They were on it.
That's absolutely bang on from Lancashire. Like a well-oiled machine as Staffordshire crossed the line to complete their 7th lap with a 58.17. It's their fastest out on track, and the team are absolutely chuffed with that one. Uwe though back being overtaken under the power once more, and they were overtaken by Warwick as we suspected. Uwe then on their, what I suspect to be...
They're about to do the driver change, Giles.
This is the final lap for driver number 1 for Uwe. Warwick coming through out of shot there. They've overtaken them, but they've still got several laps to do before the checkered flag appears. Here it is then for car 121, University of the West of England with the Triumph Street Triple in the back. And the clock starts now as they head into the pit lane. They've got to be static for 3 minutes with the engine off. Lancashire being overtaken by Staffordshire. Staffordshire right up their chuff. They really do want to get on with this, do Staffordshire, prove a point and get as many points as they possibly can. 250 up for grabs here in endurance. Look at the way that rolls through the corners. Absolutely gorgeous there from Staffordshire.
Staffordshire always have a good car. They always have a nail machine. They have good team members as well. They just seem to develop bigger and better things every year. That's why they're one of the best teams in Formula Student, consistently in the top 4 for the last few years.
without a shadow of a doubt, Jess. Warwick on your screens now. Their 11th lap has been a 108.78. Their 12th lap is in progress. Not a million miles away then for them heading in for their driver swap. Talking of the driver swaps, can we just appreciate how perfect Lancashire's was? 3 minutes 51, and that you have to be static for 3 minutes. That's
so basically they either got I think they did a restart in like 50 seconds, or they might have done it in less than that.
I think they would have done it in less, because obviously they've got to pull up. We don't get the exact timings here. We're just doing this approximately with a stopwatch here in the commentary box, but hats off to Lancashire.
The timing might start once they get to the pits.
I think it does, Jess. So take a few seconds off. They have been very, very well done there for Lancashire as Staffordshire head towards the line, or at least they should do. Here they come through the final corner. No problems for them. We know Glasgow Caledonian like to clip it on the inside there, but Staffordshire looking brilliant with a 59.06. 9 laps completed, 10th in progress. The checkered flag back again, this time for Warwick, as they head in for their driver swap. Here's Glasgow Caledonian on your screens, occupying the hot seat. They're giving a wave to the cameras there. This is the team to beat with a time of 40.13.96. And could Lancashire be on for that? Here they are then, driver number 2 behind the wheel of the car from Lancashire. Lap 15 now underway, 138.73 their latest.
It's going to be hard to keep an eye on the stopwatch in the commentary box where we have multiple people finishing their laps. We've got driver swaps everywhere, so we'll figure it out with Warwick as they come through. But I think Lancashire has come to a halt.
I think it's being overtaken.
They've been overtaken as Warwick have done the first driver lap. Well, the first 13 laps for driver 1. They're going to be in the driver swap. I was getting a bit worried there for Lancashire, but they're all good. They're all good.
Lancashire continuing on their way as Warwick head into the pits. Staffordshire, meanwhile, blisteringly quick. Their fastest, a 58.17. Their latest, a 58.49. 10 laps complete. 11th underway. Lancashire back out, currently completing, I think, their 16th lap with a 147.82. Their latest. That will have been inhibited by the overtake as Warwick came through. Meanwhile, here's Staffordshire on your screens. Incredibly fast car, but those wings, whilst it makes them very quick through the corners, they do also pick up cones, which is hardly ideal. You will get penalised for it, but then again,
that's what hindered them during their first lap. I think they lost running time because of it in the sprint.
Yeah,
if you remember.
This is exactly it, Jess. Coming through the Mansell Meander now and onto the final corner as they approach the completion of their 11th lap, and it is a 57.72. Again, their fastest. They keep getting better and better. The team cheering for sheer delight as they approach now their 12th lap, the penultimate lap for driver number 1 for Staffordshire. Lancashire driver number 2 on their way. Their fastest was a 117.66. Their latest a 147.82. Not a million miles away from completing another lap. Uwe back out then.
They were on it like Lancashire. They're about the same time.
Yeah, 3:52 approximately, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 3:52. So both Lancashire and Uwe on it with their driver changes.
Really impressive stuff. Taking as minimal time as possible in the driver change. You've got to have 3 minutes minimum, and they are wasting no time at all as Lancashire come through and they complete another lap with a time of 138.45. 17th lap now for Lancashire. Staffordshire now coming to cross the line and start the final lap for driver number 1. Sounds absolutely gorgeous.
Love this. I love Staffordshire for that very reason, because the sound of their engine. I love internal combustion engines when it sounds great. I can't remember if they've done. I think they've done well in some of the static events as well. So I think I can see them score quite highly overall again.
Staffordshire, though, being slowed down by Warwick's car. Warwick are going to have to find the nearest overtaking bay and get out of the way, because Staffordshire are on the charge. They clearly want that hot seat off of the Glaswegians from Glasgow Caledonian. 40.13.96 the time to beat. Staffordshire all over the rear end of, in fact, not Warwick. Of course it's not Warwick, they're in the pits. That's actually Lancashire. The sun was in our eyes.
Yeah, honestly, it was quite hard to see right now, as of course Warwick are going for driver 2, a team that's obviously quite surprised us here in Formula Student. But Staffordshire, they've done 12 laps, they're about to do their 13th lap. You can see the checker flag from the marshal getting ready to be waved then, and that's a good start for Staffordshire. Their first driver has done their stint. They'll be very happy with that. The clock has started for Staffordshire, that they're going to get going, and hopefully we'll see Warwick on there very soon. But Lancashire about to go on to their next run, which is a 1:35.03 for Lancashire.
Absolutely fantastic. Lap number 18 for the University of Lancashire. They're beginning to get that just a bit closer. Remember, of course, you can give Yui a call. I've been asked to remind you. 0777 5109 545. Give them a call, drop them a text, rate their driving as they come across the line to complete another lap, this time for driver number 2, and that is lap number 16 completed for the West of England. It's 1:13.72, which is not a million miles away, Jess, from their fastest time. As away go Warwick back out on track.
They lost a bit of time there, but still minimal time, so they're able to keep going with no problem at all there. So Warwick gone for driver 2. Touch wood, no problems with the driver changes so far in this session.
It has been a lot more promising than session 1. Session 1 was looking like a graveyard by the end of it. Hopefully we won't be in that position come the end of session 2. Lancashire on their way, Yui on their way, and behind them Warwick back out on track with driver number 2. In fact, all 3 cars on track currently are in their second stint. Yui pushing it. We did expect faster times from driver number 2 from Yui, and we're already beginning to see that, because here is the second driver already bedding in into the overtaking bay as Warwick come through. Of course, it's just a case of can Yui get back out on the power as soon as Warwick go through. Warwick being cheered, Lancashire being cheered. Yui, I think, yes, indeed, back on the power. So all looking like systems go at the moment for all 3 teams currently on track as through to complete the first lap of session 2, or stint 2 I should say, for Warwick, through the Mansell Meander and onto the final corner. Across the line goes this wonderfully simple car, just excellent stuff. And of course they crossed the line with a time of 1:10.38, lap 15 completed then. Lap 14 completed possibly for the University of...
Yeah, lap 14, because don't forget the...
deduct 1, yes.
Yeah.
It's a mental math that we've got to do here in the commentary box, don't mind us. West of England, Yui have gone through with lap number 16 with a 1:34.17. Currently leading then, Glasgow in the hot seat, Glasgow Caledonian, a 40.13.1.96. There is University of Lancashire, the team closest to completing endurance, currently on what we believe to be their 19th lap.
With 18 completed very, very soon. And now I think they're pulling on the overtaking bay.
Yeah, they are indeed.
To let a charging Warwick through. Wow.
Warwick have just collected a few cones there, and
yes.
Unfortunately for Lancashire, they've had to negotiate the debris of that cone strike from Warwick, who are on an absolute send here. They'll come to the right of your screens. There they go, flying through. Lancashire, meanwhile, lapping consistently, and that's exactly what they need to do. They don't need to set any records. They could be only the second team to finish endurance if they keep on like this. Warwick coming past us here in the commentary box with a time of 1:13.16. Meanwhile, Lancashire coming through past us with a time of 1:38.36. 19 laps completed, 20th in progress for Lancashire. On your screens now. Meanwhile, coming to the end of another lap is Yui. They are currently on their 17th lap.
I have to say, they were the third the pass scrutineering on Friday. They seemed confident. They're definitely confident now. I think I remember someone who was in here saying driver 2 was obviously start to feel a little bit less confident, of course, than driver 1. But he doesn't seem to be doing too bad at the moment. But for quite a lot of cars, it's just about getting to the finish. But they have a target to set at the moment as they come across the line. Not their best lap.
Sorry, Jess, I've got to interrupt you there. Something's wrong with the Yui car.
It doesn't sound good, does it?
They've come through the final 2 corners and it was looking very slow, and the driver was pushing at something on the dash. I'm not sure what's wrong. Possibly that clutch issue that was mentioned by Lee, but there was a momentary loss of power. It was crawling along for a moment through the last couple of corners, and there they are, still struggling with power. And I'm really beginning to wonder whether they're going to be able to get back on it, because on the charge is Warwick, and Warwick are going to be very much held up. They've just drawn to a halt, have Yui. They're pushing on the restart, I think. And they are, yes, they are. They've just got back, oh no. Right, so they're struggling with the restart. Warwick are building up behind them, and coming through, I think, is Lancashire as well.
And Staffordshire's just dumped
would be
their
Staffordshire.
second driver.
So this is a queue now behind Uwe as the chicane is dismantled to allow a passing place. Through.
They won't get any penalties for that.
No, indeed. Through go Warwick, followed by Staffordshire. I think Uwe will be held there until Lancashire can pass through as well. They'll be there momentarily, I'm in no doubt.
Oh,
But
we're having such high hopes for Uwe, weren't we?
we were indeed. Lancashire going through. Warwick being chased by Staffordshire. Warwick looking incredibly quick, and then Staffordshire appear. And into the overtaking bay, no doubt, will go Lancashire. There's a cheer. Oh dear, hang on.
Oh God.
There's a crush of cones there as
They almost made contact with each other.
yeah, they did. That was close. That would have been a complete role reversal of 2021 had that been Staffordshire on Warwick. But meanwhile, Uwe still struggling here.
Well, at least we can see the phone number.
Well, yes, exactly. Although, how's my driving? It's difficult to rate when you're not moving, unfortunately.
Not great at all for that one.
Into the overtaking bay go Staffordshire. Staffordshire being overtaken by Warwick is almost like...
It's like roles reversal.
Yeah, it strikes me that essentially what happened there was Warwick got overtaken, thought, I'm not having this, and then got back on the power.
Seems to be there a bit faster than Staffordshire.
Yeah, indeed. And
Oh, they're out. We are out.
oh, heartbreak then for the University of the West of England. They are out as around the car go Warwick, followed by Staffordshire. Warwick finding a second wave of speed. They were overtaken by Staffordshire and then immediately retook the position as Lancashire crossed the line then to complete their 21st lap with a time or 22nd lap, I should say, with a time of 1:37.90.
I think Lancashire are not just are not focusing on the speed as it looks like. Their reliability, and I'm almost certain their fuel consumption efficiency, I think is going to be quite good. So I would expect big points in the efficiency for Lancashire.
Absolutely. Lancashire showing how it needs to be done. They're not looking for fastest laps. They're just looking to get it over the line. They'll gain significant points as a result of this. Another team that will gain significant points if they can keep going is Warwick, because not only is it very, very fast and light because of the way it's been designed, it's electric power, which will benefit so much in efficiency. They've just got to keep on keeping on, which is exactly what they're doing. Staffordshire come through as well with a 1:12.00. Their fastest to 57.72, as coming past Warwick's that latest time was a 1:10.37. And Vermilion will be joining us momentarily, Jess.
Our runners-up from last year are about to take to the track. Let's just hope that they can pull some good ones, because until they had that problem yesterday, they were rapid. Very, very rapid. That car looked good around this circuit. Expect some fast lap times to challenge Staffordshire.
Warwick seem to have really picked up the pace, but so too does Staffordshire. And I've got a funny feeling we're going to see these two swapping places until the end of their runs.
I think driver 2 seems to be a bit faster than driver 1, it looks like.
Most teams do tend to hold on for their second driver to be their fastest. Lancashire in to be overtaken by not only Warwick but Staffordshire as well. The team erupting with joy as Staffordshire come through. The green flag shown to Lancashire, who go through.
The thing with Lancashire is every time they get stopped in the overtaking bay, they have no problems with starting the car again.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really impressive, to say the least. It's a great deal of confidence to the team in the fact that they can just get on that restart.
And they have problems without acceleration for getting the car started. So whatever they did,
they've ironed it out.
Yeah.
Lap 23 underway then for Central Lancashire. 22 laps completed by our mark. 151.84 their latest. Bear in mind that was with significant overtaking. Their fastest a 117.66. Currently the second furthest distance travelled in endurance. The only team to complete endurance so far, Glasgow Caledonian, occupiers of the hot seat with a 40.13.16. As away go Vermilion.
I'm trying to remember who's that in the car there. Is that good stuff?
Gustav is around here somewhere, and it was Gustav's birthday yesterday, so a massive happy birthday to Gustav. Meanwhile, Warwick coming through to complete yet another lap, and that is looking very quick indeed with a 1:06.80. Staffordshire coming over the line once more to complete their 17th lap, 18th in progress, a 1:06.81.
got Lancashire in the middle of that section currently towards the final corner, and we can see Warwick just feel fully planted in that car currently, as they're getting used to it. There's quite a few mixture of strategies as which driver's been put what, as we're seeing more overtakes once again, as Vermilion are already getting on it as they complete their first lap. Vermilion are going to be well, and something must have crossed the timing beam there.
Something must have crossed the timing beam, because that's not correct. The team cheering wildly for Lancashire and Staffordshire. The Shires are doing rather well here. Add endurance for Formula Student 2026. 24th lap in progress then for the University of Central Lancashire. 142.81 their latest. Their fastest, a 117.66. Staffordshire come across the line with a very, very fast Warwick behind them. They've only just got past Warwick, but even then, you can see these two teams are very evenly matched. No doubt they've qualified in sprint together because they are right on each other's performance curves. And here we have then Staffordshire being chased down by the electric power of Warwick. IC versus EV. Two evenly matched cars, two completely different design ethoses, both competing here on track at Formula Student here at Silverstone.
Vermilion's just set their lap, and it's a 58.74 for Vermilion. They are on it in that too.
Fantastic. We knew they would be. We knew there would be a fast time in this car. Staffordshire having to pull in for Warwick. Keep your eye out on Lancashire though, because there's not a very long way to go between them and the checkered flag. As here goes Warwick then with an open track ahead of them. They've got the place back from Staffordshire. Anything you can do, I can do better seems to come to mind between these two drivers. They're almost egging each other on, which is brilliant for us, but one does have to wonder whether they may want to ease off to make sure they can finish endurance, but there seems to be no issues with either car currently. Touch plenty of wood. Warwick coming through, Staffordshire coming through, Lancashire back out on track after pulling out of that overtaking bay. That lap time will be inhibited by the overtaking. That lap time of 142.59. As in come Vermilion to complete another lap. Very, very quick indeed, Jess. And that time is a 0:58.18, their fastest time. Lap 3 completed for Denmark, lap 4 in progress. Here then, on track right now, are some incredibly evenly matched cars, and Lancashire not a million miles away from completing endurance. They are under pressure though from Vermilion, who have to ease up and wait for the next overtaking space to become available, as through your screens come Warwick and Staffordshire on the chase between each other. It's a game of cat and mouse between Warwick and Staffordshire. Meanwhile, a game of patience for Vermilion as they wait for the overtaking bay for Lancashire to pull in. Lancashire less concerned with speed and track position and more concerned with how many laps they've got done, because they are very close indeed to finishing endurance, being the only second team to do so, Jess.
And don't forget, the more laps you complete, the more points you get in endurance. And if you finish endurance, you get even more points after that. So we're crossing our fingers and toes for Lancashire in the commentary box, because this could be our second team. Will they challenge Glasgow Caledonia? We'll have to wait and see. Vermilion are gone to complete their 4th lap, which is a 110.35, inhibited, of course, by the overtaking zones.
Yes, indeed. They had to wait patiently until they could get...
Oh, that was a slide!
Well held there by Vermilion, who have had to work through the night on their rear suspension. Lancashire crossing the line with a 1:35.24 on lap 26 in progress. I think potentially they've got...
What are they on now? They got the checker flag. They're on their final lap, Giles.
Final lap then for Lancashire. And the team are incredibly pleased about that. Meanwhile, there is a queue of cars building up behind Warwick. Staffordshire go through, followed by Vermilion. But Vermilion, we know, are lapping faster than Staffordshire. Staffordshire then holding up the Danes, giving Warwick free space, while Lancashire have just got to negotiate the final corners of their final lap. And they could be only the second team to finish endurance at Formula Student 2026. Staffordshire will no doubt have to pull in. And yes, do they? No, I'm not sure. They don't have the blue flags out. Staffordshire carrying on, but Vermilion are slightly quicker, I suspect. The team, though, going wild for Lancashire, who are headed towards the final throws of this course. The checkered flag waiting for the University of Lancashire as Staffordshire carry on. Through goes Warwick, looking very quick indeed, and they're not a million miles away from completing endurance themselves with a 1:31.54 their latest time. But eyes should be now on Lancashire. The checkered flag is waiting. Here we go then, as they head through the final hairpin at the bottom of the course, the Bales hairpin, only the Mansell Meander and the final corner to contend with, and this will be the second team to complete endurance at Formula Student 2026. Jess, are they going to challenge Glasgow Caledonian for the fastest time in endurance?
Here they cross the line, and Lancashire have completed in endurance. An amazing achievement for them, and it's a 44.21. Again, not relying on speed, and Glasgow Caledonian are still leading endurance with a 40.13. So about 4 minutes slower, but I think there's quite a few teams that could challenge that. But it's just an achievement just to make it to finish endurance. So congratulations, Lancashire. You should all be very proud of yourselves.
Several team members running over to congratulate the team. As coming past us in the commentary box are Staffordshire, who have completed 23 laps. They're on their 23rd lap, I should say, with a 1:11.346 their last.
Yellow flag. I saw a yellow flag. Just
might well be just replacing cones. Bear in mind, Staffordshire are
no,
on track.
no. It's Warwick. It's
No!
Warwick.
Struth. Was not expecting that, but the red light is flashing once more on the roll hoop of the Warwick car. Can they get going once more? Because they are so close. They are on their second to last lap here, Jess. Surely not. And yeah, they're back under power. Warwick are back under power. 1.5 laps to go by our count in the commentary box for Warwick. Staffordshire flying along. They're currently doing their 23rd lap right now. As past us in the commentary box come Vermilion to complete what is going to be their 7th lap with a time of 59.55. 8th lap in progress.
And here are endurance champions from last year out there on the circuit. Another EV, the University of Birmingham, that won business presentation last night.
Wow, nice one for them. Excellent points. They're going to need them. The competition incredibly close this year. Very high bar for several teams, including the ones you're seeing on your screen right now. The Danes of Vermilion coming through that chicane with absolutely no problems whatsoever. It's a quick, nippy car. I really do like the Vermilion car.
I like their design as well.
There's a yellow flag though, Jess, and I do wonder who that's for. It's a blue flag now.
I think it was just a cone or something it looked like.
No, so I think Warwick lost power, got back on the power again, but are now being pulled in to what should be allow Vermilion through. But Vermilion have lost power. Vermilion have lost power,
oh, no.
which has allowed Warwick to get back underway to start what will be their last lap. But Vermilion have lost power in the very centre of the Mansell Meander. Yellow flags out. Marshall running to get the cones to allow the teams to pass through.
Now that is a shock.
Really stunning there. Was not expecting to see that. Birmingham go through. Staffordshire will go through as well. Yes, indeed. Birmingham pass. Staffordshire pass. Bear in mind, Staffordshire finished just ahead of Birmingham last year.
No, it was the other way around. Birmingham finished just ahead of Staffordshire.
No, Staffordshire's number 4 and Birmingham's number 5.
No, I mean in endurance.
Oh, in endurance, yes, I just meant overall, sorry. Birmingham then on the way, but all eyes then to Vermilion, who are stuck. And so are Staffordshire. Staffordshire back under power. There was a momentary loss of power for Staffordshire, who are so incredibly close to finishing their endurance one. 24 laps completed then for Staffordshire. 26th lap now, coming to a close, as will endurance come to an end for the University of Warwick, a team that has really caught our imaginations here this weekend at Formula Student 2026. The checkered flag is waiting for them. It waves for Warwick as they come past the stranded Vermilion car and take the checkered flag with a time of 37.28.78. Warwick leading in endurance provisionally, and they can take the hot seat. A very well done to the University of Warwick. Their team running across Copse Corner to go and congratulate them. Birmingham coming through to complete another lap for them. That will be their 3rd lap completed, I believe. In fact, no, that's their 2nd lap completed with a 1:08.48, their fastest time. 3rd in progress. Staffordshire then.
I think this is going to be the time that could challenge Warwick, but they were looking fast in the second stint, Warwick, so this is going to be close.
These two were swapping back and forth. They are very evenly paced. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Both of them will have been inhibited by this yellow flag because of Vermilion's car, and Staffordshire have got to slow right down the squeeze on past. completing what will be their penultimate lap. One more lap to go then for Staffordshire as they come across the line. The green flag showing. They've got an empty track to an extent because Birmingham are on the other side of the course, so Staffordshire really can leave it all hanging out on the track for their last lap. Their most recent, a 121.15.
They're just bringing it home, Giles. I think that's what they're doing. They
Absolutely.
just want to be conservative.
You can see they've slowed right down. They don't want anything going wrong now. Once more onto the breach for the final time for Staffordshire. The team on tenterhooks, very vocal, and they are going to get even louder if they can get through these final corners. It really isn't over until you see the checkered flag. Very first year I was commentating here in 2022, UCL ground to a halt on the last corner of the last lap. It can all go wrong in a split second. So do not count your chickens before they have hatched. But I have to say, Staffordshire have looked incredibly confident throughout the last 26 laps. The final lap then, underway for Staffordshire. Only the last few corners to go. The Welsh Wander and, of course, the Bales Hairpin, followed by the Mansell Meander. The yellow flag still showing for Vermilion. It's not going to be the dramatic end to the lap that they may have done otherwise. We know they can send it, but the checkered flag is there nonetheless. And Staffordshire, the driver knows what they've done. They are cheering like mad people. They are over the moon, and rightfully so. And they are taking the lead in endurance with a 34.0707. Staffordshire leading in endurance, Jess.
And Staffordshire can now take their place in the hot seat, and a lot of the people from Staffordshire University are making their way to cheer on and congratulate their drivers. Incredible stuff. We still see Birmingham out there on the circuit. They've got a clear track with most of the cars now out of the way. They just got the yellow flag of car number 2 to contend with as well. Obviously, Birmingham always do well in endurance last year because of their consistency and able to deal with any challenges. We're trying to see in our commentary box on what is happening to Vermilion. Their car is still stationary out there on the circuit. This doesn't look good for them, Giles.
It doesn't look good for the Danes, and absolute commiserations to Matilda and the rest of the team who've come all the way from Denmark. They compete in FS UK every year. They always make the journey, and they are always welcome. Such great people, and such a great shame to see them struggling in endurance like this. Meanwhile, Birmingham then waiting for a moment to pass, and there they go, squeezing on through. The track's been adjusted to allow for a pass past the Vermilion car. Malta waiting to have a go as well. As across the line they go, and have they been black and orange flagged? I think they must have been. Birmingham has been brought in, and I wasn't. No, the session has been red flagged. The session has been red flagged. So there it is then. Vermilion have come to a halt in the Mansell Meander. And we were wondering, between us, why it was taking so long to clear the car. And I suspect there is why. They've had to red flag the session.
So they could get the car out. So it looks like it'll be a DNF for Vermilion.
That does indeed, yes. That's a DNF for Vermilion and a red flag for this session. Birmingham were midway through. Birmingham, in fact, had just completed their 5th lap with a 106.42, their fastest a 104.49. So this time will not be added to their overall for endurance. We'll just have to do the maths ourselves. In fact, Jess, do you want to get the stopwatch going until the session gets back underway? Because we'll have to deduct this from the time.
We have to deduct more.
Yeah, a couple of minutes extra. But the session has been red flagged, unfortunately. And we're just waiting to see.
Yeah, Vermilion are official confirmed DNF of endurance, which is a bit unfortunate, which means unfortunately they're not going to be able to challenge the likes of Biscaya and Modena and Edith Cowan for the overall victory for Formula Student 2026. They have to wait another year.
They will do, and that's heartbreaking for a team who are so welcoming and so fun. I actually sat with them during the awards evening yesterday. They adopted me, and I was very grateful for their time and how welcoming they were. Meanwhile then, the session red flagged until they can get the car off the circuit. They've got it onto the grass. I suspect it was something to do with the high voltage, because bear in mind, of course, that you can't touch the car until the green light's showing. And you can see the light on the roll hoop. It's called the T-cell. You can only touch the car if it's electric, if it's got the green light showing. I believe the red light was showing, but it still wasn't going anywhere. They had to get it cleared. They had to check all the safety procedures accordingly, and as a result, they had to red flag the session rather than be able to move it with the yellow flags as you'd usually expect. So that's why we're under red flag conditions here at Silverstone right now. And you can see on your screens there, plenty of spectators taking advantage of the nicest weather we've commentated on together, Jess, at Silverstone.
Yeah. I think most of the years it's been raining for some of it, if not all of it. So we're quite lucky. But if you're in the Grands, if you're at least in the banks, put your sunscreen on.
Yes, don't do what I did yesterday and end up getting sunburnt. My head looks like a tomato. I can't lie.
You did get pointed out on that.
Yeah, there's been a few. Oh, you look a bit red. Yeah, I'm aware. There's these things called mirrors. Anyway, more to the point. When they want it, Staffordshire, the hot seat is yours.
Oh, they got to go through post group first.
I think so. I'm just going to see. Is there anybody from Staffordshire in the hot seat? No, there's just a general spectator taking advantage of the hot seat in the shade.
Why not?
Why not? Exactly. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Malta on the line then. Meanwhile, Romario saying gutted for Vermilion. That car is so fast. It really is. Meanwhile, for Malta, Matthias will be driving first and then switching to Bernard. Plenty of love then for Malta, who are on the line waiting for the session to get back underway. Moments away, I suspect, from getting underway here at Silverstone.
And we'll stop the stopwatch as soon as the green flag running, so we could, as soon as Birmingham get underway.
We can get an approximate time then, properly, because of course Birmingham were in the middle of their stint, and they'll need to be brought back out.
Yeah, I think I think one team that I remember got caught by so many red flags when there was changeable conditions was Malta.
Yes, indeed. Malta just can contend with a lot of things. I tell you who did really well last year through all those red flags was Lancashire. Not Lancashire, Lancaster. No, Leicester. That was it.
Yeah, Leicester.
There's a lot of L teams. Leicester did so well through all that constant rain causing red flags. We're still waiting then to get back underway. Malta on the line. You can see behind them we've got Bizkaya. Behind them, Edith Cowan. Somewhere in the mix, waiting to go, will be Birmingham, who had to abort their first stint because of the red flag. I'm hoping they'll be able to get back underway. I can't quite see them, though.
If they can't get it depends if they are allowed out. I'm just trying to see if they're somewhere. I can see Bizkar and Edith Cowan, and that's it.
Alas, yes. So Malta waiting on the line for the session to recommence.
We can see Birmingham.
And hey, they've got the umbrellas out, and rightfully so. It's a Bangers in Cash themed umbrella. So
looks like they don't have any problems then. They're just waiting to get the car running again. Looks like.
Meanwhile, the only thing moving currently is this bird of prey currently circling the course. All right for some. We'd like to get moving ourselves, but unfortunately we're just waiting for the Vermilion car to be cleared. We're under the impression here in the commentary box that's the reason for the red flag. Bear in mind though that the Vermilion car has been moved to the grass. I don't know whether they want it actually back into the pit lane or whether they could get back underway right now. The umbrellas coming out for the other teams sat in the cockpits waiting to go. You can see the Vermilion car on the other side of the white Armco with one of their team members, I believe, or is that one of the photographers? I think that's one of their team members sat with the car.
They only allowed, I think, 3 other people with pink bibs with them.
So here's the team that were in the middle of their session before it was red flag. That's Birmingham. They completed 5 laps. Their fastest of 104.49. One of the team members with the Bangers in Cash brolly out, keeping the driver as shaded as possible. Because as you were saying earlier today, Jess, those things are going to be really hot. Because not only is it a close, tight, compact space, but they've also got race overalls on.
And you're going to gain more heat when you just sat there as well. So that's why they got the umbrella up. I do believe Malta is about to get going, it looks like.
It does indeed look like we're about to get back underway for session 2 of Endurance. Malta, a firm favourite on the live stream. Plenty of love from around the world for these guys, including from Kirsty, their former team lead, who says she's got everything crossed for them. Just got to get back underway then. Do the Maltese team for this session. Birmingham waiting. I am surprised, Jess, that it's Malta.
It's been about 5 minutes since Birmingham has been seen on track.
I know, but they're still there waiting, and it doesn't look like there's a problem. But equally, I am rather surprised that we haven't actually got Birmingham ahead of Malta in the queue. I would have put Birmingham in first because they were midway through their session.
I would have done the same if I was, but I can hear that Malta's car being put under power.
Here we go then. You can see the red light on the roll hoop. The red flag's been brought in, and away go Malta. Now keep your eyes on this team, because here's a very exciting team of drivers with a very exciting, very responsive, nimble, quick car. And there's another electric sound sounding off here on Copse Corner. So I got the funny feeling Birmingham are about to re-enter the fray as well, as University of Malta approach Brutus Maximus, the hairpin at the top of the course. Yes, Birmingham are back on the line. They were midway through their first stint as through the slalom for the first time in endurance. Go Malta. Red light flashing away on the roll hoop. All systems go at the moment.
It looks like speed control, and Birmingham are back on circuit. The stopwatch has stopped.
So, okay, so that's about 7 minutes by our mark that will be added on to their time provisionally. Of course, it will be deducted, and it will be deducted more accurately than we can do here in the commentary box. We just want to give you an approximation of what we can expect for the total overall time for Birmingham. It will be affected by the red flag as we get it in the commentary box, but officially that will be deducted, so don't panic if you're supporting Birmingham. Across the line then come Malta for their first lap. Surely it's under 60 seconds immediately. It's got to be. It's not, in fact. It's 1:12.03.
That didn't look faster than a 60-second lap, Giles. Which was it? I think I looked conservative for their first run for Malta, which I was quite surprised at.
Yeah.
But I love the slide that Malta have been doing. The way that all their drivers have been driving at this weekend have been amazing. I love to watch them.
We really do here in the commentary box, and by the looks of things on the live stream, plenty of love for Malta. Loads and loads of love. Reese, Jonathan, Aidan, Clem, Jean, Matty Pearce, meanwhile cheering on for Modena, and Grog cheering on for Birmingham. Both Birmingham and Modena out on track at the moment. Now, Birmingham have now completed their 6th lap, and we can see there that there is about 7 minutes or approximately added on to their time for Birmingham. 7 or 8 minutes added on, so we'll deduct that later to give you a provisional result as best we can with a bit of mental maths. Malta coming through the Mansell Meander to complete their 2nd lap as Birmingham carry on their way, driving the red 5 through the chicane that tests out the car's handling capability. Malta coming across the line with a 108.13, 2nd lap completed, 3rd in progress. University of Birmingham right now are underway with their 7th lap. 104.49 is their fastest. Their latest lap was inhibited by the red flag. The question is, of course, then, what can they do here with an empty track? And it's looking very, very positive indeed for Birmingham as they come through the final corner and across the line with a time of 102.80. It's their fastest time for Birmingham as they attempt to accommodate for that red flag. They needn't bother. It will be deducted, of course, but equally, you just know they've been chomping at the bit to get going, Jess.
Yeah, I think they've been dying to get going, and Birmingham is a team that, with this form of the student card, they've been doing it alongside a lot of other teams that you're seeing here today with extracurricular activities. They've been doing it alongside their degree. A lot of hard work has been done for all of their drivers. They've scored really highly in static and dynamic before. They want to score higher in the dynamic events. Of course, they finish highly in the presentation. Anyway, Malta's just done another lap, which is a 106.82. That's their 3rd lap completed in endurance so far. Birmingham are onto their next lap. Look, this looks like a lot faster from them.
It really does indeed. Now, Birmingham are running a single rear wheel motor, 80 kilowatts, carbon fibre monocoque, approximately 170 kilograms. You should be looking for, that's the total weight of the car, I should say. If you want the exact weight, then head over to FS Stats. The side diffusers using Venturi tunnels to ensure that the car sticks to the ground, a similar aero concept to those being run by ECU and Modena. Carbon fibre suspension. It's a bold move, but a lot of teams are running it this year. They've got ambitious weight targets with 2 kilograms saved on the wish bar. On the wishbone itself, the geometry is now moved inboard, and all wishbones are carbon fibre with the tracking rod is steel. 2 halves per upper wishbone bonded together with bearing housing chipped in via suppression. Clipped in, I should say. So this is very impressive from Birmingham. Bizkaia now, last year's winners, out on track as they go through the chicane and head to in the first hairpin of the course. The Brutus Maximus is getting warm in here as things really do hot up out on track. You can see the heat rising from the tarmac, and things are getting close, aren't they, Jess?
Yes, we are about to see the 3 winners for Formula Student over the past 3 years go out on track and complete endurance. This is the part which I'm really, really excited to see them go out head to head to see who's going to be the fastest out of the three of them. In my opinion, these three teams are out of the ones that complete endurance. I think Vizcaya are taking it conservatively on this lap for now, just to make sure the driver gets embedded in. I know with Vizcaya they've got a lot of drivers in their roster, so I think it might just be one of their new drivers getting their eye in.
Vizcaya waving their team's flag here at Copse Corner. They're on camera and away they go then. Their first lap is a 1:11.20, fully electric behind the wheel there of the Spaniards. Meanwhile, Malta coming through to complete yet another lap, and that is a 1:05.045 down, 6th in progress, 26 needed for both teams, as the Australians now make an appearance. They are next in the queue. Birmingham coming across the line with a time of 1:03.35, 10th lap completed, 11th in progress. Driver number 1 well on their way to completing their stint despite a red flag earlier after Vermilion failed to finish. As here they come through Brutus Maximus. See how much power they shed? I'm not suspecting a lot. A lot of them seem to be freewheeling on entry, dab on the brake, and then full power on exit. Nicely done there by Birmingham through the slalom. It gets ever tighter as it progresses onto the high-speed section of the course. Watch how the car responds to these incredibly harsh corners. Here's my favourite part of the course. This chicane here just really defines the car suspension setup. Vizcaya setting another time of 1:07.51. Malta following suit very quickly. Jess, what have they got?
Malta has just done a 1:03.63, their fastest lap time.
And here is Birmingham to come across through the Mansell Meander and complete another lap for themselves behind the wheel of Red 5, named after their Birmingham compatriot Nigel Mansell. And that time is, I believe, a 1:03.67. Very nice indeed from Birmingham. That is their 11th lap complete, 12th in progress. Penultimate lap for driver number 1. Edith Cowan waiting in the wings. Kevin will be joining us on the microphone for their run. So if you're watching Down Under, it'll be a familiar voice for you from your coverage of Formula Student Australasia. A nice crossover that we like to do every year, that the Australians make an appearance.
Every other year.
Making an appearance through the shot is, of course, Malta. Meanwhile, Birmingham then, very close to finishing their first stint here. The sunlight glinting off that dark red. I love the car that they produced.
It just looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Really does. We're looking at some very high quality cars out on track. Vizcaya coming through with a
1:05.02.
And Malta coming across the line, following very close behind with a 1:03.14. Meanwhile, here's Birmingham to finish their penultimate lap for stint 1 of endurance as they cross the line, and this is going to be another quick time, I suspect, and it is in fact a 1:02.93, very close to their fastest time. Nice and consistent from Birmingham. Driver number 1 on their final lap then. As away go Edith Cowan. Now this is going to be incredibly vital for these guys because they are nearing the top spot, and it's incredibly rarefied air at the top up there. And they've got to do everything they can in order to take the fight to the Basque Country and Modena. Kevin, how's it going for you guys?
Oh, well, we're about as nervous as we could be, Giles. It's very, very close up top. I think there's only about 20 points separating the top 3 by our best guess. So it's going to be decided here in this endurance.
And what is the approach that Edith Cowan are taking to this endurance? Because, of course, you've got to get it over the line. But in this instance, and quite possibly for one of the first times here at Formula Student, speed and endurance may actually make the difference.
Well, absolutely. I think the last time we were here, we had a little bit of a leeway going into the endurance event. But Modena is actually leading the competition at the moment, so we can't stand back. We're going to have to push very, very hard, and Modena's going to have to do the same.
I should also point out, just a quick update before we turn our attention back to Edith Cowan, is that Malta mistook the checkered flag that was put out for Birmingham, and at the end of their first stint, they made a mistake, and Malta have gone into the pits prematurely. They thought the checkered flag was for them. It was for the car following them, Birmingham, and as a result, Malta have entered the pits having not completed their first stint. This will be time added to their overall run for endurance, which is less than good for Malta. On your screens now, of course, is ECU. Now, you may see the rear wheels step up under hard cornering. They may jump into the air. That's because you're not running a differential. Would you mind explaining that, Kevin?
No, it's a solid rear axle. It's actually from a micro sprint, and we shorten it. Has a solid axle, so you have to drive it a little bit like a go-kart. So the suspension's designed to be able to unload that inside rear and just ride it on the outside. So you've got full drive on exit, but it does sometimes lift that inside up.
It does indeed, as we might be able to see it through here, potentially. Looking very planted, though. Who's currently driving for yourselves on ECU? Your time, latest, 101.23, the fastest time so far for Edith Cowan. 2 laps down, third in progress. Looking very, very quick and very, very consistent, I should say. Meanwhile, have Malta returned to the track is another question that we do have, and I can't quite see from here, but the Maltese team came in prematurely, and there's a black and white flag out for Bizkaia. There's a black and white flag out for Bizkaia.
Oh, no.
Now, what a black and white flag meaning?
Well, I'm not sure what they're seeing here. The Basque team is going very quick. That was a 62.94. So they got enough pace.
They do, and they've got enough pace, but why on earth there's been a black and white flag shown to those guys, I don't know. Meanwhile, here's Modena being wheeled, not Malta being wheeled out the way. Malta are out. Malta are out. That's an absolutely staggering result for a team that's looked so on it all weekend. I'm absolutely stunned by that. Edith Cowan going through with a 59.57, 3 laps complete, 4th in progress. Jess is just looking up exactly what's meant by that black and white flag that's been shown to Bizkaia. We don't know. Hopefully Dan Jones, who's about to join us in the commentary box, might be able to provide some answers.
It doesn't say in the rules.
It doesn't say in the rules, but surely a man of your experience would know, Dan, the black and white flag. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you some answers for that in just a second. Edith Cowan flying around, Bizkaia coming through. They're lapping very quickly indeed. In fact, their latest is a 104.75, only 2 seconds slower than their fastest. 7 laps complete for Bizkaia, 8th in progress. The Aussies, their fastest time is their latest, a 59.57, 4th lap in progress for Edith Cowan as they come through the Mansell Meander. Little twitch on the right-hand side there, well held through the final corner. Here comes the finishing line for this lap, and it is a time of 58.95, their fastest lap. 4 laps down, 5th in progress for ECU.
Oh, and we have Modena out on the track as well. So I have it on good authority that Modena are running the absolute speed guy that was put that autocross time in first up. So they're going fast driver first, so this should be some fireworks.
It really should be. Now then, here comes Modena. What is their time going to be? Well, it would be, wouldn't it? Immediately out of the gate, 59.23. Lap 1 down for Modena. Lap 2 in progress. It's all happening here at Silverstone. Edith Cowan in contention with Bizkaia and Modena. Vermilion out. It comes down to these 3 teams, 20 points between them as Edith Cowan fling themselves into the Bales hairpin and onto the Mansell Meander. Meanwhile, here is Birmingham, and we expected this. It happened the last time they were here. Modena flying along so quickly, even the quick teams have got to pull in. The blue flag is out. I must say, Modena being a little more polite about it than they were 3 years ago. And through they go nice and cleanly. Modena back on the power. Birmingham untroubled and unmolested by the Italians, and they're back out on there with their they're back out, in fact, Birmingham on their second stint now, which is excellent to see. Immediately, the 30 seconds later, and they're almost crossing the line. This is incredibly quick from Modena, and that is a time then of 102.06.
They did have to put a pass on in that last lap. So that last lap was a good one for Edith Cowan University with a 58.7. But one of the things to note here, Giles, is that there's very different fueling between these 3 top teams. Oh, ECU, they're collecting cones. That was 3 cones hit there. Obviously just pushing a little bit too hard.
Meanwhile, I've got to update you that Bizkaia have drawn to a halt on the approach to the first hairpin on the side closest to us in the commentary box. Edith Cowan coming through with a time of 106.39.
So I'd hazard a guess they probably got held up by a car in that last lap.
And the green light is flashing on the Bizkaia car.
Oh, we absolutely don't want to see this. Vizcaya was still absolutely in this competition. They, of course, being an electric car, were going to use a lot less energy on this run. So Modena, with a much more powerful engine, will use the most fuel, but they will likely be the fastest car that we see out here. Edith Cowan somewhere in the middle.
This is it, and this is what it's all offset by. Fuel usage, efficiency, speed, it all comes together. But unfortunately, it's looking like Vizcaya will not be able to complete their run. Last year's winners are looking to be out, and it becomes a two-horse race between the two hybrid cars from Australia and Italy, as indeed Edith Cowan are now up against Modena for the win. Vizcaya are out, wheeled away, as Edith Cowan come through past us in the commentary box to post a time of 105.60.
Well, I think there must be some sort of hold-up on the track at the moment, because that's considerably slower than the teams have been going.
And they're pulling in now to be overtaken by nobody.
No, that's a bit of worrying. That looks like that was a bit of an issue with the powertrain there.
The drama truly building to gargantuan proportions here at Silverstone. Birmingham on their way, having completed 15 laps, 16th in progress for the team from Birmingham, 120.52 their latest, out on track at the moment. The two teams vying for victory here at Formula Student 2026. The Australians of Edith Cowan, the Italians of Modena. On your screens right now, ECU, both teams running a very similar concept, executed ever so differently. And this is where it will come down to. As Kevin was just saying there, Edith Cowan running a less powerful engine. It will consume less fuel, so they ought to do better in efficiency, but it will be slower. Modena, incredibly quick, with a far more powerful power unit, but as a result of that, they may run slightly slower in efficiency.
Well, I was a little bit worried by that as it passed us. That was a little bit of a backfire, and this car doesn't actually backfire for us. So they have been past Birmingham.
Yes, Birmingham have been passed, we believe.
So we're seeing Modena chase down Edith Cowan right now. It won't be long. Hopefully for us that we could stay ahead a little bit longer and not have the pass. You do lose some time if you get past. And Modena are pushing hard.
Honestly, you wouldn't want to be in a position to see one of your main rivals go out with a technical failure. You just wanted to fight them on track. It's a huge shame, but it's Birmingham. I think they're being pulled by. Yeah, they're in the overtaker bay. But yeah, it must be such a shame to have Vizcaya not compete with you in Modena for the title. Oh,
absolutely. I mean, they're a fantastic team. It's been a really friendly rivalry this weekend. There's definitely looks like there's something going on with the Edith Cowan car. It's doing a minute on that last lap, but that's a little bit higher than what we were getting on previous laps. No, you want it to be a close competition, but you want to see all of these teams finish. And it's always heartbreaking when you're a part of a team and you don't get through endurance or you don't get through scrutineering. You put a lot of work into it. All the students here put a lot of work into all their cars, and you certainly don't want to be that.
And it must have been a heartbreak moment when we saw like yesterday's sprint where you almost had a problem with the car. How did your drivers cope with that?
Oh, they reset pretty well. It did upset the session a little. It looked like it was just a fouled plug. We've switched to E85 this year, and we've had a little bit of issues just keeping plugs alive. And the stop-start of a Saturday hasn't been nice to it. But once you warm it up, it tends to clean up the plugs. So.
Yeah, and it looks like since that trouble, they seem to be performing quite well, but their lap time, 59.16, still not enough to compete with Modena. Next is Modena with lap 7 competing at 56.28. That's the fastest time I think we've seen so far.
Yes, I think this is a fantastic driver. I think he's had a lot of experience in karts.
Yeah.
And he's been driving for Modena for quite a while now. A really very good driver.
Yes, indeed. I believe he may have even been one of the younger drivers here back in 2023 at the very start of his degree. Edith Cowan, though, keeping up with them near enough. 60 seconds is a distant memory for Edith Cowan and, of course, Modena. The fastest time from Edith Cowan, a 58.70, their latest, a 59.16. The fastest time from Modena is their latest, a 56.28. Edith Cowan on their way now to complete the first stint for driver number 1. 11th lap in progress, and they draw to a close of lap 11, crossing the line with a time of 58.47. Their fastest time coming up behind them very quickly on the charge. is their nearest rivals, Modena, with a 56.47, 0.2 of a second slower than their fastest time. 8 laps completed for Modena, 9th in progress. In the case of ECU, that's the 11th lap completed, their 12th in progress. And how long can it be before they do have to pull in to one of the overtaking bays? Modena ever so slightly faster with that more powerful IC unit in the back, but of course that will use more fuel. Incredibly evenly matched.
Yeah, I think we expected to see this. So Seb's a really good driver, but is probably the second of our drivers, whereas we've got our second driver up against their first. So we did expect that Modena would be able to put the pass on, but we're hoping to return the favour in the second run.
Excellent stuff. Kian Butler will be behind the wheel for the second stint for Edith Cowan as through go Modena and across the line. This is going to be an absolute barnstormer of a lap from Modena, and it is their fastest lap at 56.13. The latest from Edith Cowan, a 1:03.99. That was one that was in the overtaking bay. They're on to their last lap now for their first stint. Birmingham still out there as well on their 20th lap. Their latest a 1:11.61. The fastest of 1:02.32 from Birmingham. You can see all 3 cars on your screens now as Birmingham come past us in the commentary box and into the second slalom. Meanwhile, here's Edith Cowan on the final lap for driver number 1.
Oh, this is the nervous moment, Giles. I never like being on the radio for these moments because it always feels like it takes too long in the driver changeover.
Absolutely. Especially getting a restart on these internal combustion cars. No problems in that case for Birmingham. In and out like a fiddler's elbow. Absolutely spot on for Birmingham as they cross the line to complete their 20th lap with a time of 1:07.46. Almost sideways out of the final corner there for Modena. The checkered flag out for Edith Cowan, and that is driver number 1 done for the Aussies.
Oh, well, you'd be very happy with that drive. There were a couple of cones there. I think the Modena driver is driving very fast and very clean. So they've definitely pipped us on that part of the endurance. But, you know, at the end of this, if you have a close competition and you don't quite get the better of a team like Vizcaya or Modena, you can still go away very happy with what you've done.
Absolutely. So 3 minutes to go then for Edith Cowan before we'll see them back out on track with Kian Butler behind the wheel, all being well. Birmingham left to contend with, as usual, a flying Italian side from Modena. Although I must say they do seem a little politer than previous years we've seen them. The Italian driving style can be rather passionate, shall we say. As into the overtaking bay come Birmingham and through go Modena. Squealing through the final corner, tail stepping out, maxing the power out on the exit with a time of 56.75, 0.6 of a second slower than their fastest. Modena with 11 laps completed, 12th in progress. Edith Cowan in for driver change. Birmingham underway with their 22nd lap, their 21st, a 1:10.66, 8 seconds slower than their fastest, bearing in mind they also had to contend with being overtaken by Modena. Notice as well the long silver air intake on the Modena car, and I really am impressed by that. They've taken the time with GT Power Suite to actually sit down and work out the geometry of the intake and the exhaust to maximise laminar airflow into the engine. It's incredibly complicated stuff, and they've done that remarkably well. One-dimensional simulations ensuring the maximum amount of airflow, laminar airflow I should say, into the engine. There's Birmingham on your screens now as Modena are a blur on the bottom edge of your screen. Through the hairpin go Birmingham. The time for Modena are 56.69, still not their fastest, but on to the final lap for driver number 1 for Modena. Across the line come Birmingham with a time of 1:05.44, only 3 seconds shy of their fastest. 23rd lap now in progress for Birmingham. Here meanwhile is Modena leading in Formula Student, challenged by the Australians. The Spaniards, Vizcaya, are out. And that's a real unfortunate moment. It was a 3-horse race, and it's now down to a duel between the Italians and the Australians.
Well, of course, this is driver changeover for ECU still, and this is where I'm most nervous. We haven't heard it start up. It's a very distinctive single cylinder. Sounds like a very powerful lawnmower.
So updates on the teams that we have lost. So Malta went out with a lost drive shaft, and there was a BMS issue for Vermilion. Meanwhile, into the pits come, of course, Modena with a time of 56.96. That is driver number 1 done for the Italians. leaving Birmingham out on track to complete endurance. The checkered flag is being prepared. I can see it waiting there for Birmingham. They've just got to finish these last few laps. Lap 24 now for Birmingham. 103.89 their latest. Their fastest, a 102.32. Getting ever closer and getting ever faster. Edith Cowan back and ready to go. It's going to be a little salute there from Kian to the marshal, and away goes Kian Butler behind the wheel of ECU's entry into Formula Student 2026. They're going to need to pick up the pace a little, I can't help but think.
Yeah, we're banking on the fact that the other Modena driver might not be able to keep the same pace, and it does look like a very hairy car to drive, but you know, at the end of the day, we're just like any other team here and hoping just to finish endurance.
Completely understandably. I mean, the euphoria I felt when we finished it for the one time in 5 years of Formula Student I was with Cardiff was one of the greatest moments I've ever experienced, which may tell you about the rest of my life far too much. But anyway, more to the point. Birmingham through the hairpin then. The last few laps for the team from Birmingham. Red 5 glinting in the Silverstone sun as they come across the line with a time of 104.15. 25th lap now, penultimate lap for Birmingham. Edith Cowan's first lap with Kian behind the wheel is going to be a 55.42. It's their fastest and it's off the line. The competition is truly alive here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. Quite possibly the closest we've ever seen at the top for the past several years. Birmingham on track right now on their penultimate lap, but they will have to contend with Kian from Australia on the charge for Edith Cowan. So keep an eye out for a blue flag. But bear in mind, of course, Birmingham are no slouches. They're pretty fast themselves. As they head through, there's no blue flag there. No, there is. There is a blue flag and they pull in. Birmingham pull in seamlessly. Edith Cowan flying through. The green flag shows that's how you do an overtake. That is gorgeous in its efficiency. Very little time lost by both teams. Birmingham on their way for their second to last lap, and Edith Cowan coming through to complete another one as well. I can hear them and I can see them now as they come across the line, getting very twitchy on the final corner with a time then of 55.52, a tenth of a second slower. The final lap then for Birmingham is underway. Their last lap was a 107.05. They just need to bring it home now, and that is exactly not what you want to see. Where's the power gone?
No, this is horrible to see. I mean, Birmingham's been having a really, really good comp. Hopefully there's enough left in the battery just to get one more lap.
An absolute shocker here, Jess. I can't believe this.
You were saying this earlier, the last corner, the last lap at one point, is they just started the final lap.
They're underway again! And you can hear Birmingham, the euphoria erupting from the team. It's still on for the team from Birmingham. All they have to do is finish this lap, and they will be one of only 5 teams to have finished endurance. Can Birmingham get through? I sincerely hope so. Across the line comes Edith Cowan, this time with a 55.46. They are right on the apex of their performance capability, I suspect. Meanwhile, here's Birmingham into the fast section of the course, keeping it nice and calm and collected. I suspect they're running low on juice and they just need to eke it out, Jess, but it's not looking good.
It is not looking good at all. They just got to get on the power. The yellow flag will be waved shortly to allow more cars through, and that's just bad timing for Birmingham. They were looking so good up until this point, and it looks like they're going again. I think everybody here at Silverstone is probably wanting to cheer Birmingham on to say, come on, you could do this. They could be the 5th car to finish endurance through in the last sector now. They just got to keep it conservative. I'm sure that the team will be saying, just bring it home as they not the cone Edith Cowan. Oh my goodness, 2 cones, Kevin said in the commentary box. I have to say that was quite entertaining at least.
Meanwhile, the drama has reached the pinnacle for Birmingham, because here's the checkered flag. Car number 5 is the 5th car to finish endurance, and they scream with delight. They capture the cones that were in debris from ECU. They do not care. They rush like a torrent to the edge of the course to celebrate. That last lap of 205.63. They don't care. It's not the fastest, but who is in their right mind worrying about that from Birmingham? With a 41.57, they become only the 5th team to finish endurance, and it gives Edith Cowan an empty track to take the fight to Modena.
I don't know about an empty track. It looks like Kian's determined to put some cones on that track. If there's any chance that Kian could hear this at all, just calm down a little, mate.
He is on an absolute bender, and we are so here for it as across the line go Edith Cowan with a 55.59, only 1/10 of a second slower than their fastest, determined to catch up to the rocket that was Modena. And talking of the rocket that is Modena, they are back out on track. This really is one for the ages, a duel between two titans of Formula Student, Australia and Italy, competing here on track at Silverstone, the home of British motorsport. Edith Cowan and Modena. Edith Cowan currently have completed 18 laps, their 19th in progress, 55.59, and on to their second session now are Modena, their 14th lap currently in progress. As through then goes Kian. Now this looks to be very, very quick, but also the cleanest we've seen from Kian so far. There have been a smattering of cones here and there through the Mansell meander. The tail stepping out. I just love the way that Kian can hold it sideways through these corners. Excellent stuff there from Kian through the final corner. Birmingham losing their minds as they finish endurance. They are over the moon, the second year in concession consecutively that they've finished endurance, and that time there for Edith Cowan is a 55.45, right on the performance curve for the team, as away go Modena to complete their 14th lap with a time then of 1:00.60.
Well, I think Modena will be incredibly happy with that time. We were banking on two drivers being a little bit further apart than that. So I think Modena are driving straight into the win of not just this event, but probably the whole competition.
Bear in mind though, I've said earlier in the day that I think you guys have finished slightly higher in some of the static events than Modena, so the static events will play into it.
No, we've taken that into the calculations and looked at both best and worst case scenarios for the competitions without the points out. And Modena have done the same as had Biscay. And Modena's sitting, the best that we could tell, 20 points clear prior to this event. And that's about 2 seconds a lap to get that in an endurance run.
There's conversations now. Dan Jones has joined us and he's talking about efficiency as Modena across the line.
Efficiency? That's a good question from Dan there. How much do we think there's inefficiency? We believe there's about 10-point advantage to us in efficiency.
Now you can see why Kian really is leaving it all on the track, sideways through several corners to ensure maximum speed. Edith Cowan on their 21st lap, their 22nd was their 20th was their fastest, a 55.37. Meanwhile, Modena on their 16th lap, their 15th was a 101.53. As through sideways goes Kian through the corner with no name, and that is a monumental time from them, a 55.43 right there. It's 22 laps now for Edith Cowan, 21 completed, 22nd in progress. Through the Bales hairpin goes Modena and into the Mansell meander. Watch the exit here. How much tail are they going to get? Absolutely none. Incredibly clean through there and onto the final corner across the line with a time of 1:00.12 for Modena. Their fastest, a 56.13. Edith Cowan's fastest, a 55.37. Their latest, a 55.43. 22nd lap in progress. Kian Butler behind the wheel. Can he get below 55 seconds is the question. They need to get as quickly around the track as possible, but as cleanly as possible as well. That 10 points advantage between the two powertrains is going to make all the difference here. 20 points in the lead. By ECU's calculations are the team on your screen right now, Modena. Edith Cowan across the line with a 55.68 to complete 22 laps, 23rd in progress then. Modena on your screens right now as they come through the far section of the course into the second slalom. Out of the second slalom like it was nothing, and onto the hairpin they go. Here they come then through the Mansell meander. Not carrying a lot of speed. There it is. There's the speed I was anticipating. The back end stepping out as they come through that tight right-hander, and that's going to be a time from Modena of 59.67. 17 laps completed, 18th in progress. The speed then picking up for the Italians. I wonder whether someone signalled to them, get quicker, because here comes the challenge from Kian Butler and Edith Cowan. He knows what he needs to do, and he really is pushing it. Is the Australian side. Meanwhile, they come across the line then with a time of, drum roll please, 55.83, 23 laps down, 24th in progress. Modena, meanwhile, come through the harsh chicane whilst another chicane has to be dealt with by ECU. A little twitch up on the right wheel into the air there with that solid rear axle, bouncing along through the hairpin, pushing it as hard as he can is Kian through the slalom now.
I think one of the things you'll notice, Giles, the lap times are very close, lap after lap. This car is built for consistency, and we're over the moon to be able to be doing what is the fastest lap times of the event, and doing it every single lap. So this is what we built the car for, exactly these conditions. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. In amongst things that happened in autocross, we lost our hybrid system. So this car is now running with hybrid. So this is some of the pace that we were missing out yesterday during the autocross.
I just love the way that Kian drives. I'm such a fan. Do excuse me for fanboying. I can't. I think Jess is the exact same.
I was able to actually see in one of his laps on Instagram, like the onboard shot, and it just looked impeccable.
It really does. Absolutely great stuff there. Meanwhile, Modena's latest time for you is a 58.83. 18 laps down, 19th in progress. Edith Cowan on their penultimate lap. Their latest a 55.92. Their fastest a 55.37. Across the line come Modena, very, very sideways, nearly lost it, but holding it on for dear life, gripping it to the white knuckle ride that is the Italian driving style, 58.80. It's 19 laps down, 20th in progress for the Italians, as meanwhile, Kian Butler brings the car home for the second to last time across the line, and here it is with a 56.04 for Edith Cowan. And on to their final lap then for the Australians.
So I think that's the first time they've dipped into the 50-60s. The consistency is really, really impressive. That 4 seconds per lap difference we're seeing on the stint, that could be the 20 seconds for the difference we're talking about. It's going to be very tight, and I think it's going to come down to how clean the runs are and the number of cones if the penalties on top. It's going to be that tight.
Insight there from Dan Jones, and it will come down to cone penalties as Edith Cowan head towards the end of their final lap, twitching through the chicane onto the fast section of the course. They've got the not quite so straight, the 2-cone slalom, the Welsh wiggle, and here comes the final hairpin, the Bales hairpin for Edith Cowan before the Mansell meander. Watch the exit on this. It's not quite sideways as it usually is. The final corner beckons across the line with a checkered flag. Edith Cowan finish endurance at Formula Student 2026 and take the lead with a 28.47.32.
Oh, look, we're really, really happy with that. I think the few cones that were hit on that Edith Cowan run, and I think the speed difference if the first driver is probably going to give it to Modena. But it's been great to see this and to be able to do that pace. The one thing that we wanted to do this time when we came is we wanted to make sure that we could show what the car could do. We didn't want to hold back at all. So we've given it our absolute best, and to go up against a team of the quality of Modena is fantastic.
It's been a real pleasure watching this, a real battle of the titans here at Formula Student. I mean, there's a cone gone there, so you may be in luck still. Really, really pushing it are Modena. That latest time, a 58.00. 21 laps complete for the Italians. 22nd in progress. Their fastest, a 56.13. But that final section of the course, they seem to be getting bolder and braver with it as they go. They nearly lost it a couple of laps ago on the exit of the final corner. I just reel it in just a little bit if I were the Italians.
I just don't think they need to do this. I think they've actually got this. If they can finish this off, there's only 5 more laps to complete. I think they've got enough pace. I think had ECU run clean, it may have been a different story, but I think they've got the edge. They had built that up. They have done so well in all of the dynamic events. They've done really well in the static events as well. I think all of those 3 teams, we expected it was going to be a hard fight, and it has been a hard fight. But I think they've just done the job. They're an amazing team.
They really have, and they carry on doing the job, completing their 22nd lap with a 59.95. It was a little slower, certainly a lot cleaner and less dramatic through those final sections. And there's still a twitch of torque steer on the exit of the bus stop. Italian by name and Italian by nature, they really do not want to take it easy towards the end of this stint. It's all or nothing for Modena, as all eyes turn to the 2023 Formula Student Champions. Can they make themselves 2-time champions here at Silverstone as the final laps come to a close for the Italians? Through the chicane they go. and on to the high-speed section of the course. The not quite so straight into the second slalom and on to what's been dubbed the Welsh Wiggle before the Bales hairpin and the Mansell Meander. Now, to see how they arrive out of the Mansell Meander, they shed a lot of speed on the exit there and into the final corner. Not quite sideways through there. Very clean into turn that has no name. Turn 1 and turn 2 now. Very sideways on the exit of turn 2. Their latest time then, a 59.47. 24th lap in progress. 23 complete for Modena.
Well, I'm going to pass this back because I'm going to go and congratulate my team.
Absolutely.
Guys. It's been great to be in here. Thanks for hosting us, and maybe come down and do some commentating in Australia.
I would absolutely love that. It's been a real pleasure, Kevin. Thank you so much. You have a great day. Enjoy yourself. Jess, it really
I'm
is
back.
on. How are you?
I've just been enjoying yours and Kevin's and Dan's commentary, Giles, with all what Edith Cowan were doing. I was going to go and explore, but I was just enjoying the racing out there on track so much. It was just nice just to have a sit back and watch the drama unfold. But Modena looking quite quick.
They really are looking quick as they come through the final throws of this lap and across the line, twitching ever so slightly right on the limit of this car's capability. They really are pushing themselves. Are the team from Modena with a time of 59.13. They are now on their penultimate lap. Are the Italians. Through the chicane they go. And it looks like it's going to Italy once more. They may not have got the World Cup, but they've got the next best thing. They've got Formula Student.
Yes, and with Formula Student, if you do well in Formula Student, you're going to get recognised. And I hope we will see them back in a few years' time again if they do ever compete in Formula Student once more. It seems to me they're a lot much cleaner than what we saw in 2023.
Yes,
they're going to
absolutely.
get some extra points.
Well, there's no black flags for a start, Jess.
No, it seems to me they've been clean throughout, which is really great to see. I think they've been the only event that they have, wow! The only event that they've not topped was skid pad. They've topped everything else.
Absolutely monumental from the Italians, sliding out of the exit of the Bales hairpin and into their final lap they go. The Italians on an absolute send. You can see them on your screens there watching on from the embankment at Copse Corner. Only a few corners to go between Modena and Formula Student Glory. Completion of endurance, the time to beat provisionally without cones, a 28.47.32 as set by the Australians of Edith Cowan. Here they come through the slalom then, the power on as they head through the high speed section of the course. Now this upcoming chicane usually slows drivers down, but no trouble whatsoever for Modena as they fly down through the not quite straight onto the second slalom they come, make sure to stay in between the cones. They have done. The checker flag is ready through the Welsh Wiggle and on to the Bales hairpin they come. No trouble through there. The final Mansell Meander of this session perfectly aligned through there. The checker flag is waved and across the line go Modena with a time of 20.
What? 30.53. They're second. They're not. They haven't beaten Edith Cowan.
Wow. I was whoa.
I'm shocked about that.
I was not anticipating that in the slightest. Edith
This
Cowan.
could get close.
There will be cones added, but is it enough cones? The time for Edith Cowan, a 28.47.32 without cones. The time for Modena, 30.53.95 without cones. Both teams caught cones.
We don't know how many.
Modena, from what we could see, a lot less than Edith Cowan. So as much as Kevin may have been writing themselves off at ECU and suggesting it's gone the way of the Italians, it's not over yet.
I think it's going to heat up between the pair of them on who we think is going to do well. Dan, what did you just think of that, watching that?
It's fantastic seeing the competition between the two teams. The thing you have to remember in the raw time is it's not got it's the unadjusted driver change time as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it can be misleading. We really need the results guys count all the cones and turn that into the final results. But yeah, it's going to be close.
Incredibly close here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. Quite possibly the closest we've seen it. Now, a couple of years ago in 2024, the gap between second and third was under 5 points. I think we could be on for a very similar finish in this case, right at the top for the overall winner of Formula Student between the car you can see on your screens there, Modena, and the team from Australia, Edith Cowan, as Dan Jones signs one of the IMECI shirts bearing his catchphrase, "Read the rules." Last year that we're going to have Dan as chief judge here at Formula Student. A crying shame. He's moving on to Pastors New in Germany, and we really are going to miss him. Hopefully, you'll be back for more Formula Student, potentially just not as chief judge.
I'll be back, just not in an official capacity. It's going to be nice. Today is the first time I've actually had time to see some cars out on track. So, yeah, I'll be back in future years, just not in an official capacity. It'll be nice to actually have much less to do, get around, talk to the team, see more of the cars, and, yeah, be a lot more relaxed than I generally am over the last 4 days.
I can imagine, and I imagine it'll be a lot of fun. It's been a real pleasure working alongside you, Dan. Really, thank you so much. And
thank you, Dan.
Cheers, Dan. And don't forget, of course, that you too can own one of these shirts from the IMECI emblazoned with Dan's face. You can see us in the commentary box wearing them if you're on the Kops embankment. It says, Dan says, "Read the rules." So if you fancy one of these T-shirts, then you can grab them from the IMECI. There are Modena. We wouldn't like to call it because the times haven't been adjusted. These are all provisional. You've got to counter in, as Dan was saying, the driver change as well as the cones. It's very close indeed.
And we can't call it yet who the winner is because we got session 3 still to go with potentially 5 or more teams that are going to be competing.
By my maths, it's approximately 2 minutes between Modena and Edith Cowan. 2 minutes 6 seconds, 1 minute 54, thereabouts between the two. The applause erupting at Kops for Modena after a sterling drive. The gap between the two is approximately 2 minutes, and therefore, therein lies the gap. When that is adjusted, that will determine who the winner of Formula Student 2026 is. 20 points between Modena and Edith Cowan, 10 points difference likely in efficiency. So it's all to play for. Make sure you tune in tonight to the awards presentation because we truly do not know who's going to take it.
With the fantastic trio, of course, of Dan Jones, Monty, and Sheryl. So you could catch it on YouTube with those three as your hosts. So it was good to watch with those three last night. It was quite funny, actually, but it was a very entertaining award ceremony. Meanwhile, we got quite a few people in the queue for session 3. On the first of the queue is the University of Southampton. Now, as a reminder, for those of you that weren't watching the first session, Southampton were meant to be running in the first session. Couldn't quite do so because they had to change a few things on their car. Now they're here. They are going to get an out-of-order penalty, but they are still allowed to complete endurance because they haven't started it. So they're first in the queue. We also got Nottingham. We also got Strathclyde. We also got Cambridge in there as well. We got Swansea. We got quite a few other teams that probably we haven't seen. I've asked Monty to see if there was anyone else in the queue, so hopefully we'll find out more. But those are the teams that we know of.
Yes.
And BCU as well.
Yes, indeed. But I now have to turn our attention to a matter of national importance.
Oh.
Because Miss Mayor Pumpkin has commented, Giles and Jess, can you ask the photographer at the start line with amazing hair, I have to say amazing because it's in capitals, with amazing hair, what shampoo he uses? It's of national importance. Hashtag shout out to Media25.
Oh, is it Media26?
One or the other. Whoever's got the long hair that looks amazing, what shampoo do you use? Apparently it's a matter of national... It might be a matter of national importance in Jersey, but there's not a lot that goes on in Jersey that would be of national importance.
Yeah. And
Anyway.
I have to say massive shout out to the media guys who have been taking some lovely photos, which you can catch out on the Formula Students Flickr account. And
yes.
Yeah, so they've been busy all weekend capturing lovely pictures and videos, so make sure you check them out as well. And of course, the ones who have just finished endurance, it's not over. They'll have to get their cars post-scrutineered to make their times official. We saw that with Glasgow Caledonian. They were successful earlier on. We got to see it with the other teams. So the ones that have successfully completed in endurance are as follows. Glasgow Caledonian. Well, let's run you through the order, actually. Get it, Giles.
Here we go. Lancashire finishing with a time of 44.21.36. Please bear in mind, these times are all provisional, not official at all. They haven't taken into account the driver change or the cone penalties. Birmingham in 6th with a 41.57.38.
Minus 7 minutes, don't forget.
Yes, minus 7 minutes, so they will get a lot faster with Birmingham there. Meanwhile, Glasgow Caledonian with a 40.13.96. Meanwhile, we've got Warwick with a 37.28.78, Staffordshire with a 34.0707, Modena a 30.53.95, and Edith Cowan with a 28.47.32. Those are your teams to finish endurance so far today. Another session on its way very, very soon. Right now, we're going to get some more information and more details on Edith Cowan and Cardiff.
Hey!
I'm here with Edith Cowan, the team that absolutely dominated 2024. But are they going to come out on top this year?
Yeah, it's really tough competition this year. Obviously, we've got the 3 previous winners from the last 3 years, so it's proving to be a very tough competition, but we're excited for the challenge, and it's really added a new element and hopefully a new side of enjoyment for the competition.
How are you finding the competition? Like, are you finding it like friendly competition? Is there a lot of pressures for you guys? Or are you just kind of enjoying the ride?
I think there's quite a lot of pressure on us returning obviously from 2024 when we won, so there's a lot of like added expectations that we will probably, well, that they want us to win again, so yeah.
Yeah, there's obviously that pressure there from winning previously, but the competition's been super friendly. We love coming back here every single year, and all the teams are super accommodating for us. It's been amazing being in the paddock with everyone.
And it's a very long journey. Can you give me a little bit info on how it was getting the car over here, as well as just the really long travel time over here, and the time difference? Because I can imagine that's also difficult for you guys.
So obviously a long trip. We all make the trip together, so it's a bit of a team bonding exercise, I guess you could say. Yeah, we try to get into the swing of things very quickly once we get to the UK. Try to get working quickly and get into the time zones, because that can be a big shift. Yeah, it was an interesting trip over. The biggest thing is just the car, so trying to put it on a plane, that comes with its own issues. And then with the hybrid system this year, that's got its own challenges. So it's been a learning experience, but one that we've experienced with open arms, and we look forward to doing it again, hopefully.
Well, I hope that for you guys too. I'm going to say this to every single team, just purely because I want everyone to win, but I really hope you guys win, and it's worth the trip for you guys. And yeah, thank you for your time, and I'll let you get back to your amazing car. I love the livery. We'll get some shots of that. But yeah, have a great rest of the competition.
Thank you.
I'm here with Cardiff. This is their first time doing an EV car. They have a bet with Giles, the commentator, as to whether they will get through scrutineering and get the car on track. So this is the big question. How do you think that's going?
Not too bad. Our bet was basically that if we can get the car through to any dynamic event, he has to wear a kilt, the proper Scottish way, for the rest of, the time of the competition. Yeah, we're getting there. We have most of our mech stickers sorted, past all of chassis safety and tech. The only reason they can't give us our stickers is because we don't have the Accu in the car currently to check the ride height. But as soon as we pass Accu Scrut, which is looking promising, we'll have that in the car, get our 4th sticker, and then onto the dynamics, hopefully.
Do you think you're going to make it through Scrut and embarrass Giles? Because that is something we all want.
I really hope so. I mean, not only would it be amazing as a first-year EV to pass Scrut, but more importantly, to embarrass Giles would be great for a team.
We all have a common goal here. Have you had any challenges moving from combustion to EV? Like, how was that process this year?
Yeah, quite a few. Packaging has definitely been a major issue. We've kind of kept the main monocoque that we had last year for the front of the car and modeled the rear space frame around that. So we've been constrained to space issues to put the accumulator in and out. That's definitely been one of the harder challenges. But overall, it seems to be going well and gives us a lot more opportunity in the future to get faster.
That is absolutely awesome. I'm rooting for you guys, especially to embarrass Giles, as per. So good luck for the rest of the competition, and good luck getting through Scrut.
Thank you very much.
Well, I can inform you right now, I'm not wearing a kilt the proper Scottish way or otherwise. Although, having said that, it's that hot, I wouldn't mind if I was. It's really warm in the commentary box, and things are about to get even hotter as we see some teams we were expecting earlier in the day heading out on track at Silverstone, and that, I believe, Jess,
is Southampton.
Southampton, it is indeed.
Southampton were having trouble yesterday. I don't think they completed it. I think they only completed 1 lap of sprint, and that was it. But they are going to get out of run penalty, but let's hope they could. That looks a lot faster than yesterday.
It really does. It really does. And the team are cheering. They're over the moon with that. And we are underway once more for Endurance at Formula Student 2026. If you've just joined us, I'm Giles, she's Jess, and we're coming to you live from the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. That car looks to be running to a halt, Jess. It looks suddenly slower than it did initially.
No. It's all good.
It looks back on the power. Apparently,
they must be nearly on the brakes.
The answer to the question regarding shampoo is apparently Head and Shoulders. Other brands are available, but the answer is Head and Shoulders. Headed through the fast part of the course, that momentary loss of power into the hairpin may have been the driver being a little bit conservative. Obviously, you really do have to shed the power into Brutus Maximus, hence why it's called Brutus Maximus, because it's brutal on entry. So I would suggest that may be why, because this is looking very good indeed from Southampton.
Yes, I think Southampton were running a lot slower than that yesterday. I think they're a bit more consistent today. And, of course, they're an EV car. They're a really fan favourite of us, the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, because, of course, they won the Sim Racing Championships 2025, 2026, and they, of course, got their trophy yesterday. Southampton's first lap time, a 109.53. That's respectable, considering it's their first proper lap time of this competition.
And they're looking even faster through the first couple of corners and into the first chicane on the approach to Brutus Maximus. They haven't slowed down nearly as much into that hairpin. Very nice stuff indeed from Southampton. A quick couple of shout-outs to do. Eunice Duluk asks, Giles and Jess, will Kingston University be next? We don't know. But what I will say, I really like Kingston's livery.
I love Kingston's livery. I have messaged Monty to see if he can see who's in the queue currently that we are unaware of. So hopefully we'll see Kingston.
Simeon says, Giles and Jess, could you please give a shout out to Kirsty Kuracharia? It's her birthday today. Happy birthday, Kirsty. Now, meanwhile, though, there was a bit of a cone problem for a moment there for Southampton. They're back underway. And yet again, more cones being butchered here at Silverstone. We saw it a lot yesterday. Warwick and Staffordshire were the prime culprits in that instance. But on this occasion, it looks like Southampton is executing the cones as they head through the Mansell Meander, twitching on the exit there as they come to complete another lap. Across the line they come, and it's going to be a time of 1:14.36. 2 laps down, third in progress for Southampton.
I thought that looked faster then.
I can't lie, so did I. But there we are. Maybe it did look faster until they hit the cone, then they stopped for a moment. When
yeah, they did.
That
That explains that then for Southampton.
As they come through the hairpin and on into the slalom, looking very planted, I must say. There's no chance of this car rolling over. It's a very nice setup, and it is that classic Formula Student design, rear-mounted power unit, tubular space frame chassis, body panels over the top, electric power in this case for Southampton, who do suddenly seem to be going a little bit slower for a moment through the chicane there, but they're back immediately on the power. Braking there just quickly as they come past the commentary box into the second slalom and onto the Welsh Wiggle before they arrive at the Bales hairpin. Through the Bales hairpin they go and into the Mansell Meander. Ever so slightly twitchy, but far less so than on previous occasions. Through the final corner and across the line. The time, Jess?
The time is it's taken a while to update. 108.36. That's more like it.
That is indeed more like it then. From Southampton, who have completed now 3 laps, 4th in progress. As they head through the chicane and on to Brutus Maximus. Out of Brutus Maximus they come and on to... Now this slalom, do bear in mind with this slalom, the cones get closer together by a metre with each increment. So it's not as simple as guiding it through the exact same every time. You've got to be more and more precise as you go. It's like threading the needle.
This is the bit where they're going slower, Giles, than the previous lap because they just don't want to hit any cones and they want to make it through because that's where we've seen people stop before. So I think there were some moments where they're just keeping it cautious. And I like the sound of that EV there from Southampton. It looks much better than what we saw yesterday. That noise looks incredible from that EV.
So it's looking good there from Southampton. They've nailed that on the exit of the Mansell.
Slide
and away they go. Yeah, this is looking like a planted car. They crossed the line then with a time of 109.18. 4 laps complete, 5th in progress, 13 to do for this driver before the driver swap. Waiting in the wings are several other cars.
Nottingham.
Nottingham indeed. Looking forward to that one, I must say. Cambridge are there as well. We know Cambridge had problems earlier, and we don't know exactly what they were. The driver was telling me yesterday that the slightly slower pace than you might anticipate from Cambridge was a case of the driver having never driven the car before, and this was live testing in the case of Cambridge.
That's what I gathered, because we could see when we were at the sprint that they were just getting quicker and quicker each lap. More comments coming in at the live chat, and Miss Mayor Conkin is saying thank you for the hair shampoo update.
Recommendation.
Yeah, the recommendation.
Not that I need it, put it that way.
But Miss Mayor Pumpkin may need it. I might use it as well, potentially. But here comes Southampton to complete their next lap. They've done 4 laps so far. And that lap number 5 then for Southampton. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 103.46.
The driver clearly getting more comfortable with this car on track. It's perfect conditions for driving, if not a little bit hot. We're beginning to feel it here in the commentary box. It's 3 o'clock here at Silverstone. And through the slalom go Southampton. Now they have ditched the aero. I thought Southampton were running aero. So,
well, they had to get. I think the reason why they may have not won in session 1 is probably they ditched their aero and they had to get it re-scrutineered.
I think it might well have been Jess. As they come past us on the other side of the course here at Silverstone, through the Welsh wiggle and on to the Mansell meander, the Bales hairpin in between them, of course. Slightly off the power there, suddenly slowing down on the entrance to the Mansell meander. As they get back on the power, do Southampton. Car number 10 coming across the line to complete their 6th lap with a time of 105.42. 6 laps down, 7th in progress, almost halfway then for this driver from Southampton. The first stint in progress for the team.
We do have Cambridge in the queue, and the reason why they've been put ahead of Nottingham was, of course, they were meant to be in the first session.
That would explain why then, and here we are, Cambridge lining up and ready to go. We're hoping potentially for more than 5 cars in session 3. It depends on how things progress. We were a little bit ahead of schedule, I believe, and away then go Cambridge with a tentative start, but you would be if you were behind the wheel of not just the car, but several team members' hopes and dreams. And with limited experience, I can relate. There's a VT knocking about somewhere with me trying to drive the Cardiff car a few years ago, and suffice to say, there's a reason I'm here talking to you and not behind the wheel of one of these things. As through the chicane goes, it's a slightly wide track width there for Cambridge. Not to mention the view over the top might be a little obscured. I was talking about it yesterday with Sam in the comments, Sam Collins, and I just had to wonder how much of a view the driver has out over the top of those 2 shocks that you can see on the top of the car there. It's quite a high bonnet, if you can call it a bonnet, and it's a very low driving position, so not 100% sure about the visibility for this driver, especially with limited experience. Meanwhile, to update you, Southampton are onto their 8th lap. Their 7th lap was a 105.64. Their fastest is, of course, a 103.46. Now, someone somewhere has found a megaphone.
That is Monty telling the spectators what time they need to leave.
Wonderful. We would be able to tell the spectators ourselves, but unfortunately not all the tannoys are working. But anyway, there's a cone drifting away. I suspect Cambridge have clipped a cone with their rear wheel there, and they come across the line to complete their first lap of endurance. Do Cambridge with a time then of
a 131.21.
131.24 for Cambridge. Across the line to complete lap number 8 for Southampton with a 108.41. Southampton cheering with delight for their team, as Cambridge are going to have to contend with an overtake. Southampton are on the approach and are lapping a good 20 seconds faster. So that blue flag will be waved, and they are going to have to negotiate an overtake, which is a pretty nervy moment for any Formula Student driver. And Cambridge come on through. You can see in the background of your screens there, Southampton on the charge by comparison. I've got to say, though, it's reminding me distinctly, there's another cone gone off the rear right wheel of the Cambridge car, but the Cambridge car reminds me a lot of those classic 60s Formula 1 cars, Jess. I really do like it.
I really do like it as well, and the fact that they're able to produce a car of that intricate design, that's going to get some attention from some Formula One teams. I could definitely tell you that. I think I'm almost certain a certain few people may be eyeing a job in Formula One very, very soon. But Southampton are about to finish lap number 9 then, as they come across the line, a 105.93. Consistent for Southampton. Cambridge are about to finish lap number 2, and that time is for Cambridge is a 1. That looks very comfortable. 125.61.
Nicely done there for Cambridge. As Southampton continue on to their 10th lap, whilst Cambridge are in the throes of their 3rd lap. Meanwhile, apparently Kingston Uni is coming, according to
I looked at FS Stats, they passed scrutineering.
Uni Stullock says that, so thank you very much to Uni Stullock. DKN asking how much of endurance is left, but says he can't listen to the commentary. It's a shame, we wish you could.
It finishes at 4:30. Because, of course, the award ceremony is starting earlier today with a few awards, so everyone, including ourselves, could go and watch the World Cup final.
Go on, Spain. Anyway, Southampton coming across the line to complete another lap, and that will be their 10th to complete, with a time of 103.16, which I suspect is their fastest. It is indeed their fastest. They go into 9th furthest distance complete in endurance for Southampton. Cambridge on the way to complete their 3rd lap. Meanwhile, UE are torturing one of their team members, having nicked their shoe, and they're throwing it around the embankment at Cops Corner. If you can hear
look.
If you can hear the cheers behind us, that's what's going on there. As Cambridge come across the line with a time of 121.85, 3 laps down, 4th in progress for Cambridge.
This is looking very tidy so far for Cambridge. I think they're going probably at a similar speed to what we saw Lancashire do earlier on, and Lancashire completed endurance. For most of these teams, if they finish, they're going to be in the top 10 in endurance, and more than likely, if they've done well in statics, they're going to finish very well overall. Southampton going through the final sector, through into the Mantle Meander for the 11th time. Up to the line goes Southampton. It looks like a faster lap time than what they did previously. A 106.95, just a few seconds slower, but it's just driver 1 bringing the car home, ready for driver 2 to swap in any moment. Meanwhile, we've got Cambridge going through to finish their next lap very, very shortly as well. I can't wait to see which other teams are going to be in that queue, and will they be able to get their car through endurance without any testing, which I think is going to be quite interesting.
Meanwhile, we've been joined by possibly every team's worst nightmare, purely because he's in a green shirt, so he's a scrutineer, but he's also one of my favourite people from my days back at Cardiff. Hugh, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I hope I'm not everyone's worst nightmare. I've been trying my best to get a lot of the teams through as I can this year.
And how has it been over in scrutineering? Strathclyde have just entered the fray, I should add, but how has it been over in scrutineering?
It's been good. I've really enjoyed it this year. It's been a much better attitude than previous times. I think the teams are really getting their groove of working out how it needs to work, and properly listening and trying to come up with solutions to make sure their car is safe. And we're trying to do a really good job this year of getting as many cars out.
Have there been any teams that have really caught your eye in the scrutineering bay that you thought they deserve a bit of recognition?
I think Modern's car was incredibly clean. Same Uni of Birmingham, that was a very clean car. But there's a lot of other teams who I've been really impressed by. The one on track right now, Cambridge, I think they've been fantastic. They've been really, really pleasure to work with in scrutineering. Always happy to listen to advice, and been really great for just actually making sure that their car is safe, and they want to be out, and they've managed it, and I'm really chuffed with that, and just seeing how far they come from last year.
Excellent stuff there for Cambridge as they come across the line, having worked very, very hard alongside the scrutineers to make sure their car passes scrutineering, and their latest time is a 1:15 dead, 5 laps complete, 6th in progress. It's their fastest lap. Strathclyde come across the line to complete their first lap with a 114.99. Meanwhile,
Southampton have finished their driver 1 run.
Southampton into the pits for their driver change, and that is just great to see. Strathclyde out there, got a lot of love for Strathclyde. Family history with their campus, weirdly enough, as Cambridge carry on their way. And Hugh, your advice quickly to any teams that weren't able to get through scrutineering this year and are so desperate to get out on track, what would you say to them?
I think a big thing is just keep it simple. Make sure you are just covering the rules for whatever area of the car that you're trying to work on, and just try and understand the intention behind what that rule really means. That's, I think, the most important part that I think some people fall over. When they're not quite understanding what the words mean, try and think about, or just ask, what is this rule actually for? That normally is the best way to work out how to make sure that it's going to be safe and able to run on track.
Fantastic stuff. Words to live by if you're trying to get a car through scrutineering. Hugh, thank you ever so much. Really great to see you.
No, thank you guys. It's a pretty pleasure being in the box and seeing you guys again as always.
Excellent stuff. I'll tell you what, if your good lady Rachel wants to come by later to offer advice for business, she'd be more than welcome to do so. Wonderful stuff. Meanwhile, out on track right now, we've got 3 cars. We've got Southampton in the pit, but they're technically still running. They're in the middle of their driver swap. You can see Cambridge on your screens there. They've just knocked one of the slalom cones flying, but they are increasing their pace. Their latest time was a 1:14.44, which is their fastest time. 6 laps down, 7th in progress for Cambridge, halfway through their run. Southampton in the pit. Strathclyde are out, 2 laps down, 3rd in progress. Their latest a 1:08.96.
And we got one other team, a team I think we were both wanted to see in the commentary box, University of Nottingham. This is the furthest that they have gone over the last few years here at Formula Student, and their goal was just to make it into at least one dynamic event, and they've achieved that.
They've made it into the dynamic event, Jess, and they've
But
come to a stop in the dynamic event quite quickly, in fact, in the first couple of corners, and that is Nottingham struggling right here at Copse Corner. They just got running and they're back under power again. Bit of a weird one, Jess. Technically, I'm actually a University of Nottingham student.
Are you?
Yeah, weirdly enough, my PhD means I'm actually a member of Cardiff Uni, Sheffield Uni and University of Nottingham.
How does that work?
It's called a Centre for Doctoral Training. It's a very weird thing, but big shout out to Claudia Matz and Robin Irons. Meanwhile, there's a whole queue of cars now behind the Nottingham car.
It's like the M25 all over again.
It really is. Throwback to 2023 a few years ago when we had something similar, as Nottingham are lapping very slowly and it's holding up both Cambridge and Strathclyde. This will affect their lap times, but this is what happens when you run in the free-for-all that is session 3, waiting for that overtaking bay. The thing is, Nottingham are still under power, so there's no reason to move them off the track, but unfortunately, they are also lapping very slowly. We have seen it in previous years. NCME, who apparently, I think, may be making an attempt to get out on track later. But NCME...
Quite a few teams are waiting in the queue, but we have until 4:30.
NCME in previous years were lapping incredibly slowly and ended up being meatball flagged as a result of that. And I wonder how long Nottingham can continue at this pace before they get flagged into the pits as well. They're being blue flagged into the overtaking bay right now as Cambridge and Strathclyde come through, but this won't be tenable for a long duration because, of course, they will come back round again, will Cambridge and Strathclyde, as Southampton rejoin the fray to the sheer delight of their team members. They're back out on track now, are Southampton on their 14th lap, flags waving them.
I just saw, I think Strathclyde hit a little bit of Cambridge there a moment as they were going through the blue flags. That was a close call between the two of them, but Strathclyde looks to have had their car to be very reliable at the moment, and well, of course, they got held up by the blue flags. 1:52 was their last time. Their best times are 1:08.96. Nottingham, I think they just want to get their car to finish endurance. I think we've seen cars go slower than that in the past few years, but not that much slower than that. It's an achievement to even get to this point, and the whole team will be cheering them on. Even just getting on track will be an achievement for them on the last day. They would like to make it to more dynamic events next year, I bet. Southampton, luckily, has got a clear track in the final set to contend with.
Good stuff then for Southampton. On your screens right now is Nottingham, who are out on track, but potentially not as fast as they will have wanted. Strathclyde, though, we've been waiting to see them all day, and they are lapping very quickly, as are Southampton, as they come across the line for the first lap for driver number 2 from Southampton with a time of 1:15.94. 14 laps completed, 15th underway for the team from Southampton, but they will have to contend with that traffic of Nottingham, and Cambridge are stuck on track, Jess.
Oh,
I think that's in one of the chicanes. There's a yellow flag out, and
Is anything on dash.
Yeah, very little readout on the dash that we can tell you. So at the moment, Cambridge blocking the course, and of course Nottingham lapping very slowly, which is going to make life difficult for Strathclyde and Southampton.
Yes, it is a shame. They looked very reliable yesterday. We were hoping that they were going to go through yesterday, but we got the stricken car of Cambridge, and we got 2 cars that are going to try and get past, including a slow Nottingham. It's going to be more like a traffic jam once again. We've got 4 cars out on circuit at the same time, and at this point the marshal will be trying to tell the the driver on what to do for Cambridge, as through goes car 115 as they make their way through.
Strathclyde shaking his head, and I think
they're slowing down, Giles.
Yeah, Strathclyde struggling with the power unit. A shake of the head from the driver, looking to the wheels. Meanwhile, a conversation between the marshals and Cambridge, and there's blue flags out for one of the teams. I suspect Nottingham to pull in to let Southampton through, but Strathclyde are looking suddenly very low on power, and Cambridge have got none at all as Southampton cheer once more for their second driver coming across the line to complete lap number 15 with a 1:35.80, held up significantly by several other teams on track. Nottingham lapping slowly, Cambridge have stopped altogether, and Strathclyde are struggling.
Well, I think so for Southampton. They're not going to care that they're going to get held up at this point, because they're doing a lot better than all the other teams that we're seeing out there on circuit.
Strathclyde are crawling. Strathclyde are crawling. And this
red light is still on though.
This is beginning to feel like deja vu. Do you remember the days when we were commentating on endurance with Strathclyde and they kept hitting the stop button?
Yes. Could that be the same thing?
No, because it's still going. But
no,
they are bringing it into the pits. They're bringing it into the pits. Whether that will be a retirement or not, we'll have to confirm later. Yellow flags out for the stricken Cambridge car as Southampton manoeuvre around it with a new course set up by the marshals. So that won't be an off-track. Meanwhile, somewhere out there is also Nottingham. Not quite sure what, but it does look to be a retirement for Strathclyde, which is really gutting for them. The drivers shaking their head significantly as the power dropped away there. Southampton, though, looking very good indeed. If they can just keep on the power, they will get through endurance. Their latest time coming at you very shortly as they cross the line. And that is Southampton with a 16th lap complete and a time of 1:10.78. The team you can see on your screens there cheering on their driver, the second driver for Southampton. 2 cars now out on track. Cambridge being wheeled away then. The yellow flag still waving as they move it into a safe position. Nottingham still lapping, but very, very slowly indeed. And eventually Southampton will have to contend with an overtake there, but not for a while. Where are Nottingham? They must be somewhere close to us, I should suspect.
Yeah,
here they come now.
A few corners.
Through the Mansell meander and onto the final couple of corners, but I'm not sure how tenable this pace is for long durations and whether they'll be allowed to continue, as away goes the University of Greater Manchester NCME, who are struggling to find a gear. They've got a gear and they're away, but for a second I thought all of a sudden, not of all people, University of Nottingham was going to get held up.
Yeah, I think we did see Greater Manchester yesterday, didn't we? But they didn't complete a lap. I think they stopped for a moment towards the hairpin, like we saw quite a few teams, and that was them out. So great to see them back again, just like we see with Southampton. And Southampton are looking so good out there. Just having a reliable car is better than outright pace for Southampton
really
right
is.
now. You definitely can see they work to the night and all day to try and get it fixed. They are determined students.
I'll tell you who are looking good as well is NCME, and this is the most evolved car we've seen from them. Years ago they ran a rubber drive belt, and not to mention of course a very large wheel set, and it was incredibly slow as a result. But this has been evolving over the past couple of years, and it's very, very nippy. Look at this from NCME.
I like the way the driver is driving that full commitment from the MCME racing car. Again, a lot faster than yesterday.
And into the overtaking bay. I wonder whether that was perhaps a mistake because they're not familiar with the course. I'm not sure whether they'll be penalised for that. I don't expect so, but it's
I hope not.
It's not the fastest line on the course, but they posted a time there of 1:22.86, 1 lap down for University of Greater Manchester. NCME, formerly known as Bolton, if you're familiar with Formula Student. Nottingham stopping briefly in the overtaking bay, but they've got going again. I want their green flags away, so I imagine that's to let Southampton through. Southampton are so quick compared to Nottingham that Southampton are coming past us in the commentary box, while Nottingham have only just got going. And that is another time then on the board for Southampton. 18 laps complete with a 122.22, their latest. 19th lap in progress. On your screens now is NCME, looking the most competent and fast car that we've seen from them in a while, Jess.
Yeah, which is always great to see. Of course, they have to have a new Formula Student car every year. They can't have the same car year in and year out. It seems to me it's handled a lot better. And as we saw with one of the scrutineers as well, you can tell MCME have listened to what they need to do to improve the car to get it on the track today. So I'm almost certain they had to get it re-scrutineered earlier on today as they go up to the line for them to complete their next lap. Their second lap completed is going to be a 1:10.54. That definitely looks quicker. Its driver really glued into this circuit, Giles.
Absolutely, this is looking very good indeed for some of these teams that are out on track. And bear in mind, those running in this session will actually get points. Those running out of order that should have been here with us earlier, like Southampton, will have a deficit applied, but there are still...
you forgot how much.
There are still points up for grabs. Nottingham, meanwhile, you can see them on your screens here. They will have to pull in for Southampton, and Southampton are just going to have to bide their time until they can get past. There was a big clunk there. I hope that was just some pedestrians knocking into a bearing rather than anything on track, as, yeah, Southampton do have to be patient. In fact, is that Southampton? No, it's not. It's an NCME.
They look similar,
Yeah,
don't they?
They look dramatically similar. Do the cars from the University of Greater Manchester and the University of Southampton. NCME back under power and pushing it along now. Meanwhile, Southampton are ahead of all of the other drivers as NCME come across the line to complete another time. University of Manchester are out on track now. So that's Southampton with their 19th lap completed, a 104.85. 20th lap underway. NCME 3 laps down, 4th in progress, a 114.86 is their latest. And Manchester are out on track. Nottingham 139.47, 5 laps down, 6th in progress. And Manchester, Jess, what do you reckon?
I'm keeping my fingers crossed on this one. At least when they were in the overtaking bay this time, they were able to get the car restarted. What we saw yesterday, as soon as they got they tried to get the car restarted, they couldn't do it. I think they only did like a few. I don't think they did any lap yesterday, so it's a much better achievement. We heard from Sheryl and the team from Manchester earlier on today in the VT. They were the first team to pass scrutineering on Thursday. They did well, decent in acceleration, but didn't quite do so well in sprint. They did quite decent in skid pad too. Endurance is going to be the main test for them. They're probably just going to try and finish endurance because, of course, the main reason why they're probably running slowly as well is a lot of these drivers, they're competing in dynamic events for the very first time.
Yes, indeed. As NCME bring it across the line, they're finding more and more pace in this car from Greater Manchester. A 109 dead, their 4th lap complete, 5th in progress. A bit of a Manchester derby shaping up here in session 3 of endurance at Formula Student. Southampton, meanwhile, coming across the line to complete their 21st lap, 22nd now in progress with a 114.01. Meanwhile, Manchester have stopped on track, unfortunately, in the overtaking bay. But things don't look good, and it was struggling with its gear changes as far as I could tell, Jess. So
it still didn't look as good as the other cars that had their cars re-scrutineered.
Oh no, driver distraught with that, banging his hands on the steering wheel, and I can sympathise to say the least. He broke a toe kicking an Armco in frustration when Cardiff went out in 2021. It just means so much to these teams. Blood, sweat, tears, and months, if not years, of hard work to get to this point. And it all comes down to these laps, and I'm heartbroken then for Manchester, who've been a real great addition to the paddock and great addition to the dynamic events here. NCME, their Manchester compatriots, coming past now.
That's a comb. That was a comb for Greater Manchester, but they're not going to matter in the slightest. We got Greater Manchester up to the line to complete their next lap, which was a 115.08. Of course, they got hindered quite a bit from quite a few cars, and I think the driver is going to the marshals from Manchester for what to do here. that this doesn't look healthy for Manchester, unfortunately. We could see them out before it's even begun.
Not even a lap completed for Manchester Stinger. They're out, and they're just trying to get the car into gear to roll it away. And I suspect it's transmission problems that have ended their run prematurely. We could see them struggling with the gear change on the other side of the course. Meanwhile, then, we've got Nottingham backing up NCME into Southampton, which is what NCME and Southampton will not want, because their times will increase as a result of it. And now Nottingham getting out of the way. But now, of course, Southampton have to contend with NCME. Who's faster here? The two cars lapping. Oh, that's a big spin off the line then for Nottingham. They were pulling out of the overtaking bay, put the power down, and they overcooked it. And they're facing now the wrong way. They've got to get the car underway and get it going once more. Not losing a lot of pace here, to be honest. NCME then holding up Southampton. Southampton clearly the quicker car of the two here on the front runners of session 3. NCME will be looking for an overtaking bay, an opportunity to let, and there's a red flag. There's a red flag out, and the session has been red flagged.
I think same similar position to what we saw from Million earlier. They'll probably want to get the car back into the pits.
Both NCME and Southampton bringing their cars to a stop. Nottingham doing the same, having recovered from that spin, but the Manchester car seemingly in an awkward position, and they're going to have to red flag the session in order to recover it as they send out some of the volunteers. I think that might be Robin and, of course, our London Marathon runner, Mike Mansell, who has been spending the whole weekend pushing and pulling cars left, right and centre in training for the marathon. Meanwhile, Nottingham are creeping along gingerly. I wonder whether they're supposed to... I can't tell whether they're supposed to stop. I was under the impression you have to stop for a red flag.
I will double check the rules for you, Mr. Cosgrove. I will look at it to see, because we didn't know what the black and white flag was.
They have stopped, have Nottingham, and I got a funny feeling that driver is a bit hot in there.
Right, okay. Red flag, the driver must come to an immediate safe and control stop on the track and must follow track marshal's instructions.
So essentially, they couldn't wheel that Manchester car out of the way, I suspect because it's stuck in gear. And as a result, they've have to put the T-tray underneath it. Meanwhile, our main camera feed has decided to give up here in the commentary box. It is that hot, I can understand, so we're going to have to turn our attention... it's back now. There we are.
There we go.
Turn it off and on again, why not? Manchester struggling, and with their gear changes, it's locked in gear, I suspect, which means that they haven't been able to wheel it away seamlessly, as you'll have found with other cars over the course of the weekend. They put the T-tray on wheels underneath. That's not got it moving. They are really struggling to get this car out of the way, so they've had to put the red flag out there. I can hear an engine revving.
Hopefully the marshals have told them to do that.
And I believe they're being cleared off the track because, of course, NCME and Southampton were waiting. The session has been red flagged. I suspect they've been given permission to move around the course to return to the pit so they can pit, because I think this is going to take a little while because that car's not going anywhere fast. A real shame, by the way. We've not even seen Exeter. We were anticipating on seeing those guys. I don't know what's gone on there, so if someone wants to send a representative from Exeter to the... hang on. There they are. And look
at the
Kingston
Kingston!
Well, Swansea in behind them. We've got Exeter, Kingston and Swansea waiting in the wings.
I think since we're running ahead of
wow,
what time
Jess,
is it
watch
now,
this.
it's
They're going
almost
to lift the
half-3.
car. They're going to lift the rear wheels and wheel it off using the front ones only. I mean, hey, if Mike wanted training for the London Marathon, he's well and truly got it, wheeling Manchester out of the way as Nottingham are gently coaxed into the pits. You can see here the session still under the red flags. The teams will be brought out onto track, I suspect in the order of Nottingham, NCME and Southampton, as the teams struggle to push the Manchester car into a safe position. They've managed to get it onto the grass and out of the way. So a round of applause, if you can hear us, please, for the marshals and the Dynamics volunteers clearing that Manchester car in these incredibly hot conditions. I mean, hey, round of applause from us in the commentary box.
Yeah, because we haven't managed the heat as well.
There we go. We can hear it in our ears at least. So the gallery are in support of that. Meanwhile, there is Nottingham waiting to be returned to the track. There, meanwhile, is that NCME? I think it is. Yes, as distinguished by their green roll hoop. NCME and Southampton running rather similarly in terms of livery. So we've got to really pay attention here. Meanwhile, I really do not envy that driver behind the wheel of the Nottingham car. Head back against the headrest. You can tell how hot it is behind the wheels of these cars, especially in those racing overalls. There's the expired Vermilion car, quite tragically after all the efforts that were made to get it running. The suspension collapsed, they fixed it. They had problems with the T-cell, they fixed it, but they still could not finish endurance. Heartbreak for the Danes. Meanwhile, here is NCME and Southampton being brought back to the pits under red flags, hence why they're going so slowly. Hopefully we'll be able to get the session green flagged very soon. Just waiting on the Manchester car to be cleared, which I think it has been now. The rear wheels were locked. It was locked in gear. I think that was the reason why they retired. They were struggling with their gear shift from the moment go. And even the marshals and the Dynamics volunteers struggling with the gear shift in order to get the car removed. Meanwhile, there's a conversation that some of the NCME members are running away towards the car behind us here at Copse Corner. So a hive of activity in the pit lane as we wait to get back underway. Because bear in mind, not only have we got these three cars that were on track, you can see them there, Southampton, Nottingham and NCME. We've also got in behind waiting patiently is Exeter, Kingston and Swansea.
And we still see the stricken car of Cambridge as well. So
it's a real shame because yeah, I do love that design. It is reminiscent of 60s Formula 1. Now you can see there car 56 is Exeter, behind them is Kingston, and then just out of shot to the left you can see some people around a car. I think that's Swansea. It's going to be nice to see some Welsh representation here. Usual runners Cardiff have been switching to EV, and as we all know, easier said than done. So as a result, they have been contending with just getting through scrutineering, and they've got, I think, about 80% of the way in their first year, which is a huge achievement for an electric team in their first year. Meanwhile, NCME's driver having a conversation with driver number 2. Here, meanwhile, is Nottingham's team that you can see on your screens there, waiting for the session to be green flagged. We're waiting here patiently in the commentary box as well. There's the view of the Nottingham driver who is strapped in and has been for a while now, because they may have only done 7 laps, but bear in mind, of course, that those laps have been quite slow. So they've been out on track for a while, have Nottingham, and it's only going to get hotter. Meanwhile, people being cleared off the Copse verge. Pardon?
I think if they're not a student, they're probably being asked to.
Spectators are being asked to leave and leave the students in place. I see. Okay.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame because they couldn't see the remainder of endurance. But of course, we have to get things ready for tonight, and of course, the students will have to pack things up after this.
Well, they've got the cop stands as well. Nottingham then waiting to go as we recommence the session. Just waiting for that thumbs up from the marshals and the Dynamics volunteers in purple.
You can hear engines revving. Is it Nottingham's or is it someone else's? It could be another IC car though.
I think that's going to be NCME because Nottingham.
Oh yeah, Nottingham and EV, aren't they? But here comes Nottingham then to carry on with their endurance run. They got hindered by their red flag, but they're going to carry on.
Away go Nottingham, and immediately there's a little more pace there than what we saw previously, but I wonder whether they're running at a ginger pace through a combination of limited power from the motors and
just getting through.
Cone's gone immediately, and also being careful with respect to the capacity of the batteries, because the brake lights come on
and
immediately and they've stopped. The red light is showing, the T-cell is red on the roll hoop, but it's just a case of can they keep going consistently?
Yeah, they carried on. They've carried on. Is Nottingham going through the circuit? So, yes, I think they seem to be more confident through here, but they have to keep the power consistent rather than not at all. And when they go through the overtaking phase, that's going to be a struggle for them. They've only done 6 laps.
It's not a lot, but they've been around for a while. But hey, at the end of the day, the more laps you do, the more points you get.
We saw that last year, didn't we? We saw a few teams just going at a slow pace, but they just wanted to get endurance. Southampton being one of them, but Southampton doing a lot better this year.
And away goes NCME. The driver plugging away at the dash. And is it me, Jess, or does that smell a little bit hot?
It does smell a bit hot, and the engine sounds not great.
I'm not sure what's gone on with NCME, but I'm just going to cross my fingers for them. Across the line come Nottingham to complete what will be their 8th lap.
It will be hindered, of course, due to the
red flag.
Red flag, yeah.
So we're not even going to worry about the time there. But NCME are looking a lot slower on this restart post the red flag than we'd seen earlier. It's almost like a sailing boat with its sail and its mast, that very high green roll hoop. But I got to say, Jess, I'm a bit concerned about the University of Greater Manchester.
I think without that red flag, they probably would have been fine. But here comes the University of Southampton. They're not far off completing endurance. They've got a few more laps to go. They probably were very nervous there, but looks like they have not lost their speed.
No, they really haven't. And Southampton actually are on their penultimate lap. They were so close to finishing before that red flag. And all they have to do is coax it home for 2 more laps. NCME, meanwhile, struggling with their power unit. You can hear it. It doesn't sound happy at all. Does the internal combustion unit behind the wheel, in front of the rear wheels. They're driving the rear wheels. There we go. There's a phrase there somewhere, Jess. Driving the rear wheels. It doesn't sound happy in the slightest. Does the car from the University of Greater Manchester. And both Southampton and Nottingham are on the approach to them. And they're going to need this overtaking bay through the Mansell meander because Nottingham are actually catching them up, can you believe?
Yeah, Nottingham seems to be a lot faster than what we saw previously. So
green flag, red flag out. I should not.
Blue flag.
There's a colour. Crikey Moses.
Yeah, blue. We've seen so many flags today. It's crazy. Meanwhile, Nottingham is waiting in the overtaking bay for Greater Manchester. And probably, I thought they were going to wait for Southampton.
No, they weren't. I'll tell you what that was. That wasn't in the overtaking bay. It was on the wrong side of the overtaking bay. Nottingham had a power problem. And that's going to slow Southampton down as Southampton set off for their last lap. It's not been the clear session they would have wanted. They've got a lot of traffic ahead of them. And both NCME is pulling out of the way of Southampton and, of course, the team from Nottingham. But Nottingham isn't particularly much faster. And that's going to be a real issue for Southampton to post a representative lap time of what their car is actually capable of.
Yeah, because they were looking a lot faster as well. But I think they're trying to get into the top 10. I think that might still be possible.
I was going to say someone stopped. They haven't. It really just is.
It's just Nottingham being slow, but they're not looking at overall pace at this point.
No, indeed. And you can see the blue cones at the bottom of your screen there. That's the next available overtaking bay. So Southampton are going to have to wait for that one. NCME, Greater Manchester, may well have stopped on track because they have not come back into our view here. So NCME, their hopes of endurance may have finished here as pulling into the overtaking bay are Nottingham. The green flag shows Southampton are moments away from finishing endurance at Formula Student 2026. The team are here at the grass verge of Copse Corner looking on with sheer delight as the car navigates its way through the Mansell meander onto the final corner. And here it comes then across the line and Southampton finish endurance and they are over the moon with that.
Oh, look at that. They've got a big team of supporters there. Southampton weren't even expected to get it to this point today. We were worried they weren't going to make it, but they did. And bearing in mind, they got that out of order penalty to contend with as well.
Oh dear, Jess, here's a car I've been looking forward to all day. As across the line comes Nottingham yet again. And this might actually help out the next team to head to the track. Nottingham's pace, that slightly conservative pace, may actually help out Exeter, who we know have had problems all weekend, but they've still been determined to run in as many dynamic events as they can. The revs build on the line, and here they go then. How long can the team from Devon last is the question, as through the chicane goes Nottingham. The yellow flag is out, I suspect because Nottingham because of the NCME car is still there out of shot. Yeah, I can just about see the roll hoop on the right of the screen there, but no problems for Nottingham, who are cruising on by. Exeter on the approach. They're going to have to slow down, but I also know that Exeter have got to keep the revs up in order to actually keep going, so they can't really afford to slow down too much. But equally, if they go too fast, I've got a funny feeling their power unit's going to expire. it's a catch-22 for Exeter, and I can't see them on my screen there, Jess. I don't know where Exeter have. Oh, there they are. They've suddenly arrived right behind
Giles, stop
Nottingham.
panicking there.
And there they are. Nottingham then will have to pull in for Exeter, who are on the approach. And Southampton have completed endurance. There they are, being wheeled to their team, who are over the moon. I imagine there'll be great cheers erupting. And yes, there they are, cheering on their team. For a team we weren't even sure were going to compete in endurance, they've completed it. Well done to them.
They had highs and lows all weekend, pretty much.
Nottingham into the overtaking bay as through goes Exeter. The green flag shows for Exeter. Building those revs, it sounds like an angry swarm of wasps, does the Exeter car. Oil pressure problems throughout the weekend. Not only pressure problems, but I suspect shrapnel.
Yeah, well, there was fuel problems. There was the leakage on Friday, which meant they had to fix it before they go. And we still got the yellow flag waving for MCME.
Yes, indeed.
The question is...
Exeter go through with no issue, so they've got a clear track ahead of them. For now, Nottingham are a distant memory. 1 lap down for Exeter, a 118.63. As meanwhile, Nottingham are not a million miles away, Jess, from completing their first driver's stint. A flag, a green cone, well and truly gone there for Exeter. But at this point, the more time they can get out on track and the more laps they can do, the happier they will be. I got a funny feeling it's very much a case of everything or nothing for Exeter. They're going to leave it all out on track, even if that means killing this car. They are desperate to do as well as they possibly can. There are the team who are keeping us all informed of the timings. Now, they are working away like troopers to give you accurate timings adjusted for those driver swaps and the cone penalties as Exeter complete their second lap with a 112.04. The times are tumbling already. 3 laps, third lap in progress then for Exeter. They've got to navigate through the chicane and the approach to Brutus Maximus before having to also contend with the stranded NCME car. They go through with no problems. I know you're very invested in this, Jess, being from Plymouth yourself.
Yeah, of course. We do. My local city does have a team, but they're in concept cars. So this team is the only team from Devon in the FS class at Exeter. I've been following their documentary, which is also nominating for a few awards as well, which is quite cool. So wish you best of luck for that. So I've been following their journey quite a lot. I know quite a few of the drivers as well. One of the drivers winning most entertaining driver last year by yours truly. And here is Kingston University on track. Oh, this is another team I wanted to see out there on track. Their livery looks good, and the atmosphere there was brilliant. So come on, Kingston. Let's see if they can finish endurance too. Oh, there's a few cones gone off from Kingston.
A lot of cones gone from Kingston as they enter the fray and make themselves known as they slow down to navigate past. They have stopped, and there's a car moving ahead of them, and I'm not quite sure what that is. But
here they
this
go.
This is a wonderful tribute to Luke Williams, as it says on the back there of the car from Kingston. Both Kingston and Exeter having to stop because Nottingham has stopped in front of them, or is it the NCME car?
No.
Nottingham's carrying on then. So what has brought Kingston and Exeter to a halt? I don't know. Have Kingston broken down, or is there something blocking their path? We know the NCME car is parked up that way, as yes, Kingston are moving off, and now hopefully Exeter will... No, hang on. That's not the right direction there for Kingston. The hairpin goes out to the right first before sweeping round through the left. There's a car parked there, but the sun's glinting off the screen, and we can't tell who that is. I think that's Kingston.
Yeah.
Is that Kingston?
Yes, looks like it. Kingston Uni, it says. As a check of, there is a check of flag. Nottingham have done their first driver's change very soon.
Fantastic. That's the first stint over.
Oh, there's Exeter. They're back on track.
That's the first stint over for Nottingham as Exeter continue on their way. Problems then for Kingston, who were looking exuberant off the line and were brought to a halt around the same place that we lost NCME. So not quite sure what's gone on with Kingston as Exeter fly past the other side of the course opposite us here in the commentary box. Meanwhile, Nottingham are in for their driver change. Laps completed by Exeter so far, 3. Their 4th nearly at an end as they come through the Mansell meander. Exeter did have a bit of problem with that. And then Kingston are back underway. Great news for them.
Oh, something's flapping, Giles. Can you see? The
Where am
front
I
wing
looking?
looks flapping.
The front wing is being disturbed by the airflow. It's not as static as you might expect.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. We do have a shout out from someone who's a big fan of Manchester or with Manchester, saying still massive shout out to Manchester, highest ever static performance in our team's history, especially in engineering design and business presentation. Highest ever performance in acceleration in our team's history. She'll come back stronger next year. I think Manchester should still be very proud of themselves. Yes, they didn't complete endurance, but they had their highest ever finish in statics and acceleration. I think a job well done. They'll come back stronger next year.
Yeah, it's a great...
That doesn't sound healthy for Kingston.
Oh, Struth, talk about a backfire. Crikey Moses. Sounds like the Somme coming out of the back of that. Yellow flag out for Kingston. Big love to Manchester for doing as well as they have done. That is a significant achievement as they came round the final corner with no name, did Kingston, and the backfiring began and it didn't stop. Exeter sailing on by.
No problem there. And interestingly, with Exeter, they were able to get the car going again after they were stuck by Kingston and MCME.
I will be completely honest with you, Jess. This is not the performance I was expecting from Exeter.
No, but to be fair, with the problems they had,
we can actually hear the Kingston car because they've stopped right outside our commentary box, and there were 2 or 3 significant backfires, and the car drew to a halt, and they've only just got it restarted. But every time it restarts, it won't idle, and this is a real shame for a car we've been looking forward to seeing out on track, and all the hope in the world that they can get back going again. They are on that opening straight, and
we could hear the edge of refiring every time, couldn't we?
yeah, indeed. Exeter, meanwhile, carrying on their way. 5 laps completed, 6th in progress. Their latest a 109.01.
Not as fast as other teams, but I don't think they care about that at the moment. With the
No, indeed. To be honest with you, I don't think they were expecting to be in this position. I'd also like to shout out a rather poorly Liza Ashford, who should be here this weekend, but is unwell and was unable to join us. The yellow flag's waving for Exeter as they complete another lap before they try and pull round the Kingston car. Bad timing for Kingston because it looked like they were just about to pull away as Exeter then came by and they had to stop once more. 6th lap complete for Exeter, including that yellow flag at 116.97. 6 laps completed, 7th in progress with a poorly power unit in the back. How long can this power unit last before it expires? I do wonder. Kingston's power unit has expired and the car is being removed from the track, and that is over for Kingston with 1 lap completed. Gutting for Kingston.
But like I was saying about Manchester, the team at Kingston have worked so hard. You should be very proud to get to this point. There's about half the teams made it through scrutineering. They're one of them. A big job on that. There's some teams that have got in a worse position than you. So Kingston, despite the fact that you DNF'd, you're in a much better position than some other teams. So you should all be very proud. I think they'll definitely come back fighting next year. But good news for Exeter, they're going to have a clear track for a while.
They are indeed. Talking of teams that didn't finish, Not Good Gaming 101 says, can we get a shout out for OBR please? Whilst it wasn't our best on track performance, the statics team did phenomenally and the team has worked incredibly hard this year. We will come back stronger. Meanwhile, Sam says, did Hertfordshire ever make it on track? I'm afraid to say no, they didn't. And he also adds, OBR looked good, should look good to go big next year.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame they haven't done well in dynamics next year, this year, but I think next year they'll come back fighting. They've got some data.
Meanwhile, Exeter sounding a little worse for wear, and I'm hardly surprised given the problems I know the team are suffering from, as the driver from Kingston is applauded by the assembled collective here on the Copse Grass Verge, and Exeter are looking slower, and I wonder how much further they can keep going. So far they've done 7 laps. Their 8th is in progress. Away goes Swansea. Some Welsh representation sounding huge off the line, but Exeter are suddenly crawling along now, and it's only a matter of time before this car gives up the ghost, surely. I say that not because I'm being negative, but because I've had conversations with the team. I get on with them quite well, and they've told me more than I should know. But suffice to say, to have got this far with the car in its current state, fair play to everyone involved at Exeter. They've worked overtime to get to this point. despite every problem being thrown at them, including a lot of deductions for late submissions, which was less than ideal, and they've still come through that. If you actually look at their design score, it's not representative of what they've really got. Nottingham out on track then for their second stint. Exeter having slowed down considerably. Last year's most entertaining driver behind the wheel there is Alex Pritchard driving for Exeter. Their latest time, a 1:32.12, 8 laps in progress. Meanwhile, stopping on track there, Jess,
is Swansea.
That's not ideal for the team from Wales. They sounded very, very...
I think they were like Kingston. The revs just sounded very, very weird when they were going off the line as well.
Meanwhile, coming through to complete their 8th lap is Exeter with a time of 1:44.57. Not their fastest, but they're still going.
And they are still going, is Exeter, and well, I think it's just a question of when if they're going to finish rather than here we go. I think that's Swansea back up and running.
Swansea over the moon, and you know this car can go some when the power's there. They've just been having problems, but they seem to have conquered it for a moment there. Meanwhile,
is that car 47? I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Nottingham, meanwhile, negotiating through the chicane with driver number 2 out on track. Swansea crawling along. Not looking great here all of a sudden yet again for the team from Wales. There's a bit of a rivalry between Cardiff and Swansea. Usually competed in Welsh varsity. Right here, right now, just really hoping they can get going again. The yellow flag is out. It's on the final corner. They are moving the cones in order to give position to the teams to move around the car from Swansea. And Exeter are still going. Meanwhile, there's a lot of revs, but not a lot of movement. But boy, oh howdy, I can't believe this. Birmingham City University are on the line. Now, I spoke to Liam yesterday, and he was searching the pits high and low for a key component that they couldn't find. And they ended up making one themselves in the pits. So hats off to Birmingham City to get themselves into this position. Talking of positions, Swansea have broken down in a rather awkward one as Nottingham manoeuvre themselves around. Going through then, do Nottingham to complete another lap. Now, they are now on their 15th lap, 14th completed. Driver number 2 behind the wheel. Their latest a 2:17.40. And away goes Swansea. It sounds like it's very high revs there, I've got to say. Meanwhile, that's going to be a bit of a problem for Nottingham because all of a sudden, once everybody gets going, they suddenly become the slowest car on track once again. And Birmingham City University are about to add to their problems. It's going to be a train of cars behind Nottingham once more, but Swansea looking slow yet again into the hairpin at the top of the course, Brutus Maximus, and Nottingham suddenly slowing to a crawl and nearly losing it on the exit of Brutus Maximus was Swansea there, not expecting to see the slow car of Nottingham waiting for them. In fact, I think Nottingham did stop for a moment. That's now meant that Swansea have stopped, and I wonder what that's going to do for Exeter and, of course, Birmingham City. Nottingham back underway. Exeter blocked and moving around, I suspect. Yes, they're moved around Swansea's car. Birmingham City will be the same. It's all happening, Jess.
It is all drama at this point. It's not about the pace for these cars. I think everybody, because it's not that long until the end of Formula Student as a whole, everyone wants to see these teams doing well. Even if you're like a team that's competing for the title or not, or even if you haven't made it through scrutineering, you just want to see the progress of all the other teams competing in endurance remaining still to go, because the amount of effort everyone has made just to be here today. Swansea are still going on right now. It's like a traffic jam here in Cops Corner as Nottingham completes their next lap. It's going to be a 1:47.22.
Exeter still going as well. Nottingham on your screens there. Onto their 16th lap now, 15 complete. There is Exeter, a lot slower than we saw earlier, as they are blue flagged to allow Birmingham City through. Swansea, continual problems. When they're quick, and when they're not, they're not. And through go Birmingham City on Swansea as well, getting a bit squiffy on the exit of the final corner and taking out a couple of the cones. That's going to block the way for Exeter, as through the corner with no name came Swansea. When negotiating around them is the team from Exeter, who have found a similar place now to Nottingham. Lap 10 completed, onto their 11th, 13 required for driver number 1, Alex Pritchard. Yellow flags out for this section of the course at the top end on the approach to Brutus Maximus. As through the corners they go, but yellow flags are still there. Birmingham City lapping. They have worked night and day to get the car to this position. They had lost a key component and they managed to make their own. And look at this. This is absolutely great. I also love the handmade feel of the Birmingham City car. You can see the rivets all across the body panels. They have something picked up or potentially lost there through that chicane on the entrance there, but I suspect it may have just been a bit of debris on the track. Birmingham City lapping very nicely indeed. And heading into the Bales hairpin, there's a yellow flag out. This time for Swansea, who are calling to a stop, and that will mean Nottingham can come through. Where's Exeter is the question. I can't see them currently. Have you got eyes on Exeter, Jess?
I'm just trying to see as we speak. No, Exeter's there. Exeter's there. It's all good. Thanks, Monty.
So, to recap right now, the fastest car on track is car 47, Birmingham City University. Unfortunately, Swansea, whilst quick, have inconsistent power. Nottingham slowly bringing it home. The tortoise and the hare at play here. If they can finish endurance, it will be a damn sight more than most teams have accomplished this weekend. So they're just going to keep on keeping on. Exeter, meanwhile, contending with a very unwell power unit. They had set off at a fairly reasonable pace at Exeter, but unfortunately as things stand, they've lost that pace and they're crawling around even slower than Nottingham. Meanwhile, talking of slow, Swansea crawling to a halt yet again through the bus stop, and they are pulling out in to be overtaken by Nottingham, Jess.
Exeter's engine doesn't sound very healthy at this stage, but I think they should want to get the car home at this point. But Swansea, oh, hold on, who's that?
Nottingham stopped and they've started again. Birmingham City on the prowl. Birmingham City have completed 3 laps. Their latest is a 1:06.95. 4th lap in progress.
Swansea have stopped in the overtaker bay. There's been a few times where they've been struggling to get on the power. Could this be the moment where, unfortunately, I see a flag, Giles, that I was not expecting to see. A black flag. Who for?
Good question. The marshal questioning the choice of flag with race control. I'm not quite sure who this black flag is being prepared for, but it's certainly being prepared for someone. And I wonder whether perhaps one of these teams that's going too slowly is about to be brought in for an unreasonable pace. We've got to keep an eye then on the final corner. The black flag is there, and unfortunately it's there for one of these teams out on track at the moment. Swansea back lapping, pulling in there is one of the teams as Swansea go through on them. Meanwhile, Birmingham City are coming by. Potentially Birmingham City could possibly be being black flagged for ignoring the yellow flags. I wonder whether perhaps that could be the case.
It's not Nottingham.
It's not Nottingham, so I think that might be Birmingham City. No, it's not. In fact,
It's the Exeter.
In fact, it might actually. Who is this? Who is going to get this black flag? It's Swansea. Swansea have been black flagged. I suspect for inconsistent power, but I wonder. Surely the meatball flag would be used for that. So I'm unsure as to the exact cause of that black flag, but they've been brought in. Usually a black flag is for poor driving, but to my mind, I'm not convinced that there was particularly poor driving on the part of Swansea, as through go Exeter to complete another lap against all odds. Someone play Phil Collins, 2 minutes 11.62. Lap number 12 for Exeter, onto their final lap of this stint from Exeter.
I was not expecting this. A black flag, by the way, in the rules saying the driver must pull into the driver change area at the end of the lap when the flag is shown for discussion. The time penalty is the discussion time with the official, which may be reassessed. So they may not be disqualified. They're just going to have to be told what the time penalty is, or if they are not allowed to continue. We'll see.
Birmingham City going through then on Nottingham. The checkered flag is out, and that will be for Exeter as they finish their first stint. Meanwhile, you can see the fastest car on track coming through here and across the line to complete lap number 4 for the team from Birmingham City, a 1:21.32. On to lap 5. Nottingham continue on their way at their own pace. The tortoise and the hare does indeed come to mind, as has been pointed out a lot over the course of this weekend. Meanwhile, here is the checkered flag then for Exeter. Just got to find the Exeter car. It's lapping a lot slower than they initially started out with. And we know Alex does like to drive a bit faster than this, but we know it was well. The power unit is not well. So keep an eye on car 56, car 47 on your screens, lapping at a pace we're more used to here at Endurance. A 1:05 is very reasonable for Birmingham City.
I think it's in comparison to the likes of Warwick, Southampton, and Malta and the Basque Country. It's completely in comparison to them. So Birmingham City looking very good out there on circuit. The checkered flag is being waved for the University of Exeter. Not the pace they would have liked, but they've done their first stint with driver 1, and we'll see what they can do with driver 2 if they can make it out on track. Car 47, Birmingham City University has completed their next lap, and their lap time is a 1:06.91, which is their best lap time so far, Giles.
Excellent stuff for Birmingham City. Exeter, of course, they would have started out with a fairly high oil pressure, and that oil pressure would have dropped off as the run has continued, because they've got issues with that oil pump and oil pressure. As Monty pointed out, they're running at an eighth of the oil pressure that they should have been towards the end of their runs yesterday, and all they can do, they've replaced the oil pump. I suspect that's not particularly helped, and I'm not convinced they're going to be able to get the car started, but I've got my fingers and toes crossed, because that lot, I love them. They remind me of Hesketh, the old Formula 1 team. It's all champagne and caviar in the pits, and it's all jolly good fun, and I really do appreciate that attitude to it. They're competitive, but they also take it in good spirits. Car 47, meanwhile, and that's not good for Nottingham. They've stopped on track, but they are going again. Patience is a virtue if you're a Nottingham fan, and I think you're going to need a lot of it. Meanwhile, coming through the final corners of this lap for Birmingham City with a time then for their 6th lap, it's going to be a 1:08.15 for Birmingham City. I'm really impressed with this. I'm really impressed with Birmingham City.
They didn't even do. I don't think they did a lap. I think they only did a few laps yesterday in sprint.
Yeah, they did, and it's just great to see. They basically lost a key component. It malfunctioned during the sprint run yesterday. They were scrambling around the pitch trying to find anyone that used the same thing. They couldn't, so they manufactured one themselves in the pits, and that is the spirit of Formula Student in a nutshell. As Nottingham carry on their way, no, it's not the fastest, but in fact, they are actually now 9th in Endurance, the 9th furthest travelled car, and in fact, every car ahead of them has actually completed Endurance. So Nottingham doing very well, irrespective of pace.
This is always great to see, isn't it? No, I think Northampton are just having fun at this point. Nottingham. We are in Northampton. That's probably why I got a bit confused, Giles. My geography is quite worse at the moment.
I was going to say, I thought it was me that was bad at geography.
Yeah. It's me. But Birmingham City going up to the line is going to be a 1:09.49. Nottingham completed at a similar time. That's why I got a bit confused.
Nottingham 1:50.49, lap 21 in progress. 20 laps completed for Nottingham. Birmingham City's latest lap of 1:09.49. And that is their 8th lap underway then for Birmingham City. You can see them on your screens there through the haze of the heat rising off the tarmac here at Silverstone. Now bear in mind, we are using Copse Corner, but we're not only just using the Grand Prix course, but we're also using the runoff, which means the surface does change consistently under the cars, which will unsettle them and does require maximum drivability. Some cars are better for that than others, as through past us in the commentary box go Birmingham. Now, Cheryl's here in the pits. Sheryl, could I ask you to do us a massive solid and pop over to the pits and see how Exeter are getting on? Thank you very much indeed for that, as Birmingham City carry on then through the Mansell Meander and into the final corner. This is looking really good from Birmingham City, and I can see the frustration and why the teams were so passionate about finding that missing component, because they know the car's got pace, and it very clearly does, and they've got an open track for them. Yes, they will be penalised as a result of running out of order, but with their 9th lap in progress and their latest of 1:06.11, this is looking very, very good indeed for Birmingham City. Exeter are currently in the midst of their driver change, and hopefully Sheryl will come back with some more intel as to how they're getting on. I'm not 100% sure whether they'll be able to restart. What more have you got there on Birmingham City, Jess?
it is an achievement in itself that they go through the dynamic events, because at last year's event they came short of a passing scrutineering by 20 minutes on the Sunday.
Ouch.
So they took defeat with pride. They were working on the car, and they have quite a unique car, and for them to make it through. They got their car on track. They haven't been in the dynamic events for over 5 years. So incredible feat for Birmingham City University to make it through scrutineering ahead of schedule after just missing out last time. I think a few teams were probably falling short this weekend, and their car's just sounding brilliant.
I got to say a shout out to Kean Butler, who got out of his car and re-watched the live stream. And as he started his run, driver number 2 for Edith Cowan, he saluted. And I thought he was saluting the marshal who had set him off. Instead, apparently, he said, "Silly Giles, I was saluting you."
Oh!
Love you, Kean, mate. Love you, bro.
That's brilliant. Of course, Edith Cowan, excluding co-penalties, are your current leaders of endurance.
Yes, indeed. Although they're not occupying the hot seat. So Edith Cowan, if you fancy heading over to the hot seat, feel free. Bit of tyre squeal from Birmingham City as they push their car to take full advantage of that empty track and try and make up for the deficit they're going to receive as a result of running out of order, going through the not quite so straight and into the second slalom before the Welsh wiggle and the Bailey's hairpin. Nottingham continuing to lap now, Jess, as they come across the line to complete their 22nd lap with a time of, drumroll please, 1:34.28 as Birmingham City follow suit very quickly behind, and this ought to be a fast lap for them, and it is a 1:06.79.
This is not looking good for Exeter. Unfortunately, they're getting their car into the pits. They are out of endurance.
Absolutely gutting for the team from Exeter, firm favourites here at Formula Student, and they're there with Sheryl in the high-vis squared on this occasion, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you some more information as to what's happened there with Exeter. Heartbreak for the team from Devon. We knew that power unit was unlikely to last the course, but we did wonder whether it was going to get back on track.
I think they had trouble restarting.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
It overheated, Sheryl just said, Giles.
Without that oil, I'm not surprised. Here we are then with Birmingham City stuck behind Kingston.
Oh, what's happened there?
There's vapour coming off the back of the Birmingham City car. It's probably just exhaust. I wouldn't be too worried about that in the immediate, to be honest, Jess. These cars are hot. Oh, hang on, though. Yeah, they're underway. I wouldn't be immediately worried about that. The car getting underway then for Birmingham City. They've just got to wait for the overtaking bay to become available. But there is...
Going.
Yeah, they're fine. I suspect they're just waiting for for the Nottingham car to move. Birmingham City back underway, coming past the Nottingham car. Nottingham stopped, got going, pulled into the overtaking bay. Birmingham had to stop behind Nottingham, and then they had to get going again. So that was what that was. It's very hot, and I suspect that's what that vapor that we were seeing off the back was merely just exhaust.
I was getting a bit worried there.
I think we're okay. The marshals may see it differently, but from us here in the commentary box, I suspect that's just a slightly hot engine idling. If we go to Sheryl, she ought to be able to provide us a little bit more on what's gone on with Exeter. You said overheating.
Yes, they overheated and they had a little bit more glitter in their oil, but they're in high spirits because they got further than they thought they would.
I'm really impressed, actually, and we did wonder whether they might even make it past the driver's swap, because we were anticipating 2 or 3 laps in the engine to go bang. Instead, just glitter in the oil. There's something smelling, by the way.
Yeah, that is an odd smell.
And that's a hot engine. And oh, hang on. Monty's just said there's fluid on track, and yes, I can see that now. And is that, Monty, you know better than I do, is that the smell of oil?
Damn right, boy.
Unfortunately as well, there was white smoke coming off the back of the Birmingham City car, and I do wonder whether that's an expired engine. Jess, you were right to call it. You can see it coming off the back of the Birmingham car. White smoke means burning oil. That's what we can smell in the air.
It was like that with Max Verstappen in F1.
Yeah.
That's why I was questioning it.
I was trying to be optimistic, but no, you were right to call it. There is white smoke coming out the back of that Birmingham City car, and they've got the fight. They need to stop because the poor marshal's running with a fire extinguisher. 2 fire extinguishers rushing to the back of the car, and that's on fire. Birmingham City have spent all the performance. The driver's got to get out, and this is what egress is all about. It's a very quick expelling the driver from the car as the marshals rushed over to extinguish the fire. The driver is fine, but you
know,
can
the heartbreak.
Absolutely gutting.
It was one lap before their driver change.
Oh no, absolute heartbreak for Birmingham City University, and the driver with their hands on their head in absolute heartbreak. They worked so hard to get to this point, and for an engine to expire like that, absolute disaster. Meanwhile, Nottingham getting on with the job. It's not the fastest, it's not the most dramatic, but I tell you what, they're sticking at it, Jess.
Yeah, I think their goal is to complete endurance, and it looks like they're going a bit faster around some corners, and they're not just... I think in the spirit of endurance, this is what we like to see from Nottingham. They've worked so hard to get to this point just to even make it on track.
So from what we can gather then, Nottingham are currently just one lap away from finishing endurance against all odds. It's been methodical, but it's been consistent for the most part. As they carry on their way, they've seen plenty of teams come past them continually, only to break down. And yet here in Nottingham, carrying on their way, it's not going to break any records, but it is going to get them a huge haul of points. They've been working night and day to get into at least a dynamic event, and to rock up for endurance and to finish it ahead of so many who have tried and failed is a significant achievement. The penultimate lap underway then, midway through for the team from Nottingham. Birmingham City's car expiring dramatically, white smoke coming off the back. I'd hoped it was exhaust. Deep down I knew it wasn't, but I didn't want to say anything until that smell, that distinctive burning oil smell, and you could see there was liquid on the track, and unfortunately the fire extinguishers had to be brought out. Nottingham's team headed to the barriers at Copse Corner to watch their team in the final throes of endurance. One more lap to go for the team from Nottingham. Jess cheering them on. You're over the moon with this, aren't you?
I'm over the moon for this because, yes, they're slow, but they work so hard. They've got one more lap to do it. Can they do it? They're going to Wolf's Course for one final time. This is the last car to complete endurance. Nottingham are going to be the last car that we're seeing in the former student track of 2026. I think Nottingham could just bring this home. Yes, it's slow, but this is amazing stuff.
There was a moment there. They're back under power. The team are clapping. They know that's all they need to do. A shout out to all the teams, by the way. And yes, teams, etc. Anyway, more to the point. Oh, hang on. There's a yellow and red flag out now.
Well, is it slippery surface?
That'll be for the oil left behind by the team from Birmingham City. We've had so many flags today. Anyway, big shout out to the teams. Transponders, back to the timing coordinators, please. Please return your transponders to race control. Transponders to race control, please. Meanwhile, though, let's give a big hand for Nottingham. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point as they come through the high-speed section of the course, through the not-so-straight, onto the second slalom, and into the Welsh Wiggle. Only the Bales hairpin and the Mansell meander to contend with before the final corner, Jess. They are moments away from completing endurance. This is going to be a real moment.
Here we go then. Nottingham against all odds. They were one of the last teams to pass scrutineering, and it was worth it. The University of Nottingham completes the endurance, and that's an amazing achievement for them, considering they weren't even expecting to make it through this point, and the team are overjoyed. They're going to go and celebrate with their two drivers. I would have been over the moon if I was them.
I love this. I mean, without cones and without adjusting for the driver swap, 61 minutes and 26 seconds and 43 milliseconds.
Who cares? They finished.
Absolutely, who cares? Massive congratulations to the University of Nottingham.
And congratulations to all teams that completed endurance, which will be Nottingham, Central. We've got Lancashire, Southampton, Birmingham, Glasgow, Caledonian. 5th place, by the way, at the moment, excluding penalties. Fair play to them. And we got Warwick, Staffordshire, Modena, and Edith Cowan. Edith Cowan, your fastest time in endurance, excluding any penalties, with a 28.47.
All to play for then as we head to the awards evening later today at Silverstone in the pavilion, broadcast live on the YouTube channel. But I will also add Could the teams whose cars have broken down and been left out on track please come to the Cops gates to collect them? Please come and collect your cars. Those include University of Manchester, of course Cambridge, and I don't know whether they reeled off Birmingham City.
Vermilion as well.
Vermilion too, yes, it's almost like Pokemon. Got to collect them all. Unfortunately for those, but great joy for Nottingham as they finish endurance. I'm unsure whether we're going to have time for wacky races. I know we're finishing a little earlier in anticipation of the football.
We got 50. I don't think we're going to finish in. Oh, I don't think we're going to do wacky races in 15 minutes.
No, unfortunately not. But having said that, Jess, what an absolutely monumental weekend of Formula Student, and it goes down to the wire. We really do not know who is going to have won Formula Student 2026. It could go to Italy, it could go to Australia. We genuinely have no idea. Going into this, there was a 20-point gap over at ECU. They reckoned on approximately a 10-point advantage with regards to efficiency, given the larger size of the Modena engine. The times, without penalties and without being adjusted for the driver swap, in endurance, Edith Cowan topped out, preliminary mind you, 28.47.32, Modena a 30.53.95. But having said that, Modena were in the lead. They had the advantage to begin with, and they were very strong indeed. Edith Cowan are in with a shout, but Modena are looking strong, and we're going to find out tonight in the awards.
And don't forget, it's not just the FS class. Of course, FSAI did endurance today, so we'll find out the overall winners for FSAI. And also concept class, we'll find out the overall winners of that. As who goes? The team from Nottingham going with their car to congratulate the team. Over the moon, overjoyed. Of course, they've got to get their car post-scrutineered. It's still not over for them yet, but here come the highs, and then here comes the lows of the two drivers that couldn't get their car finished for endurance.
Absolutely heartbreaking. And I'm really gutted for Birmingham City. So Liam and the gang were really gutted for you guys, because I know how hard you worked, and to see it go up in a cloud of fire extinguisher spray was not exactly, I imagine, how you'd intended on finishing endurance. Neither, I imagine, for Vermilion, Ox and Manchester, who you're seeing on your screens there, who also came to an abrupt end on both cases. Anyone who has a car, pay attention. All drivers to your cars. In fact, Henry, do you want to just get on the microphone?
No, I really don't.
He doesn't want to, apparently.
Anything that would go through endurance, so scrutineering, all happy to go.
Yep.
We're doing a 13-lap dash.
Right. But I appreciate that you've got no idea what's going on at the end of this conversation, but we're just being informed that wacky races will in fact take place. It's going to be a 13-lap dash for all cars that have qualified, that have completed all of the scrutineering requirements. So teams like Surrey, who for instance very quickly fixed the issue that they had that saw them out of endurance. I know they want to compete again. If you want to compete in this, no points are available, but
just for fun.
It does mean your car's going to be on track, and we're going to talk about it. So if you haven't had the chance to get your car out on track yet and it has completed all of the scrutineering, or you went out earlier, you had it fixed and you're back out ready to go again, we'd love to see you. It's a 13-lap dash. We're calling it wacky races. Where do teams have to be and at what time, Henry?
End of the pit lane, ASAP.
End of the pit lane as soon as possible.
Hey, Charles.
Cheers, Henry.
What?
There's a man who sees cones as enemies and crashed into them back in my day.
Well, they got the message pretty fast.
There we go. So I know Surrey have been chomping at the bit to go again, because we know that their problem was simply PUD and it could be fixed really quickly. And there was a lot of heartbreak in Surrey's team. Their first time out on track in 7 years, working incredibly hard and very long hours to get to this point. And to see it go wrong for something as simple as a PUD problem was heartbreaking for them. And I know they'll want to get out on track if at all possible. And they will be joining us for Wacky Races, a 13-lap exhibition as fast as you can, rag it, leave it all out on the track. We'd love to see some sideways action. We just have to wait for the track to be cleared after the oil spill from Birmingham City.
And the stranded cars, because we got Manchester still to go away.
Yes, all drivers and teams, if you've left your car stranded on track, could you come and collect it, please?
Because we want the wacky races.
Cars are for life, not just for Christmas. You can't abandon them.
Yes. And hopefully we will see cars we haven't seen on track at all.
I'm hoping to. What I really want to see is how good the Surrey car can be, because I was having conversations in their pit lane yesterday, and their driver is confident that actually, all being well, with a clear track, they could actually get close to that 60-second barrier, if not get under it, and be close to some of the faster times that we've seen. So I really do want to see that, if nothing else.
Yeah, we seen how Surrey were quick in the sprint, weren't they, with their first driver?
Precisely, and they do take it very, very seriously. In fact, they were over in race control yesterday after some of their laps got halted by red flags, and they were wondering why they couldn't restart them, and they were there having conversations with the dynamic volunteers. Big conference at play there, so you can see how much it means to these guys. Lancashire in the background, as well as Staffordshire. Staffordshire always take part in wacky races. There's applause going up here at the Cops corner.
That's right, for not...
And I suspect that
is for Birmingham City.
That is for Birmingham City, and I would like to join in on that, because fair play to them for going through it all just to get there and get something out on track. Fair play. And I must say, if you're going to go out in a blaze of glory, and that's exactly what they did. Safely, mind you. Nobody was hurt, but well, apart from the car and maybe some pride. But pride will heal, and the car can be fixed. So good news there all round in that regard. Meanwhile, Surrey here, and they're cheering as the car is brought out. I think they're pretty pleased with that. Yeah, Birmingham City University, hats off to you. There's chants of some description going on. I can't quite make out what they're saying.
I'm loving the spirit, despite the fact they couldn't make it. I don't think they were expected to be there. That's the problem.
I mean, fair play. I mean, they worked through the night. They made their own fix, and it lasted for nearly a whole stint. So fair play. Surrey locking in then behind the wheel for the first run on wacky races, whilst we just wait for this Manchester car to be cleared. It's been a little bit tricky, and the teams are wrestling with it to try and get it out of the way, kicking cones left, right, and centre in order to clear it.
There's no penalties.
Well, good news for them. Jess, I'm going to quickly dash off, and I'll be right back.
No problem at all. No problem at all. It's been a very busy day here in Endurance, and I think for all the teams waiting in the queue, they just want to go and have some fun. Wacky Races, 13-lap dash, just for a bit of fun to end Formula Student in style. We had FSAI today do their in Endurance, and we're ending the day with Wacky Races for the FS class of Formula Student 2026. Of course, we would like to thank all of the Silverstone Orange Marshals. They're volunteering with us today, as well as the Dynamic Marshals as well. All of our volunteers here at Formula Student. Without them, we couldn't make this event possible, as well as our FS partners, AMSIS, Babcock, Gene House Foundation and MathWorks, as well as our other sponsors, our FSAI, IPG, Kwanzaa, Multimatic, RS, we've got Alassian Williams F1 team, we've got ASM as well, we've got Cummins, who are our exhibitors, as well as Navy, OnShape and Durasoft, our sustainability partner of Coiton, apologies if I said this wrong by the way, and our innovation partner funded by the UK government. Without these sponsors, we couldn't do Formula Student, and I would like to say thank you to all the sponsors who have been sponsoring our Formula Student teams, because without them, the Formula Student teams wouldn't exist. And of course, they have to market their teams quite a lot in Formula Student, and they do it very, very well indeed. And we've got some comments in the live chat. Steve saying, "Go on, Nottingham! So much effort from the team, a much deserved win to finish in Endurance." Nana B saying, "University of Leicester, where are you?" Well, unfortunately, they're not here. What happened with Swansea? Well, we don't know why they were black flagged. Hopefully, we can hear from someone to find out about what's going on there as well. And Nicky Blue saying, "Well done, Nottingham, super proud." I'm almost certain that there's quite a lot of support for Nottingham in the comments. Let us know in the live chat what's been your favourite part of Formula Student 2026 so far, and do you think who's it going to go down to win overall? Is it going to go to Italy, or is it going to go to Australia? And we still got plenty of awards to be decided tonight. It's going to be starting earlier, of course, because of the World Cup. We've announced quite a few awards last night, including quite a lot of the static event. Of course, Birmingham coming up on top on one of them with a business plan. Oxford Brooks with design. Biscay came out on top as well. Biscay actually had an AI team that did quite well as well. Same with Oxford Brooks. So those two fielding in AI teams for Formula Student, and they've done absolutely fantastic. Shout out to the AI teams, by the way, who I would like to see them next time. I haven't had chance to due to my roles in Formula Student, but it is a good innovation that Formula Student has done in the past, and hopefully we will see more teams more universities in the future decide to run an FSAI team. And also shout out to University of Edinburgh, by the way, that have got through the FS class group for the first time with an ADS on the back of their car. Their plan wasn't to do the dynamic events in the first place. It was just to get through scrutineering with an ADS on the back of their car, which is no FSAI car has ever done that before, to do that with in a Formula Student class. So great job to the whole team from Edinburgh. They've been lovely to speak to. They got through quite a few attempts to get through scrutineering, but they finally do it. I can finally reveal which awards are going to be announced tonight in the pavilion. So we got the dynamic events for skid pad and sprint for the FSAI class, as well as the acceleration winner. We got best newcomer as well. We got the best EV powertrain, which is quite a few cars actually. We got the most efficient car for Formula Student class. We got the endurance award. We'll find out who has won that. We got the overall dynamic events winner. I'm almost certain I know who's going to win that one. We got the furthest travel cone. I think I'm almost certain that's going to be Staffordshire. We got most cones hit. There's quite a few teams, I think, who hit that one. We got most entertaining driver, which is going to be judged by myself and Giles. Top individual driver, that's going to be judged by the dynamic volunteers. I think there's quite a few drivers that are in contention for that one. And we also got the FSAI class endurance winner, AI class overall winner, concept class overall winner, and we got third place runner-up and the overall winner Formula Student 2026 for the FS class. Those are your awards that are going to be presented tonight by Dan Jones and Monty and Sheryl. Have you found out what has gone on?
No, Jess, I just nipped to the toilet.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I know that Sam Collins says that commentators don't have loo breaks. Well, unfortunately, this one does.
We do.
Anyway, more to the point. Someone's asking about what happened with. I think there.
It was what happened with Swansea. I said I don't know. They got black flagged, but we don't know why.
So yeah, basically, Not Good Gaming asking any update on the problem at OBR. Melted connectors or welded the connectors melted and welded themselves together. By the sounds of things, essentially the same problem they had yesterday. Come on, Swansea, says Rubin. Whilst Adam says GCU first time passing scrut to finishing endurance. Yeah, massive achievement. Big up GCU.
I think my biggest good surprise, as well as Nottingham, is GCU.
Oh, absolutely. And they're just a cracking bunch of lads and ladies and just great people.
And they finished quite well as well.
Yeah, definitely. Not Good Gaming saying, do they not do best UK team? No, the teams just kind of work that out amongst themselves. That's not an official award, but we always do it. I've done it myself. We've always done that.
Oxford Brooks won it last year. It looks like it's going to go to Staffordshire this year.
Quite possibly, yes.
Warwick, it could be quite close between the two of them.
Yeah, Warwick have really come through this year, and hats off to Warwick for their design. I love it. I really do like a simple Formula Student car. That's why I like GCUs as well. It's if you engineer it well but keep the design simple, then the chances are you will do well, and that's just the evidence out on track from GCU and Warwick.
And that's what we were speaking to the scrutineers just now. My advice, if you didn't make it through scrutineering this year, keep it simple, ready for next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring it back to basics.
Meanwhile, I think we're about to be joined by a Formula One legend and my friend and yours, Willem Toe. Willem, how are you, sir? How are you?
I'm really well, and you?
All the better for seeing you. Have you had a good weekend?
Fantastic weekend. I love this competition.
We know, we love having you here. Any highlights in particular for you? Teams or events on track or what you've seen in judging?
Well, in judging, I'd say the standard on average has improved of the cars and the knowledge of the students in the last couple of years, so that's really lovely. And driving, I think for me in particular, two teams stood out driving-wise. Car 37, Modena, and 171, Edith Cowan, both. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
I just can't believe they're just throwing the cars around. No thought about what might break or anything like that. They're just throwing the cars around, confident as anything. Wonderful to see.
Especially when these cars have been designed and built by students, they're essentially living prototypes. To have that much confidence, it's just a next level achievement.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Just really lovely to see. And there's a few cars that have been really close and not quite making it or failing on track, but it's still just really nice to see them out there. and having them coming now for their last crack at it is just also just brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
100%. And you've been doing this for a long time. Your advice to the students going into next year, because it will be back to the drawing board, back to it again next week immediately for the next 12 months. What would your advice be?
So get the car finished. So if you've had a schedule and you've struggled then to get through scrutineering, at least to add 2 months to how long you think it's going to take. So in other words, set your deadline 2 months earlier and try and get testing, give your drivers practice, work out what's going to break, what's not going to break, and start earlier.
Being an aerodynamicist yourself, any advice in particular regarding aerodynamics?
So if you're a new team, make sure you cool the car, cool everything you need to cool, and do not put aerodynamics on the car. I love aerodynamics. It's wonderful. It's fun. It's really interesting, but it takes human energy to design, human energy to make, adds time to your schedule. Oh, we got a car on track.
Away go Surrey. And we're just as excited as Willem here to see Surrey driven truly in anger. This is a car that the team have been desperate to show off and hasn't been able to really show its true strength until now. The track is clear, you may see some sand jumping up. That's where Birmingham City University led a trail of oil, so don't panic. That's nothing to do with Surrey's car. They're quite fine, and they're quite determined to prove that this car can set a sub-60 time. Willem, I really do appreciate it, as does Jess, as do we all. Your time, your energy, and your knowledge are just fantastic. So thank you ever so much.
A pleasure.
Catch you soon. Surrey, meanwhile, out on track as they go through the chicane and into the high-speed section of the course. The not quite straight, followed by the 2-cone chicane and headed into the Welsh Wiggle. And finally, the Bales hairpin before the Mansell meander. Now, this is looking a lot quicker than we have seen previously from Surrey. We've known that they can do this, and it's great to be able to see them given the opportunity to display it. They have gone into the overtaking bay.
It's not going to matter, is it?
No,
it's wacky
really.
Races, for goodness sake.
They are on the wacky races section of the event. This doesn't mean anything to do with points, but it means everything to do with pride. These teams have spent hours, months, years building towards this. In the case of Surrey, 7 years it's taken them to get a car out on track, and they want to take up as much opportunity as they can to put the laps in, even if it doesn't count for any points. They went out of endurance earlier with a PUD issue. There was a lot of frustration and heartbreak in the team, and I was gutted for them because they knew the fix was simple. In fact, it was done in half an hour, and that's what these things can hinge on. Just tiny little moments of error can spell the end of a big deal. But they're back out, they fixed it, and they're away. And their first lap was a 1:13.59. I would like to see them push it. It's wacky races after all. Leave it all out on the track. I want to see the tail out, and I want to see a sub-60 time.
And if there's any cars in the queue as well that maybe completed endurance, there's quite a few awards still to win as well, like most entertaining driver, top driver, something to do with cones as well.
Plenty to do with cones. There's furthest travelled cone, and there's most cones collected.
So yeah, there's still plenty of awards. It's wacky races. Just have a little bit of fun. There's no points, but there's still awards to be won.
Oh, absolutely. As through they go on to the bus stop. Now, the last lap was a 1:11, so they've lost 2 seconds immediately out of that. And there is a loud noise, but I think that's a trolley behind it.
That's not Surrey. Panic over.
It did sound a bit like Swansea's car, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that did.
And Kingston's.
Yeah, unfortunately, Swansea get a black flag. Kingston, a DNF. We've had quite a few DNFs today.
Still not quite sure why Swansea were black flagged. I'll have to clarify that later. As away then, go Lancashire. They're back again for another bite of the apple. Great to see. 2 very evenly matched cars. They were both out during...
No, Lancashire finished.
Lancashire did finish, but they were both out, I suspect.
In session 1.
Were they out in session 1?
No, Lancashire session 2.
Just at the top end of session 2 were Lancashire. Surrey was towards the bottom end of session 1. So they're fairly evenly paced, are these 2 cars. Surrey lapping with a 1:11 is their fastest. Lancashire have yet to post a time, but across the line come Surrey with a time then of, drum roll please, 1:07.57, edging ever closer to that sub-60 time they're so desperate for. I'm certain they're going to do it. They've got 13 laps each allocated to them, and Lancashire looking very, very good, Jess, I've got to say.
They've been looking very good, and it's an opportunity during these wacky races. If they've not had a driver take part in the endurance course, no restrictions, they can have a go at this if they wanted to, if their team has passed scrutineering, and if they haven't had a go before, they can have a go and have some fun, because they might have just done acceleration, for example, so they get a go here. And car 46, of course, it was a massive achievement to even pass scrutineering, even get to this point, even after having a terrible acceleration in our standards, unfortunately. But just getting to the end for them was incredible, and they're in the top 10 because of it.
This is great stuff. I love wacky races, and in fact Monty's been going around this week with a wacky races shirt, the old Hanna-Barbera cartoon from back in the day, if you remember Dastardly and Muttley, Catch the Pigeon, etc. As away go Surrey with a 103.35, building up the confidence. Surrey, car number 20, first time on track in 7 years. I've known the team for a long time. I met Molly in the campsite back in one of my competition years, back in 2023. We've stayed in touch and been good friends since, and it's been great to see her and the team progress and head towards what is the ultimate achievement, is getting a car out on track. Does it matter whether they finished endurance or not? No. 7 years is such a long time, and to achieve that is a huge deal for the guys and the girls in Surrey. So hats off to them as Lancashire come across the line with a time of 105.24. Surrey then headed towards the end of this lap. Do you reckon this could be the sub 60 time, Jess?
I think this can. I think this can for either of those teams as well. And don't forget the track conditions are a bit hotter than what we've seen with those two teams earlier on, especially with Surrey, which went earlier on in the day when it was a lot cooler. Surrey up to the line. A 103.47, just slower than their previous best.
Got 3 more seconds to gain, and they're currently on their 6th lap, so they're halfway through this run. They need to find 3 seconds over the next 7 laps. They've been told to slow down and stop. There's a yellow flag out. That's really not going to help their attempt to get past the 60 barrier. And Staffordshire are charging on through, and there's cones flying left, right and centre, because of course there is, because it's Staffordshire, and they are flying towards a yellow flag section. Surrey have been allowed to continue now, but I'm not quite sure why there's a yellow flag. There's a cone caught there by Surrey on the exit of the slalom, but I have to wonder now then, where is Lancashire, Jess?
I do not see them. I would see the other screen, but it's gone.
There's Lancashire. Lancashire lapping again. I wonder whether they came to a stop and got back going once more. Staffordshire then out on track alongside Lancashire, you can see there. And of course Surrey. Surrey desperate for that sub 60 time. 3 seconds separate them from their goal here. Meanwhile, Staffordshire, exuberant to say the least, as Surrey come across the line. Plenty of cones gone, and maybe a gust of wind helped along the way. And that is a time of 112.41. It was never going to be great with that yellow flag, as Lancashire crossed the line with their time of a 144.95. And here comes Staffordshire to set their first time. It won't be representative. There will be that yellow cone, but regardless, the team cheering. And that is a time of 107.02. That's very fast for a time with a yellow cone, Jess.
Well, they've been fast overall this weekend. They've been, of course, even after that suspension problem yesterday with the cone, they're doing a really remarkable job. I wonder, has that driver competed before? It looks like they did. They just want to be out there again.
Surrey into the fast section of the course, onto that second slalom, and into the Welsh wiggle before the Mansell meander, as Lancashire come past and Staffordshire follow them along the way. All very evenly paced laps. Their best 103, 105 and 107 respectively for Surrey, Lancashire and Staffordshire. Across the line go Surrey. I feel like I should be pronouncing it Surrey. It's a 104.17. Not quite there to their sub 60, but proving that when that car does go, it can go. Away goes Lancashire. That was a time of 105.16. It is their fastest. Staffordshire to the line now, Jess, and it's a 1 minute, drum roll please, 05.16. Staffordshire cheering on the Copse corner.
And Staffordshire having a lot of fun in the process as well. Meanwhile, we're seeing the University of Surrey going a lot faster through this section than we've seen all weekend long. They've only got about, how many laps to go? We've got 6 laps to go until they complete this wacky race. And a reminder, this doesn't count for points. It's just an achievement to get them through in the first place. Through into this next section and through to the Mansell section very, very shortly for the University of Surrey. There's plenty of teams that haven't got through scrutineering, so it's a lot better for them. As Surrey goes up to the line, their lap time is for Surrey a 103.14, their best lap today.
Leaving it all out on the corner with no name on the exit from the circuit and onto the start line. Surrey seem to have picked up the pace and picked up some cones as well. But you know full well they are really trying, as are Staffordshire, who send it round the last corner. And here are Surrey on the return road now, pushing their car as fast as they possibly can. Cone's gone again, I suspect, and in through the chicanes to test the car's handling capability. We know this car can perform when it wants to perform. A PUD issue set them back significantly in endurance, and yet it was such a simple problem to have. Lancashire lapping as well, their latest at 103.84, their fastest as well. The fastest and latest from Staffordshire at 104.72. This is great fun, Jess.
I'm enjoying this. It's a great way to end Formula Student 2026. Yes, we've got the awards ceremony tonight. Yes, we've got the World Cup later, but this is even more exciting. Just drivers having fun. Of course, they've done most of these, well, everyone completed endurance. They've got no expectations at this point. They want to show the amount of progress that these teams have done over the last 12 months. They've got to do it all over again in the next 12 months, but this is just showing off what great their cars are. All three cars have been incredible, and Staffordshire just came up to the line with a 101.58, their best lap.
That's the fastest lap we've seen in wacky races then. Surrey will want to contend with that. I think, meanwhile, Lancashire are quite happy with their 103.84. There you are on their screens, looking very, very good as they come. It's a planted car. It sits firmly on the tarmac. It doesn't roll up or dive down. It just sits firmly like a pancake on the tarmac. And I mean that as a compliment. I know it doesn't sound like one calling something a pancake, but no, that's exactly what you want it to do. It just grips. It means they can really push it. Can Lancashire? Meanwhile, talking of pushing it, Surrey coming to the end of this lap. They lost several seconds in this moment of the course here, and they've had to stop, and oh dear, oh no. Because that's not an overtaking bay. They've just come to a halt on the entrance to the Mansell Meander. There was a shake of the head a lap ago around the same point in the course. And there's a wheel spin off the line there as Lancashire get back going again. But I know for a fact that Surrey, the driver behind the wheel there, will not be happy with that. Back underway, but all drivers will have been held up by that stoppage from Surrey, cheering from Staffordshire. I suspect Surrey cheering on the other side of Copse Corner. But yes, unfortunately, all of those times inhibited by that stoppage from Surrey, but all now underway now. But bear in mind, I got a funny feeling Lancashire might be lapping at a rather similar pace to Surrey, and Surrey may need to pull into an overtaking bay, which is what they're not going to want because they need a clean lap.
Both drivers have done a 103 as well.
Yes, indeed. Only 7/10 of a second between the fastest times from Surrey and Lancashire. Staffordshire is on the prowl and coming past them surely very, very soon. On the approach, Staffordshire is just going to have to wait for the overtaking bay. I suspect they'll be held in the overtaking bay, Will, Surrey and Lancashire. And into the overtaking bay goes Surrey, but not Lancashire. And that's going to be very frustrating for Surrey, but at least they've got clear tarmac ahead of them now, and they're not going to be holding anybody up and worrying about blue flags. But talking of holding people up, Lancashire lapping slower than Staffordshire, and Staffordshire will want to put the power down and get that sub-60 time.
And speaking of that, they have got a sub-60 time.
Wow. Even with that hold up, 59.74. Excellent stuff there for Staffordshire. Just got to wait then for Lancashire to get out of the way, and they can really put the hammer down. In fact, they have got out of the way, and they're collecting the cones, and it's wedged on the wing element, on the front wing element. They've done a Cardiff, they've done an Aaron Farmer, and that is Staffordshire having collected a cone. I think they did this yesterday, Jess. They took a cone for a whole lap.
That's what failed their suspension, and they had to fix it.
There we are then, Staffordshire having collected a cone at least around the course, and that will allow Surrey and of course Lancashire to catch up. And plenty of cones being damaged over the course of this weekend.
Well, to be fair though, they don't have any more races after this.
1 minute almost dead from Staffordshire, twitching there on the exit of turn 2 and into the bus stop. Surrey's best time of 1:00.30, so they are so close to that, breaking that 60-second mark. But this is their last lap for Surrey. They've got to get it out now if they want to break the 60-second barrier. Their fastest of 1:00.30, and Central Lancashire's latest time of 1:04.08. Come on, Surrey. But they're held up by Lancashire. I wonder whether they could go even faster. Well, Lancashire not in front of them, and that's a real heartache for them, because this will be their last lap. And surely Lancashire are going to get out of the way. They do indeed, and Surrey put the hammer down. But is it too little, too late for the team to get below that 60-second mark?
It does look like it, doesn't it? But University of Surrey, they're going to be finishing what has been a high and low weekend for them, a roller coaster. But they finished in wacky races here. Formula Student 2026 for Surrey.
And they're into the pits. And did they do it? Did they do it? No, they didn't. They didn't do it. It was a 1:02. Their fastest of 1:00.30. So close. 0.3 of a second to that 60-second barrier. I don't know whether they can hear us, but if I could hear them, if they can hear us, please just give them an extra few laps. Go on. Go on. Meanwhile, Staffordshire have just decided to rearrange the course. They've shedded that cone on the front left wing and then smattered several yellow cones out of the way. Meanwhile, Lancashire are back underway. They've been sent back out for what will be...
I think they only realised they had a few more laps to do.
Yes, I do. I think they came in because the checkered flag was out for Surrey, and as a result, they had to... They thought they had to head in. Of course, they didn't. Meanwhile, that's very nice there from Staffordshire, 59.60. And we know that they can go even faster. Their fastest was a 57.58, and they've got clear tarmac now. So what can they do? A quick shot of Sheryl there. Give us a wave, Sheryl. You're on camera. Give us a wave. There we are. You've got to take that up with high vis. I didn't choose the shots there, but the gallery certainly liked it. Meanwhile, coming through the high-speed section of the course is Staffordshire into this incredibly harsh chicane before flying on to the not quite straight. Following that will be the second slalom. Only 2 cones, but it is there to unsettle the drivers. It does sneak up on you, rather, before the Welsh wiggle and into the Bales hairpin. Here they come, then. What sort of entrance in it? They go for the tight run. It's what David did earlier. It's a tight line through the Bales hairpin. Excellently handled through the Mansell meander. And here comes the line. The crowd cheering them on. A 58.13, 0.6 of a second slower than their fastest, Jess.
I think the good thing about Staffordshire, they've been consistent all weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, they really have. They absolutely have. One of the best British teams that we've seen this week. In fact, possibly, depending on how things go tonight in the awards, you're looking at the best British team here at Formula Student at Silverstone.
In the FS class, that is.
Yeah, absolutely, in the FS class. Big up to the guys in the gallery. Give us a wave in the gallery. Love you guys at High Vis. Thank you very much to you. All the thank yous coming up later on. We'll leave that to Sheryl and Monty. Incredibly thorough as a dynamic duo, so thank you very much to them. Meanwhile, Staffordshire, can they get faster than a 57.58? Lancashire are also on track for a last couple of laps. They're on their 11th lap, so across the line with 2 more to go. Their 11th lap is going to be a time of 1:01.68, their fastest. Surrey have completed their fastest of 1:00.30. Staffordshire, they're on to their 11th lap now. Their 10th complete with a 59.75. It's not quite their fastest. They're still looking for that 57.58, Jess.
They're looking for glory at this point. They're looking to. I think on the next few laps we're going to try and see their fastest lap from Staffordshire. I can feel it.
I don't half wish we could see Modena and Edith Cowan really rag it. I mean, we saw them fairly ragging it yesterday in sprint, but equally it would have been marvellous to see them out in wacky races where they got nothing to lose.
I think we could see Lancashire going faster than what we saw in endurance.
Absolutely spectacular then for Lancashire. They could be on for their fastest time ever here at Formula Student 2026 in the final throws of wacky races. This will be their penultimate lap as they cross the line with a time of, drum roll please, 1:01.00. As squealing through the final corner comes Staffordshire with a 58.46. Still not quite faster than that 57.58. Not long to go though before the end of wacky races. We're into the final throws. And can Staffordshire beat their personal best? Can Lancashire beat their personal best? We're about to find out. The final lap for Lancashire is underway. Their
But they
fastest.
were meant to finish. They had the checkered flag and everything.
A 1 minute, 1 second dead for Lancashire. Their fastest. Not a million miles away from completion as they come past us in the commentary box through the second slalom and onto the Welsh wiggle before the Bales hairpin. In they go. And very tight line, but Staffordshire have stopped because they've caught a lot of cones. But into the final corners go Staffordshire. Not Staffordshire, Lancashire. Lancashire crossed the line, and it's a time of 1:02.06. Their fastest time stands at 1 minute .03. Very nicely done for Lancashire. Staffordshire inhibited significantly on their penultimate lap by collecting a lot of cones. And this is going to go into their final lap. Jess, can they beat that 57.58?
No, they can't because they just finished.
Oh, they have finished. They have finished. And they finished spectacularly. There's a cone wedged under their left wing. And that would be the way that Staffordshire finish it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think Staffordshire always end the Formula Student 2026 in style. They've been a very strong team throughout, and it's a team that I enjoy commentating on in the commentary box as well. They're going to be very, very happy with that. And that is it then. Dynamic events all done.
The dynamic events are done indeed. So thank you very much for joining us here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. I've been Giles Cosgrove and she's been Jess Ball, your commentators throughout the weekend. Thank you very much for your company. I'm going to hand you over to Sheryl, Monty and Dan Jones to close out proceedings. But from the pair of us, thank you very much indeed.
It's been a weekend. It's been a crazy one. Many ups and downs for the teams. How have you found it, Monty?
I have found it as exhilarating as always. It's always unpredictable. I would say that was a very, very brutal endurance today. Commiserations to everyone who didn't finish, but it just shows how unpredictable Formula Student can be. But they never rest, do they?
No, they do not. They will take this as a learning opportunity and they will come back next year even stronger.
Absolutely. Dan, I'm going to hand this over to you as Chief Judge. What did you make of this weekend?
Great to see some more running cars on track. We've still got a way to go to get the percentages up of the people doing cars on site versus running, but headed in the right direction. And I say it every year, it sounds cheesy as hell, but everyone who got to Formula Student, whether you got through scrutineering, whether you got on track, you're here, you've got those valuable lessons for life that you're going to be with you forever. So you're all winners in a way. There's going to be one winner in each of the category, but yeah, Formula Student, the camaraderie and everything I've seen over the course of the weekend. Spirit of Formula Student is there still strong. So well done to all the teams, and yeah, best of luck for the future.
And don't forget to read the rules.
Always read the rules. So that's the end of the dynamics. We're going to go and tot off the points. We have an awards ceremony to do this evening, though, don't we, Sheryl?
Yes, we do. So you'll be seeing our three faces again up on stage. So don't miss it.
Absolutely not. We're going to find out tonight who we are crowning the Formula Student.
2026. A huge congratulations to all the students, staff, committee, and the volunteers that make this event possible. That's all from us here at Silverstone, and we will see you next year.